So guys, we're live, guys. We're live. We're live, guys. We're live. We're live. Like the vid. Subscribe, smash the like button. Subscribe, smash the like button. Like that vid, guys. Like the vid, guys. People, Happy New Year, my people. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. But same old Chelsea, same old Chelsea. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Same old Chelsea, same old Chelsea. So guys, we're gonna be talking about Tottenham Hotspur and Kane with Conte. We're gonna be talking about Todd Boehly. We're going to be talking about Enzo Fernandez, and we're going to be talking about Graham Potter. We're also going to touch a little bit about Man City and Arsenal because Arsenal are topping the table while City are second. Can City go all the way to stop them? Can we see a title charge? We'll see going forward because it still have like towards the May to see how far they can go. But right now, Arsenal has been very, very impressive, and I'm impressed with what I saw. So we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. But guys, like the vid, subscribe, smash the like button, smash the like button, subscribe, guys, smash the like button, my people. Let's go. Yo, my people, how are they now? I hope you guys are fine. Like the vid. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Beautiful 2022 now in 2023, guys. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I pray this year will be a beautiful, successful, wonderful year for you guys. Like that vid. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button. So let's talk. Firstly, let's talk about Spurs and Conte. So Josh, firstly, Happy New Year to you, brother. I hope you have a wonderful 2022. Now it's the new, beautiful New Year. So your take on Antonio Conte and Spurs, because the last time I did, we talked about him in terms of how far can they go. Your take on them.
Happy New Year to you too. And I was never ever sold on Conte to Tottenham at all. I knew it was never that's never gonna work together. So I'm not really surprised at what's going on right now. Style of play, I'm not surprised. This is who he is. This is what he tries to do. To be honest, I don't really understand why people are surprised or why because like Spurs way and how Spurs operate, not even just Spurs, but like how top teams operate, they don't want to do the Conte thing anymore. Like Conte is not really wanted by top clubs anymore. Not even just about his sort of like how he is as a person, but what to do with his style of play and how he's a very short-term manager, and he doesn't really look to bring in long-term sort of like recruitments for the club. He brings in players to win something for him, and then he goes, which is not necessarily good for the club as a whole. Because, for example, the players he may want to bring in are like old, experienced, senior players who will be done after 2-3 years, and that's just going to be a burden on the club. So I don't know why Spurs decided to bring in this sort of manager and expect anything different. If you wanted to bring him to win a trophy, then give him the sort of old head senior players then. Don't be giving him Jed Spence or Basuma or anything like that. That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense at all. So yeah, like this Spurs situation is not really a shock to me. the fact that it's only happening now which is the thing I'm a bit confused about is that they've been playing like this for a long time.
Yeah,
They've just been getting very lucky, very very lucky in certain games. But yeah, like, I
because
would
we
say they
discussed
are
it
probably
last time
worth
that
considering us.
with Conte and Harry Kane's future, there have to be a discussion because you can't keep doing this and you expect a player like Harry Kane to stay. This is not sustainable for a club like Spurs. It's not sustainable because if Harry Kane is looking at this like how do you expect him to stay when this are happening? How? How? How do you expect him to stay when things are like this? I said it last time. It's gonna be a problem because when you're expecting Conte to stay, when you're expecting Harry Kane to stay, and you're playing this way, it will be difficult. He wants to leave because he wants to win something. He wants to.
I don't know about Harry Kane. I don't know about Harry Kane anymore because after what he did with England and the
Mm-hmm.
reports coming out saying, Harry Kane was one of the players that wanted Gareth Southgate to stay. That doesn't show to me that he wants to win. That shows a player that is comfortable in his position and comfortable where he is. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I don't think because I can't because nobody can say Kane wants to win a trophy because how he's acted in his career it clearly shows he doesn't actually value trophies as high as people think he does. He's more comfortable about being in London,
Mm-hmm.
family, being settled, um, getting a good wage, the fans loving him at Tottenham, being a legend at Tottenham and everything. He's more concerned about that than just winning a trophy. I think that's clearly what it is with Kane. That's with Kane. Conte, the opposite. Conte likes to win. He's a winner. That's in his thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think he even said he came out and said he doesn't even want to think about top four. He wants to be challenging at the top. He said that early when he came. He said, "I don't care about top four. I want to challenge for the title. That's what I'm here for."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Conte's not signing this new contract, and if he does, he's obviously signing it so that they can fire him and he gets paid out, which is smart business wise. But
Mm-hmm.
he's most likely not going to sign a contract at the end of the season. So I don't know who they're getting. I think it's kind of I think they're just going to get Poch and go just try to do it again, try to run it back. I don't
Mm-hmm.
see who else they can get. I don't. Tuchel will not go there. I hopefully not. I don't think Tuchel will go there. Luis Enrique, maybe. That's even a long. Maybe Luis Enrique, which
Mm-hmm.
will make sense. I think Luis Enrique will help
You
there.
have to spend money with Enrique, though. You gotta spend money with him.
The thing is, they have spent money with Conte. They've given him the most money to Conte,
But you
but they
still have to
haven't
keep
given
spending
him
because
his players.
it's all about no. It's not even about spending. It's about quality. You can't be see. It's not even about spending money. It's about quality. It's
Yeah,
about
yeah.
quality because if you are buying players because of buying sake or just because of the money, that doesn't work in football. It's all about quality. You have to buy players because of quality because you know if you buy quality in the team, you will win matches. You know you win. You
Yeah,
know you
you
win.
win, but we've also seen that buying quality. Yeah, buying quality is the most important thing. That's the most
Mm-hmm.
important thing. So it doesn't necessarily mean you need
Mm-hmm.
to have a lot of money. We've
Mm-hmm.
seen it through Arsenal. We don't need a lot of money to get quality players. It's all
Mm-hmm.
about the scouting of the quality players and getting them before, like Martinelli. They got him for 8 million. Odegaard,
Mm-hmm.
they got him for 30 million.
Mm-hmm.
These are Saka was from the youth. Jesus was 45 million. Zinchenko was like 35, 30 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are really good purchases, and they've spent no more than 50 million for any of those players. That's what I'm saying. That it's
Wait,
just about
that's it.
smart purchases.
Vote for Fit is saying the same thing because if Conte leave, Patrick, the sporting director, has to leave too because he was the one that brought in
Yeah,
Conte.
Paratici. Yeah, Paratici. I think Paratici has issues anyway with Juventus.
Juventus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's. Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen there. But yeah, if Paratici leaves, yeah, Levy is in a sticky situation. Very sticky situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because the problem is we know the kind of manager Antonio Conte is. We know the manager he is. But because you are bringing in Conte, you know you're gonna be spending money season weeks. See, Conte is not coming here to what to stay top for his. No, he wants to win and he wants to compete. He wants to be that that top of the table. That's nice. That is where Conte wants to be. And you know when Conte is the top of the table, it will be very difficult for you to beat him. You know that because he knows how to win.
Yeah.
You know Conte knows how to win. But you're not giving him money to improve his score and everything. How do you expect him to succeed? People are saying spend money. Yes. Is he spending money on quality players? I'm not sure.
I think they have enough quality. They did spend money on enough quality to do better than they are doing now. That's
Mm-hmm.
for a fact. I can't deny that. Bissouma is a
Mm-hmm.
good player. Like let's not. Bissouma is a very good player. Bentancur
Mm-hmm.
is a very good player. Kulusevski, very good player. Richarlison is a good. Like these are not duds. They're not terrible players. They are actually good players. Perisic is a decent enough player as well. They should be playing better football. We can't deny that they should be playing better football than they are now.
Mm-hmm.
Like for sure. Like definitely. And even when you watch the games, and you see the pattern of the games.
Mm-hmm.
I can't blame anyone else but Conte for how they perform in first halves, and then second half they come out and do a lot better. Like
Mm-hmm.
how they always seem to come back in games. That's obviously
But you can't.
that's a mentality issue.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't keep doing that every day.
Yeah,
You can't be
it's
doing
not
that because
sustainable.
it will eventually cost you one way or the other.
Yeah,
It will eventually cost you because Conte is a manager who demands a lot from his player. He's a demanding manager because you know the kind of manager you're bringing in when you're hiring a manager like Conte. He's a demanding manager. But a demanding manager like him wants to win. He wants to win. And
yeah,
every club Conte has gone to is won in terms of domestically. He's won everything. He went to Inter Milan, he won. He went to Juventus, he won. He went to
yep.
Chelsea, he won. He won.
That's
So
how I don't get why they bought him. Why they
because
bought
you
him
know
if they weren't gonna do what he says.
because it's difficult because it's the same Daniel Levy that let go of Jose Mourinho. He's the one. So you let go of Ose and you bring in Conte, who is a demanding manager. I'm like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Their whole thing is a mess. Their whole thing is a mess. I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a worse position than us because of the finance. They don't have the finances. They don't even have the structure up top.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to even sort it out. So they're in a very scary position. Newcastle will take their spot.
Mm-hmm.
Newcastle's probably taking our spot as well. We're not this season for sure. Like we're not going to. I don't think we'll finish top six. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll get Conference League. But Spurs,
But vote for
yeah,
Office said they don't have this kind of mentality issues under Pochettino. I remember under Poch, they used to start game um, ferociously. They were very focused mentally. Yeah, but the problem is,
they did have mental like problems though. They did have mental problems. That's the reason why they didn't win anything.
is it wait under Poch? Will I say it's the player or the manager? Because Conte is a winner. Conte wants to win, and when you have a player manager like Conte in your squad, you know as a player that oh my god, if I'm doing rubbish, I'm not playing. You know, because you know
Yeah,
if you don't give your all for Conte, you're gonna get benched, and it is the end of your career for me. It is the end. You know it is the end because
yeah,
if you're not doing very well, Conte will bench you. He will bench you.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that like because the way people think that when football evolves,
Mm-hmm.
because football has evolved. When football
Mm-hmm.
evolves, that managers also have to adapt and understand
Mm-hmm.
that the way football is nowadays and the players are nowadays, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of players are not they're spoiled, so they don't really react well to that harsh love
Mm-hmm.
sort of like act and the tough love everything. Sorry, tough love
Mm-hmm.
sort of like management. They are more on like the cuddle me, protect me, look after me
Mm-hmm.
sort of vibe with
Mm-hmm.
managers. That's why Jose and Conte are not doing well nowadays. It's difficult to get that sort of success through come on, do this, or like call them out, and then they'll do better. Like they don't react well to this. Players don't react well to that sort of
Mm-hmm.
level of management. So I don't even think Conte's like sort of behaviors helps the
Mm-hmm.
players. I think the way they were under Poch is clearly see. Like even when you compare Poch's time to Conte's time so far, is a complete contrast. Like none of them wanted anything, but you can tell Pochettino had players that were playing for him and players that wants to play. Yeah, players that wants to play for him. Players that were like good enough in his system
Mm-hmm.
to play, and it was actually attractive football. Tottenham were playing they were playing probably the best football. Bar City in at that time and period. They
Mm-hmm.
were playing really really good football at that time when they were under Poch.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just like it's so stale with Conte. Conte's never really played good football, and I understand why the Tottenham fans are a bit annoyed because they're not used to seeing this rubbish. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they expected. Like, what do you expect with Conte? I don't get it. He's coming here to win, and he win by any means necessary. So, but you guys have been giving him the sort of tools that he wants
Mm-hmm.
to win. But at the same time, I don't even blame them not giving him those sort of profiles because it will just damage the club long run in the long run. Bringing
Mm-hmm.
in old players that are like senior
Mm-hmm.
and are like and will do what Conte says, but it's like after when Conte goes after 2 3 years, you're going to be stuck with these players, which is hard to get off your thing.
And now you have to sell them.
Now you have to try and sell them, and it's going to be difficult. That's what's
Mm-hmm.
happened with us. That's what happened even with Inter Milan. So it's a thing that you know what you get with Conte. There's no excuses. You know what you get with Conte.
Yeah.
So they made their bed, so they have to lay in it.
Yeah, I agree because for me, Josh, it's all about because if he lets Conte leave, it will affect it will affect Harry Kane because we said it the last time that I said it last time. I said a player like Harry Kane, I have to question his mentality as a player because you are letting Conte go. You'll be like, you're gonna let him a manager like this go. So why are you bringing him? That's gonna win us a trophy and you're gonna be like this of the world class manager like Conte. That's what the problem is because you are bringing in,
Yeah,
you are letting go of Conte. Now, Harry Kane is gonna, he will have to make a decision where I don't think he will make that decision himself if he wants to.
yeah. I don't
This
know.
is
I'm not
it
sure.
will be difficult because I remember Conte under Chelsea. We had Zabacosta. We have so many players like after winning the Premier League in the first season, second season it was too demanding for Chelsea because it was going to play like Niagolan, Antonio Vidal. I was like, excuse me,
Yeah, yeah.
excuse me, Conte.
Yeah. Those players. No, no, no.
And Manana was like, how are you going to how after you win the Premier League title and you're going for Niagolan, Vidal? I'm like, what?
Yeah,
That is I'm like,
yeah.
it is tough, very very tough for me. It is very very tough because manager like Conte is a demanding manager, and Tottenham must put themselves into a situation where I don't think I don't think them themselves even know. Okay, we have a future here because for me, when I watch these matches, for me, I think some of the players had just checked them like, I'm out of here, man.
Yeah, like
I don't want to be here,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
I don't want to be. That's what the majority of the players have been saying. I don't want to be here, man. I just don't want to be here. That's what the players are saying because they're already tanking already. They're already tanking. They want to leave. Majority of the players, their mindset is not even there anymore. They want to go. And do I blame them? No, I don't blame them. I don't. I don't. So we'll see how it
Yeah,
goes, though. But you can't. But for the sport fans, you can't keep playing like this. First half, concede 2 goals, and expect to come back in the second half. No team is gonna be ready to do that for you. No team. And you are playing against a manager like Unai Henry, who is very good defensively. Who is very good
exactly,
defensively.
exactly.
And a manager like Unai Henry will get the best out of he will get the best out of this player because he is a manager who is very underrated. People doesn't rate him, but he's underrated. It's underrated. A manager that has won so many Europa League titles, so doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's doing. He has an European pedigree on his head. He does. So he has, he has an European pedigree on his head. But I'm like, okay, someone like Unai Emery now, you know the way he wants to play. 4-4-2 formation, boom, boom, boom. You know the way he wants to play. We know. So that's what I'm saying. You are playing against Tottenham was playing against a manager like Unai Emery, and you're expecting to go 2-0 down and come back. It's not possible. How do you come back from that? How? I don't say how you come back from that. I don't say how you come back from that. I don't. But like I keep telling people, Chelsea is a club that knows about winning, and the same thing goes to Spurs too. We are bringing Conte in. You see, this is what the fans need to demand from the player. You are bringing a manager like Conte in. You demand the manager to tell the players, you are bringing the Conte in. We want to win. If we don't win, we want to challenge. Josh, if Tottenham doesn't want at least be the challenger, maybe like 5.3 points behind first, that's better. That is better. But not going far away, that doesn't make any sense. Because this team, yes, you spend money, but how many quality players are in the team? Maybe Kane, maybe Son, Kulusevski, Højbjerg, Bentancur. That's it. That is it for me. The rest are not.
Yeah.
That's it for me. So you're telling me 5 quality players can win you?
They have Romero's quality as well.
I'm not sure.
Nah, he's quality. Come on.
So you play Romero and Davison Sanchez as a centre back?
Oh no, not Sanchez. It's just Romero. They need another centre back. Like they only have Romero as a good centre back. There's no one else.
That's what I'm saying. That if you want to win the title and you want to compete, you need a player that you know that's gonna win you a trophy on a consistent level. So yes, I can understand Romero, but Romero playing with who?
The thing is, they're not aiming for the title though. They need to get top 4 first.
Who think they're aiming for the title? Conte is a winner. He wants to win.
Then that's just not a Tottenham. Like the thing is, I can't give him 2 things because you signed the contract. You know what you came into. Spurs has never been a team, apart from that one season. They didn't even compete, to be honest. They've never really competed for a league anyway. So what did you expect to happen? You can't expect to just jump and leapfrog everyone to compete. It just doesn't work like that. So like both the club and Conte should have known better. Like they just should never have got in bed with each other. It just doesn't make sense. I never understood the appointment of Conte with Spurs, isn't it? So like this is expected.
No, we'll see though. Going forward, we'll see though. But I still think they should be doing much better because Conte is the manager now where he has to get the best out of this player. Regardless of it, whether they like it or not, they have to get out of and they have to be consistent in terms of way they win matches. Conte have the ways of playing football, and the players need to understand that because it's Conte. So we'll see though, because like I said, Conte is a winner, and when you're giving players that makes him wants to win, he will win matches for you. He's done it for Juventus. He's done it for Chelsea. We know the kind of manager he is when he took over from Chelsea. When he took over, we know he wants to win. He is a winner. We know he wants to win. So, but we'll see though. We'll see though, because he's been saying it. He said he needs quality. So he's been saying he needs quality. He wants to win with quality because he knows that the team he has right now is not a quality player. So guys, get that likes up, guys. Like that vid, my people. Like that vid, guys. Like the vid. This is 2023, guys. Like that vid. Let's get to like 40 likes, 50 likes, from 50 to 100 likes, guys. We're in 10 likes, guys. Get that likes up, guys. Get that likes up. Like that vid, guys. Smash the like button, guys. Guys, keep liking the video, guys. Keep liking the videos. Like that vid, guys. So let's go to the next one. I want to talk about Todd. because when it took over from Abramovich, the fans were like, "What is the direction this club is going to?" So when it took over, he let go of Thomas Tuchel, who won the Premier League title, and I can understand the way we were playing that. Then I understand that. Okay, great. So letting go of Thomas Tuchel, I kind of understand that. I'm like, okay, what is the direction we are going to? Can we improve as a team going forward? What is the objective? Okay, we're never gonna win the league. I agree, but what is the objective? What is the objective? So that is what we have to understand, that what is the objective going forward. If we know the objective, we fans will be calmer and we will understand where we need to be. But you brought in Potter. For what reason? Is it for the style of play or for the way the structure of the club has been? Because Brighton is a different entity than Chelsea. Brighton is different than Chelsea because Brighton is a team where they don't want to challenge for top four. Even if they do, but they say no, okay, we'll be fine because the ambition, with due respect, the ambition is different than Chelsea Football Club. And I keep telling people, do not compare Arsenal to Chelsea because Chelsea wants to win, in as much as Arsenal wants to win too. We have different mentality and different ambition as a fans. As a fans, we have different. So if you're gonna compare, you have to make a comparison very fair because you can't just compare based on what Arsenal is doing and Arteta. No, that is a very whack and a quack comparison. It doesn't make any sense. So if you want to compare, make some analogy. And this Chelsea team, I keep telling people, we are not used to project. We want to win now. When you win now, then we can talk about project because when you're winning, you know, okay, now this winning for short time, we have the manager for a long time. Yes, but at least bring a manager who we can guarantee can win us something. Will Potter win us something? I'm not sure of that because he hasn't done it. People might say, give him time. For how long are we going to give him time when we're not even seeing improvement? We talk about Arteta. Arteta lose matches, yes, but Arsenal Football Club saw an improvement in the style of play. They want to play, the way they want to do things, they want to organize themselves. There is a style of play there. Chelsea Football Club doesn't have a style of play. They don't. So you are bringing Potter in to do what? Because most of the players are like, you're bringing this manager to do what? Somebody that does not even won anything before. You expect me to respect these players? Like, I'm like, we put ourselves in a situation where I'm like, it's difficult in this situation because I know the club I support. And I expect more from this club. I expect more from this club. Will it get better? Yes. For how long? I don't know. Because we need to know the direction we are going to first. Because I'm tired of this hearing towards the process this, towards the process that. You can't trust the process where you don't even see the process on the pitch. You don't see it on the pitch. I already said it again. If Potter believed the older players that are getting high money, high wages are not playing, play the youth. Very simple. Play the youth. If the youth is willing to fight for this year, they want to give their all. You tell the board, this youth are giving me what I want. This first team are not playing. Sell them. Very simple. Sell them. They're not doing what I want. The youth are doing what I want. Sell them out. Because we can't keep doing this. I'm not even angry. I'm angry with the fans that are traveling week in and week out. That is the fans I'm most worried about because the fans are giving their all for the club. While the players are not even showing no more ambition. All they care about is about the money. Basic thing they can do. Can't even do basic thing. So I'm like, Todd, serious competition needs to be made, man. See, vote for us is the youth, but I know what I can get from the youth is they will give their hope for the club. Unlike the whole players that are there, they're all about money. They don't want to play. They're checked out already. Checked out. So what do you expect from me as a fans watching? Because if I want to get angry, I will know, okay, the youth are giving me what I want, in as much as they are losing matches, but I can see fight, I can see determination. This Chelsea team doesn't have a fight. They're not doing the basic at all. No fight, no basic, no unity in this team. No unity. Chelsea football is more about unifying each other together, playing for each other. This team doesn't have a unified team. It's not a unified team at all. No unity in this squad. I need consistency. So if the youth can give me that, I'm okay with that. I will take it. I will. So SK, how you doing? Happy New Year, brother.
I've been here, boy.
Give me your take on the Todd Boehly, the recruitment policy and everything, portal and everything.
Like, because I'm rewatching the match right now, and it's just a lot of honestly, I don't like my biggest issue with how we play is that I just feel like the players don't really have like a plan in mind when they have the ball. You can kind of tell that they're kind of just like doing whatever. Like there's no actual like cohesive offensive plan that you can see that they're working towards. It's literally just okay, we have the ball and we gotta pass it towards the goal somehow. But like how exactly are we gonna do that? Well, we don't know. Like and it's like, this is a Premier League, that's not gonna work. You can't just bully teams to score because you're Chelsea. Like that's not how this works, bro. Right? Like you need to actually have a plan. You need to actually have like a style of play that you're working towards, which is my biggest issue with Potter. It's not even really the results because, I mean, this is a group of players that, let's face it, aren't that good, right? So like, I'm not gonna get mad at him for now getting like great results from average players, but it's like you can still like coach them to play a certain way, and if they're not doing that, or if they're not playing that certain way, if they're not executing properly, then it would be okay. We just have to recruit better players. But if you don't have a philosophy that I'm looking at that I can see, that it's like, what do you actually do? What do you actually do? Like, what are you actually doing here? You know?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, in terms of like today's game, right? Like, if I was to just look at this through what I like to call X's and O's, right? Like what I see on the pitch. First things first, like, Chelsea really do need a right back. Like Aspilicueta is just not. He's just not cut out to be a right back for a top attacking team anymore. He was never really that guy to begin with, but it's especially apparent now because he just doesn't have the legs for it. Like I can't really be mad at the guy because the guy's like 33, and I'm asking him to carry an offense and come back and defend at an elite level at 30. That's a lot to ask of a 33-year-old. So it's not really his fault, but like he's just not good enough. One, two, right? I I like Zakaria, I really do, but I think Potter needs to tell this guy if you're going to play, I need you to actually stay behind a little bit, right? Because a lot of what keeps happening too is that Jorginho keeps getting caught out, and as much as I can say, oh well, you need to defend. Well, he needs a partner. Like we already know, Jorginho is not like the type of guy that's going to be a destroyer or a Busquets or even like a Kimmich. He's not that type of player. He needs someone to actually defend for him. And Zakaria, I think, has the legs to do it, but like maybe just not the positioning. So I think that we need to work on like Chelsea needs to work on that as well. And then it's weird because I'm saying this, but at the same time, I think Mount needs to if he wants to play as a 10, then he needs to actually occupy those 10 zones. Because another thing that keeps happening that I'm noticing a lot is that Havertz keeps dropping a lot. And I can't even blame him because Chelsea can't get the ball up the pitch. Right? Like Chelsea can't and if you can't get the ball up the pitch, then what's the point of having a striker, right? So it's just too many problems stylistically to go over. Like Sterling can't beat a man 1-on-1. Like I can't remember the last time this guy's completed a dribble against somebody, like in a game. So it's just too many things. Otherwise, just too many things.
Or okay, I will be harsh on Todd because we were saying when he came in, you let go of Tuchel. I understand that, but you are bringing a manager like Potter, where from Brighton to Chelsea, that's a big leap going forward. And the fans are like, trust the process. I'm like, how do you trust process when there's no even progression? And guess what? We play Man City next. We're gonna get sacrificed by Manchester City. Oh Lord in heaven.
I mean, like, so to be fair to Todd, right, he's only really been in his job for less. Yeah, you have to keep in mind, right? He's only been in this job for less than a year, right? So, like when you think about the fact that Chelsea haven't exactly been a good team for a while to begin with, you're not gonna solve all of those problems in like less than 10 months. To be fair to him on that, but I think first and foremost, the squad needs they need to decide the players that they need to get rid of. Like that is the most important decision to make because that's where if you say, oh, we want to have a process, we want to do a process, that's where the process starts. You need to have a starting point of who do we keep and how do we want to play, and from there, that's when you start your quote unquote process. And you can tell Chelsea. This is a team in limbo. They play like a team in limbo. Like you can tell, like a lot of players don't really know like what they're doing in the sense of like what is like the manager want for us to do, right? At the same time, you can tell if you look at the squad, you can tell like which of these players do they actually want to keep, right? Like it's very very like Chelsea play like a team that is undecisive because the squad is undecisive. The people on the top can't decide who they want to keep. Like this is just a very like it's just very like unorthodox right now.
Fair enough. Mr. Forward, Happy New Year to you, brother. I hope you had a wonderful 2022. From the World Cup to a depression in 2023. Lord have mercy on us. Lord have mercy.
Happy New Year
To be a
to you,
Chelsea
bro.
fan is hard, man. It's very difficult. Lord have mercy. Lord, just have mercy on us. We have suffered enough. This is too much. We've suffered enough. This is too much. 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Ha! Lord help us. It
Listen,
will
bro,
be good one day.
we just gotta affirm it, bro. Like we've had plenty of years of success, up and downs. It's always been an entertaining ride being a Chelsea fan, whether it's been situations with the ownership, people getting sacked, us having terrible seasons where we finished sixth or eighth, but then we win a Champions League out of nowhere. So these things happen. But yeah, for now it's not looking great. As I say, it's looking peak, but just gotta deal with it, man. This is what it is.
So, firstly, Conte, then we come to Todd and Chelsea. Conte, because I said it to fans, Tottenham Hotspur fans, you can't bring a manager like Conte in and don't demand winning. And Conte has come out and said he wants quality players. Said, I don't come here to just be tough. I want to challenge and win the title. And I'm looking at the squad. In my head, maybe 4 or 5 quality players in that team. Kane, Ungmin Song, Bentancur, Oibeg. That's in my head though. That's the only player that can say, okay, those are quality players. Are this one gonna win matches? Yes. Are they gonna win title? Maybe 2 of them. So you need more than that for you to win titles. I'm like, Conte is demanding more from Daniel Levy, who I don't even believe he will spend money. Now you're putting in a situation where you're gonna put yourself in trouble because now Kane has to make it. And I said it in last stream. Harry Kane needs to make a decision about his contract. Because if you let go of Conte, Harry Kane is gonna like F it, I'm off too. Because what is the usage of me scoring goals and doesn't win anything? What's my impact? What is my impact here? So your take on Conte and Spurs going forward?
Yeah, I mean Tottenham's season is panning out pretty much how I expected it to. I thought they would pretty much implode earlier just because I didn't really see the talent in their squad. They didn't really invest that well in the summer. Yes, they acted early and they got on a lot of players, and I think it started off well with the signings of Perisic. I think they got him Basuma relatively early in the window as well. But they didn't really impress. They didn't really like improve their starting 11 enough in the summer for me to think that they're gonna kick on this season. And obviously, as we know as Chelsea fans, with Conte, if you don't kick on necessarily, then his way of playing has worked. It's worked. It's got a good pedigree in the game in terms of the results that it's proven to get, but it doesn't evolve over time. And if you don't evolve the team exponentially, given in the players that he wants, then your results will naturally fade. And that's what we've seen with Tottenham. And obviously with Tottenham, they don't win trophies generally speaking, and they didn't do that with Conte in their first year. I think they're already out of the Carling Cup, FA Cup. They're currently going to get knocked out of that soon. And yeah, the performances in the league have just deteriorated as I expected because they don't play great football. It's not sustainable. They're not dominating games again. Today, I think the first 25 minutes, Aston Villa have 70% of the ball. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. Deep it. Like, against most teams in the league, let alone the big six, Aston Villa are not dominating possession, home or away, let alone at your stadium. So that's just the way that they're playing. Again, they went down 2 goals again for like the 10th game in a row or something. And this time they lost. So it just is what it is. But I think with Tottenham, again, they've always been bailed out in the past by having an amazing strike force. And I still think on their day, their attack force is probably the best in the league, or at least the most potent in the league. Because you have Kane who can get you 25 plus goals, 10, 15, 20 assists. Son on his day, obviously, he's got golden boots in the past. Kulusevski, I still think is a very good winger, but obviously with Kulusevski out, Kane by himself not looking that great in his Tottenham team that are terrible, and Min Song, who people are not talking about, but he's having one of the worst seasons I've seen from any top player recently. So again, with that front line not at the peak of its powers to bail you out, what do you expect with players like Dyer in the back, Ben Davis, Romero? Actually not Romero. Romero's decent, but Emerson Royale, Doherty, like it's just not a good team. So they're gonna finish sixth, seventh, maybe. Yeah, they're just not a good team, and Conte's gonna walk, if not in the summer, probably before then, because I don't think they're gonna back him in January.
Your take on Todd, because we have a serious conversation about this club, man. I don't know where we're headed. This is peak, man. This is peak. I'm not even angry or mad unlike before, because I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But at least if you're gonna, people are saying towards the process, you gotta be comparing Arsenal to Chelsea, because there is a difference in that. Because Chelsea is a team that wants to win, and at this moment, we don't even have it. You bring in Potter from Brighton to Chelsea. That is a big leap. Where I'm like, oh, can this man do it? I'm not sure he can do it. I'm not. So you bring in a manager to a club where all the players, majority of them has won the UCL. They know how to win titles. So what are you going to tell them that's going to change? Nothing. So I'm like, I'm confused already. We thought it's a recruitment and everything. I can understand he just came in, his new and everything, but if you want me to talk the process, can I see some progression? Please. Because this team is a lackluster team. Slow in build-up, everything lackluster, slow. So many stuff is happening. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Because if you're telling me towards the process, I need to see progression. I'm not seeing any progress at all. No progress. And you're telling me towards the process. This is not the Chelsea club I support. Because if you're telling me towards the process, I need to see progression. I need to.
Abdullah, can I come in there if you don't mind?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Wait, I think,
Yeah.
well, I mean, let me just go in first. That was, I think, yeah, that was designed for me. I mean, I won't go on too long because there's so many different points to touch on that I think we have to sort of separate them out rather than going on a long rant. So, like, maybe it's best I just address Potter for the start, because obviously he's the face of the club essentially right now, being a manager and everything. So, obviously with him, listen, I get that we need to give managers time. I think I've said for a long time that I want to see Chelsea build a long-term project where they are backing a manager, having a technical director and the facilities in place to actually build a squad over years, not just going for signings like Aubameyang or Zakaria or Saul that are going to be short-term fixes for long-term holes in the squad. That's not good enough for what we need. So I get all of that. When people mention Arteta, sure, Arteta's a great example of what happens if you are if you back a manager and you give him time and you bide through the bad times and finishing 8th a couple of seasons in a row, being in a relegation zone in Christmas, like 16, 17 games into a season, they were in a relegation zone at one point. So I get all that, but Chelsea are not Arsenal from 2-3 years ago. And again, it's not even a case of, we're trying to take the piss out of them or whatever, but the simple fact is we are spending 200, 300 million every calendar year in both windows. That's what we're naturally spending. Like, we just broke the record for the most spend in any transfer window ever in the Premier League history just last summer. So when you're spending that type of money, you can't afford to be finishing consistently outside of the top 4 or top 6. So that is a problem. Now, that's why we can't give anybody that time, let alone Potter, who is a bit of a novice. And I think for me with Potter, it's not that case of I'm Potter out or anything. I don't think anybody should be that now because we all understand that the players are the problem, and it wasn't just Tuchel or Lampard or sorry. We know that these players aren't good enough, and we need to change that. We also need to change how this club recruits players and look to build a team not to build a squad, build a philosophy that works, not just getting this player and that player, and then this player who plays a different style, and then this guy suits counter-attacking football, this guy suits possession-based football. You're gonna get a mess, which is what we have right now. But with all that being said, I think Potter still needs to do more to earn our trust because he hasn't earned that trust yet. He hasn't got a CV like a Conte did or a Mourinho did when they came into the job at Chelsea. He still hasn't got that. So little things like how you're managing the squad, how you're going to be using the young players who do have the talent to improve this squad and this team that is playing terrible football when the experienced guys are not performing. Again, can you drop the likes of Mason Mount when he's not playing well? Because it seems like he has such a big standing in this team and maybe he's too big to be dropped. But is he? I mean, should anybody be too big to be dropped at Chelsea Football Club?
No. If you're not good enough, drop them. I don't see. This is my issue now. Because I have this scenario where a manager like Ose, a manager like Pep, if you're not playing well, you're gonna remain on the bench for the rest of your career, your life, because they will demand more from you. Player like Mount has his role in that team, and it's not a starting role for me. It's not a starting role because he's not consistent enough to be that starter. And you're bringing a manager like Potter, who what does he have to tell Mount? I'm going to put you on the bench for what? Because Mount has won a UCL, so we tell you I've won something. What have you won? So if you're bringing a manager like Pep, you're bringing a Pep or a Ose, Mount can even have the audacity to even talk because if I say one word, I'm gonna be in serious trouble. Because Pep Ose will tell the board it's not good enough for what I want. Either you sell him or I put him on the bench. You have to make a decision, which I think other managers doesn't have that boldness or that bozo to do. That's my problem with it. Not even only he, some players too.
But see, the thing is, Abdullahi, like you're right. Everything you said there is completely spot on. But another inexperienced manager who was Arteta, and listen again, I've already put forward that his situation is different to Potter's, but we can still compare the managerial style. And Arteta came into the job at Arsenal as a complete rookie. He didn't manage Ostersons or manage Brighton and Swansea. He actually had no managerial experience before managing Arsenal. And yet, while he walked in there, of course, a novice, he still had some aura about him where, from the interviews that I watched, the way that he manages on the touchline, I can still see him being quite aggressive and being quite cutthroat as a manager and being able to drop big personalities. And at times he didn't get everything right, but he still rose to the challenge of, again, getting out the likes of Ozil, Aubameyang, Guendouzi, guys who didn't fit his philosophy. And I just don't look at Potter and see that same ability to do that. Because again, you listen to his press conferences, they fill me with no confidence whatsoever. They're horrible, if I'm honest. But again, that's only a small snippet of what the manager does on a day-to-day basis. So it's hard to judge all of that based on what we're seeing in just press conferences and how he manages. Because some managers can just be quite laid back on a touchline. They can be laid back in their press conferences. They don't want to give too much away, and that's fair enough. Like Ancelotti wasn't mad charismatic in his conferences or very
but for
very emotional.
It's Ancelotti. You know what you're gonna get from Ancelotti.
Exactly.
See,
With Potter, we don't know what we're gonna get.
Even Vinicius, said this. He doesn't talk on the pitch, but when he trains with you one-on-one, oh Lord in heaven, if you don't do what Ancelotti wants, you are done. You are
100%. And the thing is, with Ancelotti, we at least knew that he had that side to him where he can be strict with players, he can bench the big players if he needs to. And obviously, he has a big CV, so who am I to even compare Ancelotti to Potter? Obviously, with Potter, I just don't see that side to him, and he needs to develop that if you want to manage at a club like Chelsea, because the pressure here is different. It is much, much different. So again, with Potter, let's see how he does with the rest of the season. Because for me, again, just to be clear, the reason why I can't be mad at games like today, even Arsenal, I was mad because that's a big rival. But ever since Brighton, I knew this team are not getting top four. They're not good enough for it. And for me, the more that they lose, as much as it may hurt in the moment, because I still want to see Chelsea win because I support the team, I'm happy seeing them lose and get humbled and be destroyed, because I want all of these bums in the team to be humbled and know that, you know what, you're not at this level, you're not good enough, you need to back up your ideas. If not, get out of the club in the summer. But also for the board to see what players are not good enough, because I'm sick of them hiding behind the Champions Leagues or league titles that they won 5, 6 years ago now at this point. No, they're not good enough. We need to transition this team onwards because, again, one last thing I'll leave you with here is that I think our last 6 midfield signings have been Bakayoko, Drinkwater. Essentially, our last good one was Kovacic. And we haven't actually signed a midfielder on a permanent deal since 2018. The only ones we've
We're
signed
about to
since then
sign
are
Enzo
Saul
Fernandez.
and
We're about
Lowe.
to sign. We're about to sign Enzo.
Hopefully, let's not jinx it, but hopefully, because we spoke about Rafinha in the summer and that didn't work out. But
Yeah,
hopefully
this
we
time.
sign him. But listen, it's been so long since we invested in certain places in this team, and we need to get it right in the long term. And again, I'm hoping Potter shows that he can be the manager to provide that long-term sustainability as a manager. But if not, then maybe we have to sack him and move on. But one thing I will just say that is positive is that I do like that Boehly has got his technical director in, got all of his board members in, and that's looking positive. And if there's anything I can take from the season is that we actually have the infrastructure in place behind the scenes to go and build for the long term, which we've not had for a long time.
I agree. I agree with what you said. That's what I'm saying. I'm happy with the new recruitment because I'm hearing we might go for this former Liverpool sporting director, what's his name, Michael Edward, in the summer. That also makes me happy too because now there is a direction in the club. There is a structure which I'm happy about, which I'm kind of happy about in terms of the direction. And going forward, I'm kind of okay. Now I can see what happened. Which makes me happy. So, but I'm not even as smart. I'm not even as smart as it is right now, but I understand the dilemma we are facing and we are going to, which is going to get better. So, Mr. A7, on me, Tom, I can talk. Arsenal FC, 7 points clear of the top of the table. How happy are you?
Bro.
But it's too early.
Nah, bro, of course I'm happy, but I don't even want to talk about that, bro.
No, you guys got this, bro. You guys got this in the
talk,
bag,
bro.
bro.
Nah, man. You see our next 3 games. Our next 3 games are kind of tough, innit? So,
Yeah, no, but all trolling aside,
and United. Okay.
and Newcastle United first, innit? We'll have to beat them, but that's looking like a sticky game because they're actually a good team.
Oh, this is pathetic. I'm not hearing this. I'm not hearing an Arsenal fan talk about this game's tough. No, you're top of the league, 7 points clear, playing champion football.
Bro, if
and
you
you're talking
watched
about
the last
Newcastle,
game,
a hard game.
if you watched the last game, there was too many red flags. Like,
I'm not like Saliba was looking kind of fugazi, bro.
Come on, that's one flag. And then I'm seeing our midfield like getting dominated. Yeah, and yesterday Brighton had like 68% of the ball. That's not a good sign.
That was by design, though. Arsenal, Arteta, like we've seen Arteta in the past.
I promise you, it wasn't. We couldn't keep the ball. No, we couldn't keep the ball. We tried to keep the ball, but we kept on losing it. We turned over the ball yesterday 55 times. Literally, like we tried to keep the ball, but we couldn't. Like that's another red flag. Our forwards, they done their thing, but I know they are not going to be that clinical, especially the kind of chances we only create for them. It's not like we create a bundle of chances. So
because I'm like you're playing a team like Newcastle, who is very physical, defensively good, midfielder good,
and they're good in the midfield as well.
Guimaraes, Almiron is informed, Joelinton is informed.
Exactly. So that's
Newcastle are a good team. Newcastle are a good team who are informed. They won 6 games in a row before drawing at home to Leeds, which fair enough, that can happen in it. But let's not forget, Brighton were a team in good form, playing at home, and you guys smoked them for most of the game. Again, okay, 4-2 in the end, could have been 4-3, whatever, but you still smoked them for the last part. And I'm not saying that it's a given Arsenal are going to win their next 3 games, but it's Newcastle at home. Newcastle are a tough thing to play for sure, but anybody else going to the Emirates, that's a long day. Like going to the Emirates right now, it's long. Like it's scary.
Even though you guys think they are shit right now, we got Spurs after,
and that's the thing as well.
Spurs away, they always turn up, no matter how shit they are.
White Hart Lane for Arsenal has always been tough, but at the same time, if you spin it, this is the perfect time to go and play at White Hart Lane. Arsenal in the form of their lives. Literally, this is the best start they've ever made to a Premier League season, better than even in the Invincibles. So you want to be going to White Hart Lane right now, and then look at them. They've literally conceded the first goal in their last 10 games, conceded 2 goals, gone 2-0 down in their last 6 games in a row. Like, this is crazy bad form. Kane looking just about, I mean, again, to be honest, any striker will struggle for Tottenham right now, but Kulusevski out injured. Bentancur, the best midfielder, out injured. Romero has just come back. Kwon Min Song is the worst performing top 6 attacking player right now in the league, comfortably. Like, comfortably. Horrible. So, if you're Arsenal, you look at that and you think that's a good time to go and play them. And then obviously
That's
United at
paper.
home, it is tough. It is a relatively tough like list on paper, but you can go into that thinking, yeah, we can get 7 points out of this, maybe even 9 out of 9, but 7 points from those 3 games.
Because
doable, and
after
that puts us in a
Tottenham,
good spot.
they play United.
Exactly. See, it's not getting easier. It's actually getting harder. So
yeah, but United,
Tottenham, we're the
you've
perfect
beaten
team for
United the
Tottenham,
last
the
3
way
times
we
at
play.
home, though. Like that's a fixture you normally win.
But the
Yeah,
problem
We're
is that
saying the
United
old
at Old
United.
Trafford.
This is a different United.
No, it's like
You're
the
talking
Emirates,
about
bro.
you're talking
They
about
already
Ole Gunnar
played at Old
Solskjaer.
Trafford. It's like
You're
Emirates.
talking about the Ole Gunnar Solskjaer United. This is a different United, man. Ten Hag knows what he's doing. He's not gonna come and just try to park the bus for no reason. He knows how to counterattack.
Yeah, I think Man United might actually give you guys trouble, to be honest.
Bro, Man United will, Newcastle will, and Tottenham will. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we draw all of them games or we draw 1 and we lose 2.
No, but H7 though. Okay, but H7. If you guys get to February 15th, right? Still 7 points to the top of the table. What were we saying then, H7?
No excuses then. Then we'll be in a title race. I'll apply a lot of pressure to the manager. But I have to see my team like compete against Liverpool away at Anfield or Man City away, because those are kind of games that we lose 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. So I don't know how you expect me to trust this team yet if I am not seeing that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's
one more question for you.
crazy. Like, how can you not trust? I'm not saying again. I'm not putting the pressure on you that you need to think, oh, we're gonna win the league, because that's like set and bathe. Like,
if you're saying top 4, top 2, of course. But if you're saying winning the league, bro, I don't trust my team for that.
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, why are you not again? Obviously, everyone's cautious now of being overconfident, right? And then being caught out. Like, I get that, and especially for Arsenal fans who have seen a lot of false dawns. But this is different. Like, and I think these 15, 16 games should show you that it's not meaning that you're gonna win the league or anything, but that this is a different team that should at least give you confidence going into 3 tough games on paper. But you can look at it and think, yeah, 7 to 9 points, we can get that because you're in a brilliant form. You're in brilliant form.
I know, but form goes out the window, man. Form will go out the window.
But the football you're playing,
I'm thinking about the last game as well, man. That's the problem. I'm thinking about how we played the last game. There's stuff I saw that I didn't like.
I think for me personally, that can happen when
you're never gonna look
you won a game. Like, because for Brighton, you won the game early. Like, again,
but Brighton was missing. They were missing Casiero and they were missing McAllister. Newcastle aren't going to be missing their best players in the midfield. They're not going to be missing their best players in attack. That's going to be the problem now. At least with Brighton, they were actually missing 2 of their top players. Even Danny Welbeck, we can put in there, one of their best attackers, because he kind of is. Him and Trossard are their best attackers. So take it as how you will. You guys can say we've done our thing. Me, I'm thinking about the red flags, and I'm thinking about Newcastle, United, and Spurs.
Because I told Carl this, was it last week or this week, that Arsenal, you have to be very careful because you are top of the table, and the second position is Manchester City. City is a weird team where you don't want to give them one chance, because if you give them just one chance, you are done. And it's Pep, because this City team knows how to win the league. Pep has done it. These players they knows how to win that league.
No, I don't think we are going to win the league anyways, man.
Relax. Easy, relax.
I don't know why does everyone think we're going to win the league? Because do people think we're like Liverpool 1920? We're nothing like them.
I don't even think you guys will win. I mean, again, you can obviously win the league. Like,
with the way they are right now,
Arsenal can win the league. Arsenal can absolutely win the league for sure. But again, would I put money on it? No, I would still I would still put money on Man City. Although right now it's getting nervous. It's getting nervy. I can't lie.
If City get less than 86 points, I think we can win the league. If they get less than 86 points.
Well, I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
That's the max points I think you can go for, like 87.
Yeah, because
88
this City is a weird team where you think they're not good enough, but they'll just pick you apart and beat you.
Exactly.
We play them on Thursday. I won't be surprised if they battle us. If they disgrace us at the
I got money on Haaland scoring 5 goals, guys.
Oh, come on, they will. Like, there's no.
I won't be surprised if they spank us. You know what it's called? Spank.
I mean, Abdullah, our only saving grace is City don't exactly have the best wingers, and so Azpilicueta is going to have to get like.
But you don't play a back. You don't play a back 5 anymore. If you played a back 5, I think you'd beat them.
I think Potter might switch, but they're not beat. These boys are not beating Man City. I'm sorry. Like, I watched both games like fully attentive, because again, I've checked that from the season, so I had to look at it tactically, right? The only times Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest, who by the way are the 2 worst possession sides in the league, comfortably, the only times that they decided to go and press this Chelsea team, they were winning the ball back for fun. Both second half, they dominated the second half. Bournemouth
think
had
that's
a cutting edge.
substitutions.
Forest did though, and Forest put it on us. Hit the bar, had chances, kept it a couple
Do you think that's because of substitutions?
No, I think it's by design, because I think in the first half they were scared because they just gave Chelsea way too much respect, and when they realized they were only down 1-0, they're like, hold on,
and there's nothing to lose. You go for it, and they went for Chelsea, and Chelsea couldn't play through their midfield.
And it seemed like it's a team that has Haaland. Oh Lord in heaven, Lord help us.
So that's why I do think maybe Chelsea will go to the back five. Maybe they'll up their game because it's a big game and they're scared to get beat by Man City at home. So they'll up their game, but they're still going to lose. They're still going to lose.
Even if you will get beaten.
Yeah, 100%. I'm telling you that now. They'll lose.
I think you can give them a game. You can even get a point out of this.
I don't see us getting a point. I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm being real with you.
No, because City, they will play into your. If you decide to like park the bus and counter them, City will play.
You know what?
I don't think Chelsea doesn't even have the players to do that. Even if they
do, we even have the players to park the bus? Do you know how terrible?
I think you do. You do have the players to park the bus. Boehly, Thiago Silva, and use Azpilicueta as a right centre back.
A7, the way we play right now, a team that possess and that know how to beat our press will disgrace us. Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest we were lucky against them. Why?
I blame your midfield. I blame your midfield today.
We don't have a clinical. Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest did not have a clinical 1v1. If they have a clinical 1v1, we are in trouble. And they don't even have a potent number 9 that can score goals. Haaland anybody can pass for Haaland. De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, anybody can pick Haaland pass. And when you pass him that ball, 1-on-1, it's game over. Unless Arisa Balaga is on mad form on Thursday, maybe we have a chance. Maybe it's like Arisa Balaga could turn to maybe Prime Manuel Neuer or Ike Casillas. Maybe then.
Is Kovacic fit?
Yeah, he's fit to play.
So him and Zakaria will be like a good midfield duo. Because if you start Jorginho, you ain't winning any more games. But I don't think that you're gonna win more games with this Jorginho guy.
The joint's checked out already. It's checked out. He wants to leave.
No, because that's where you drew the game today, was your midfield. It wasn't your attack or your defense. Like, you guys couldn't hold on to the ball. Every time you got the ball, you're trying to play basketball. Give the ball back to the opponent, let them come back onto you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie. The whole team, other than Thiago Silva, the whole team was dreadful today. But that's another story, and it's just a terrible team right now, man. They're low on confidence. They have no style of play, no personality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so S7, looking at Spurs now and the way they play with Conte and everything,
he's leaving. He's leaving. I think Conte is going to leave, guys.
Because he's demanding for quality players, and in that team, I'm only thinking about 4. Maybe Bentancur, Oibeg, Son, maybe, and Harry Kane. Those are the 4 players.
He's done. Son's finished.
Okay, maybe 3. Bentancur, Oibeg, and Harry Kane.
And
Kulusevski. Now, this player can win you matches.
But that's not enough. That's not enough. You need good. Their defense is shit as well, man. Exactly. And nobody talks about their defense. Their defense is so shit.
Mm-hmm. No, it's really bad.
Guys, like, and
25 goals already conceded.
No. You are talking about the defense. Hugo Lloris might be one of the worst goalkeepers.
Yeah, but bro, we can say that. But if you're conceding 17 shots a game, bro, come on now. What do you expect?
Because the real problem with their defense is, I don't know if it's down to Conte or if it's just them being bad. They don't know how to like set themselves up. Because I was looking over the Aston Villa game, right? Because I made like a thread on it, and I noticed that like they just kept like retreating to the box. Like they would never go out to actually stop the midfielders.
I'm telling you, that's not a Conte instruction. You know, that's just fear. That's just guys that are just in fear. Like every time they see an opponent attacking, they just stay back in their box. That's fear. That's not instructions. Even with instructions, at least you'll get told to clear it out that way. Sometimes have you noticed they'll try to play out the back? They'll win the ball and they'll try to play out the back like they're Barcelona or something instead of clearing it out. And they'll give up high quality chances like that.
No, I definitely agree. Like genuinely, I don't know how this Tottenham team even has 30 points in the first place.
Because of the attack, innit? The attack is keeping them in up there right now. If it weren't for Harry Kane and them, man, bro, they would be screwed right now. Harry Kane, Kulusevski, and Højbjerg, and what's the other guy named? Bentancur, been actually winning these games as well, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the other problem too is because their wingbacks are dreadful at like actually beating their man. So it's like, what's the point of having wing backs?
Nah, that's where they can blame Conte at. Like, but at the same time, he doesn't want to play that. What's his name? That kid, Spence. Yeah, he don't think he's good enough. And I don't blame him. I've seen clips of this guy. This guy is like Aro Ambasaka, man. I don't know why Spurs fan hype him up.
They only hype him up because he's much better than Doherty and Emerson Royale.
Nah, I disagree. I think Doherty's better than both of them. But Doherty, he's another confidence player, man.
I don't know. For me, I feel like they just need somebody with a bit more attacking impetus, and I think Jed Spence can bring that. He's a bit more direct. Like, I'm not saying he's amazing. He was all right in the Championship, but again, given what they've got, I'm not surprised that Tottenham fans are disappointed they've not seen more of the kid. But again, when you've got the lack of options that they have, is you're bound to be seeing such like aptitude of their attacking again. It's like
what happened to Richarlison?
If Arsenal were Tottenham, right? Like
I think it's
Arsenal were Tottenham. You look at Eric Dyer and the fact that Davies have started for them in 2023 now.
That's like Rob Holding.
Like if Arsenal was Rob Holding and
Cedric and stuff,
or Carl Jenkinson. Like you wouldn't be holding on to these guys for that long as mainstays.
Honestly, one thing I want to give credit to Arsenal is Abdullah. Did you see what I said in the private chat?
Mm-hmm.
Like put it on the screen. Like
because I saw what you're saying, but the problem is it comes to Potter because Potter has the bozo to do it because Mikel Arteta has that bozo to do it. I don't think Potter has that ability to do it.
I think it wasn't actually Arteta who overhauled the squad. It was Edu, obviously working with Arteta. And obviously, we don't know if Potter's going to have that relationship with Christopher.
Oh, it's not. Listen, it doesn't have to. I don't really care who does it. It just has to be done. Like I don't care.
But the problem is, what you said to me, Mikel Arteta has a say in it. He is the manager. He has a say in what you sent to me now. This is what you sent to me. Arteta has a say in this. He does have a say in this. In the player that is in the squad right now. Does Harry Potter has the say in Chelsea squad right now? I'm not sure yet. Aubameyang, like I said, Ozil, Torreira, Nelson, Xhaka, yes, I understand that. Look at those players. Look at those players. So Arteta has most of the say in this.
Like H7, you tell me like how the Arsenal offload most of these players this quickly.
A7, you there? Oh, I think A7, you there? A7, are you there? I think I don't know. I think he's muted. We have two A7 here. I don't know which one is.
I don't know what's going on.
Which one is talking and which one is out of here? You there, brother? Oh, he has a great internet. Lord,
I mean, just from my perspective, like Arteta was very cutthroat. Again, like I mentioned earlier, he's not the most experienced manager. You can't go and show these guys like an Ozil, who's a World Cup winner. That you can't really talk to him on a level like with tons of trophies. But he was still cutthroat. He wasn't afraid to butt heads with the likes of Ozil. Remove Aubameyang from multiple matchday squads before again eventually booting him out of the club. He butted head with Maitland-Niles. With Leno, again, he made Martinez the number one. So like, again, Arteta's shown that he's been willing to be cutthroat. And obviously with Potter, we've only just seen this nice guy image that we've seen, but I don't know if he's got it in him to be cutthroat and get rid of these guys. And that's why it's important that we have a board.
I'm not gonna lie, or forward. That's how Arteta first came in. He actually came in with this nice guy. Like he was like, I'm gonna change the club. He was saying those motivational kind of stuff. But everyone used to think he was a nice guy. It was only up until that Ozil situation happened where he started dropping Ozil, and that's when people realized, like, yeah, this guy is kind of strict. Because Ozil must have been doing some. People try to say it was because of that stuff he came out and said, but it weren't because of that. It was actually because of his performances. He dropped him.
Yeah. No, I hear that. I feel like even before that, you could see Arteta had a bit. You could see Arteta having a bit of that in him. I just don't know if Potter's really.
But I think he's done. I think he's done it already. He started with Aubameyang. He dropped him first. He was the first person he dropped, and I think the next person is going to be Mount. He'll drop him, and then you'll start to slowly see his team.
You've got to end him to drop Mount. I can't even lie.
I don't think he has that.
But Mount, you guys do know why Mount starts, right?
It's I made the comment.
Not because he's like a great footballer.
Wait. Yeah, but I said it here. If Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho is the manager of Chelsea, Mason Mount is not playing in Chelsea Football Club.
It depends. No. I'd agree with you. If they were there for 2 years, if they started the job, I promise you, he'd start. If they just started the job,
H7, Pep with no managerial experience, literally
Mount will be on the bench.
I'll tell you why he'd start, bro. Because Mount is this. I know you guys don't like it. He's a perfect training player. You know, when it comes to training and like make sure you turn up on time, you're working hard. Managers love that. That's why he starts. So he's basically using Mount as an example. Like, if you do what Mount does, if you work as hard as Mount, you start for me. That's what most managers. I'm telling you, most managers will start Mount just because of that.
See, you said that in training, but on the pitch, can you show what you are doing in training?
I know he's not really that good, but managers still will choose him because of he presses, he works hard, he does stuff like he listens to instructions.
He's a good like teacher's pet in a sense. And
even though
we don't like a lot of what he brings on the pitch as a number 10.
My problem with that is
what he brings as a 10.
See, like I said it to Chelsea fan, I'll say it again. If Thiago Silva is Chelsea's best player, we should forfeit this entire season at all. Just forfeit this league. Because Silva cannot be our best player. How can a 38 years old be our best player? How?
He's one. I wouldn't say he's outright your best player. He's just one of your best players.
He's comfortably our best player. With Kante and Reece James out injured, he's our best player head and shoulders. Like every game. Like, it's actually crazy and embarrassing that he's our best player at 38. Because he should be finished.
How can Thiago Silva? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't bode well for me. As the fans watching, I'm like,
that's why I've said, and again for all the Chelsea fans listening, that's why I've said, like, we should just accept that this season's done, and just again the positives that we can hope for is that we finish 8th or 9th. That it's a terrible season, so that these bums get out and that we are in Europe next season, because that would be great. The fact that we can play once a week, and if Potter is the man, then hopefully he can embed his system into these players. And then the other positive we can hope for is that we see the likes of Chukwuemeka, Omari Hutchinson, Lewis Hall, who obviously performed against Newcastle and other games. You obviously see these youngsters get a chance because, again, a lot of these experienced players, and we can have long talks about all of them, whether it's Mason Mount, whether it's Koulibaly, who's been looking kind of spooky the last couple of games, whether it's Cucurella, who's somebody that I was happy with when he signed, and now he's looking like a Quasimodo version of Alonso, bro. It's looking mad right now.
Hey, guys, give Koulibaly some time. He's not used to winter football, man, in the UK, bro. The winter football's something else, man.
Winter hype, bro. Winter hype, bro.
Bro, like, the pitch freezes, your toes become ice cold, man. Come on, man. I know you thought you played like football
Italy's
here,
the Bahamas, bro. Like, listen, I
nah,
like
but ain't like that.
Bro.
Ain't like that in the winter,
Koulibaly,
though.
but he's looking spooky these last couple of games.
He just looking like an old man. That's what it is, man. He's just looking a bit old.
Nah, but even his decision making, bro, your decision making shouldn't go. Like, look at the Thiago Silva alongside him, bro. Experienced 38-year-old of not making.
He's played in Paris, man. Come on, man. He's played in Paris for like 7 years.
He's got to fix up. Listen, that's a guy I rate highly.
I think Koulibaly needs to adapt, to be honest.
Right, he'll fix up.
Abdul, I don't want to. I know we're enjoying the World Cup. We laugh. Abdul, this is 2023. We are back to Depression FC. So, bro, your take.
Yeah, big up everyone. Happy New Year.
Bro, this is 2023.
The mic's a bit low though.
Bro, this is 2023. Don't do this again. Abdul, this is 2023. Speak loud, bro. I know you are depressed, but like me too, so relax.
Oh dear. So the World Cup is over and we're back to, ground zero now. It's gonna be Chelsea all the way. Fortunately or unfortunately. So we have to be very careful here, really, about this Chelsea discourse we're having, because I looked at it today and I looked at it in two different ways, and I don't know where I got it from, and they said the manager always gets the smoke. So either you're winning, you're losing, you're drawing. It's the focus and the blame always goes to the manager. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to show that Potter at this level has been a success in his previous before he came to Chelsea. So I believe those that actually selected this guy to come to Chelsea have the belief and conviction and are convinced that actually he can be a success at Chelsea. In that case, what they need to do, and it seems what they're doing, is if you put somebody in that kind of position, you have to give him everything that he needs to succeed as fast and as quickly as possible. Hence, I believe that's why they're going for these Enzo Fernandez signing, and I think more signing will come in
But
January.
Achille is already done already.
Yeah, I think more signing will come in January. I think that's the direction the organization is taking. and we're not going to blame him. We don't. We're not going to blame them for that. So, and another thing is, in my own opinion, I watched the Newcastle game yesterday. I watched the Man City game. I don't think the only thing I can see in this particular game. I know people are a bit sentimental about the Potter being our manager and what we've played so far or what he's delivered so far at Chelsea. But if you just look at this game in isolation, apart from conceding that goal, I don't really think we did anything wrong as a team. Okay, that's number one. Number two, as I was saying in the streams a few times ago, if that was a Newcastle, they don't concede that goal because they have giants as defenders and a giant as a keeper. So they don't concede that goal. I think the first flick was it was who was defending against it. Okay,
It was
okay.
Havertz. It was
Harvard
Havertz.
headed the ball out.
And then
That would
Boehly
be
headed it over. I think it was
exactly,
Mount
exactly,
to. Oh yeah.
exactly. If you just imagine a Newcastle team, it wouldn't be the strikers and the midfielder doing that defending for them because of those basketballers they have as defenders and as their keeper. So apart from say that goal, I don't think we did anything wrong football wise. Maybe our level wasn't that high, but you can't say maybe it was Potter that did something wrong or the players were not whatever. But then if you then move away from that, again, if you move away from the game and you put this team next to our golden era, 2003 to 2012 era at Chelsea, this team is no match for the team we used to have in that era. I mean, I think this team, the best some of them will actually just make the bench. Kai Havertz, for example. Currently, I'm not saying Kai Havertz will not develop because I actually really like this guy. But if we look at him now, as he is now, I don't think even this guy was as good as Kesman.
He
So
wasn't.
quality for quality, you can't really match them. So then, what do we want the coach to do? The coach cannot do anything if he doesn't have the quality. Okay, so now I think we're starting to bring in the quality. You can't blame the ownership because they just spent 300 million a few weeks ago, and going by the reports, they're still going to spend more.
Yeah.
So I don't think they can do more than what the ownership is currently doing. And I don't think the manager can do much more than he's doing because of the quality he has. Now we have to bring in the quality that we need ASAP. Is the rate at which we bring in the group of quality that is needed that we can use that then we can start assessing the team. We can start assessing the club. We can start assessing the manager in an honest level. Else, it's always just going to be up and down. People sleep, wake up on one side of the bed one day, they don't like Potter. Sleep, wake up on the other side of the bed. Oh, they think he's gonna come good. I'm also guilty of this. Abdullah, when we last spoke about Potter,
Yeah.
I was a bit negative about him.
Yeah.
But today I actually looked at it again. I think, hang on, what's actually this guy's going to do? What do we expect this guy to do with this kind of team, with this kind of midfield? Before I thought, okay, maybe get Enzo Fernandez in, then he can compete, whatever. Then I looked at the midfield today. I said, no, actually, this midfield is like 2 or 3% new personnel in addition to what we already have. So I only think the only place I probably will go to actually agreeing with most Chelsea fans is actually our position in the league is a bit too poor. And I think it's because other teams have just strengthened. Newcastle have got better. Arsenal have got better. These were teams that we weren't like actually too conscious of on the past few seasons. These two teams have gone better. All the teams we used to compete against are actually, I think, in my own opinion, good or getting better, except maybe Spurs. And I bet you if they sack Conte today, Spurs is going to get some kind of renaissance because they still have good players. And I don't know why they are not, getting the results that we all think they should.
But Abdul, in that second half, there's something I don't like in that second half because I was the first half and second half. Some of the players, their mindset is not in this club anymore. They have already checked out because the body language and the mentality in this squad, especially that second half, sucks for me. Because I'm like, see, the way I want to...
No. I'll be like, let's be realistic, okay? The thing is, sometimes is Chelsea supporters, we have a certain view, and that view we have is actually not a mirror image of what the reality is. Okay, I have said this for 2 seasons now. It's difficult to play Pulisic as a winger from the outside. And I can remember having that argument with somebody on this stream. That person said, why? I said, this guy doesn't have the strength to do that. If you want to see the best of Pulisic, he has to be close to the 18-yard box. Now, if you put him, and I respect what Potter is trying to do, he's trying to expand the play so that if the other team sits back, then we can stretch them a bit. So he put Pulisic on that kind of Vinicius Junior's kind of role, where he starts from the touchline, he's hugging the touchline to start. To play with Pulisic like that is not easy for Pulisic as a player because he doesn't have that endurance, that durability to play like that, especially for 90 minutes. You know, but I was saying it to somebody here, and somebody was like arguing with me. That's just the reality. What am I going to do? I'm not going to make Pulisic a Superman if he doesn't have the strength. That's it. And then we have a midfield. Zachariah is still playing in his intro phase. And I was a bit disappointed with Jorginho today. And what I've seen from Zachariah's game is although he got tired, I think in the first half he got really tired, maybe from the run he's been making, and from him not used to playing with this intensity and not, trying to adjust to the league. But what I was a bit disappointed with him today was he wasn't showing enough for the ball. So if the other somebody else has the ball, he wasn't moving into space to collect the ball. He was like kind of like running away. So the person with the ball did not have enough option. But Jorginho is a master actually distributing the ball, but he just went to sleep today for whatever reason. Maybe tiredness again, maybe fatigue. I don't know.
I mean, the funny thing was Jorginho actually started off okay, and then he just kind of disappeared.
He plays better than this. I've seen a better Jorginho than this, especially.
No. I'd say he started like the first 10 minutes. I would say he was fine, and then he kind of just. I don't know what happened.
I don't know.
Jorginho was dog shit. Let's be real.
Yeah, he plays better than this in a midfield, in a 3 midfield, especially when we have a midfield of 3. He normally plays better than he did today. But today, I don't know. He wasn't, maybe his instructions or whatever. He wasn't. Normally, he's around the central defenders, asking for the ball and then distributing, rotating, and things like that. But I didn't see him doing that today that much. I don't know why.
I think that might also I think that also might be due to the fact that Zakaria tends to move up a lot, like even before Chelsea have entered the middle third of the pitch, so he just doesn't have enough options, like in the actual midfield part of the field to actually spray the ball.
So the thing is, moving forward, I just think this team needs more competition, more quality. Because if you look at even the midfield that we've been like hammering about, if Kovacic, Kante, Jorginho, if the 3 are fit and ready to play from this current squad or from this current team, nobody benches them.
Cap.
Somebody has to come in who can compete with those 3 and bench them. And we can say this guy is playing. That is why Jorginho is on the bench, or Kovacic on the bench, or Kante is on the bench. We need to get somebody like that into the midfield. And I think the only person I can think that can maybe do that is not even signed for Chelsea yet, i.e. Enzo Fernandez.
Well, the problem I have with the problem I have with Enzo Fernandez, right? And it's not even really a problem with him specifically, is that he would be an upgrade of Jorginho, but that wouldn't actually fix the problem of this midfield.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we need more than one new personnel. And then we need.
And there's a guy called Andre Santos who's more of the attacking midfielder. I don't know if he's going to be in the first team or he's going to be loaned out. We have to.
He's more a box to box, so I don't know what to think.
More of a box to box, yeah. I don't know. We have to wait and see.
We need players that can actually bench those three guys out of competition, that can actually bench them. That is a level, a level a bit, higher than
Above.
this current than our best midfielders, and we don't have until we have all these people in, or until we have our personnel right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we can really go to Judge Porter. I know people will start getting sentimental, but I don't think he has done anything. He hasn't done much wrong in his last two games, which is the Bournemouth and this game. But except you're talking about having a very strong manager,
Mm-hmm.
a very strong manager with a very strong philosophy. A strong manager like Diego Simone, when he asks you, don't just kick the ball, don't do any, those kind of strong managers. Yeah, we might say Potter, he's not that kind of manager. But in terms of tactical football, I don't think we can go and just start blaming Potter like that.
Because I also believe this team needs quality, and I think the more quality we get in the team, then the more we know where exactly the problem is. We fans can say it, and I hope the manager and the boardroom also can notice what we fans are noticing, because the Chelsea squad needs quality, especially in the midfield, and that needs to be rectified a lot. Even in the attack, also we need quality too, because I can guarantee myself, Pulisic is giving me 10 matches straight. I'm sorry, he can't give me. So I don't even just tell him to give me that consistency. So we need both the midfield and the attack to gel up.
And in order to back your point, where you say we need more quality, people might point out and say, "What of this player, that player, this player?"
Abdul, we're a little bit low. What's going on?
The reality and the reason why we need more quality is because this team is not stable. And there's nothing you can do if your team is not stable. You just have to add, bring more people in. And what do you mean by a team is not stable? A team that is not stable is like, for example, a team that cannot go maybe 6 games without losing a game. You cannot say this Chelsea's team can. You cannot say for sure they can go 6 games, and not lose one. They will definitely lose one out of 6 games, or draw one out of. So they're not that stable. And from the little I know about football, when you have an unstable team, you have to add quality. Where you add that quality is then up to you, up to your know-how as a football manager or a football coach. And this team needs it for whatever reason. So they have to give we have to give the requirements to Porter as soon as possible, as quick as possible. I know they've been doing their best, like they've brought in this from Fana, this striker.
But actually, that's so far. Now it was even in the squad today.
In the stadium, yeah, he was on the stadium.
I was watching.
So if we look at what this guy has played so far,
but actually also it's a done deal. So it's Mexico's tomorrow. So Enzo Fernandez will be next.
So if we look at what this kid has done so far, we can as well just call him our best striker now. But it's a different ball game because we don't know how he's going to turn out when he gets on the pitch and in the Premier League. But looking at like from a football perspective, from a football inside, what he's done so far, you can say, okay, he's our best striker. So that's what we have to do. We just have to give Porter the players he needs, his requirements as soon as possible. Then we can say, okay, maybe it's good enough. Maybe it's not good enough. Maybe we need another coach. Maybe we don't need another coach. But something Porter has to do, either if he's good enough or if he's not good enough, is something he needs to do. Either he gets his requirements or not. Something he needs, he must do, he should do, is he needs to improve our position in the league. We cannot finish 8th. I don't care what his excuse is going to be at the end of the season.
Abdul, if Stephen and Co are the people that travel. See, people are the people that travel all over a lot. Hey, 90% of the fan base want him out.
If he finishes 8th, okay, then he has to take all the blame. This is how the game goes. If he does not move Chelsea away from this 8th, but in my own opinion, I think he can do it. Even if we don't improve the squad, even if we don't improve the team, I think he can do it. But let's wait and see.
We'll see. Mr. Henke, oh yeah, talk your talk. Happy New Year, brother. Another
Happy New Year, man.
2023, another Chelsea depression after the World Cup. Lord help us, Lord. Why has it been this all the way this? I'm not happy, but we move.
We move. Shout out the panel, shout out people watching.
Guys, like the vid, guys. So,
like the vid.
Chelsea, give me your take on Potter, Todd, Chelsea. What the heck is going on, bro?
Abdullahi, I said it before. I said it in 2022, man. The season's done. Season's finished. Season's finished. It's done, bro. It's done. It's okay. I know people are upset or unhappy. I saw the writing on the wall, to be honest with you. But it's like, we're just rebuilding, man. We're rebuilding, and it's going to take some time. It's going to hurt as well. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be games like this because the 90-minute... the game was like the Bournemouth game, to be honest. I hope people realize the trends in both games. The first half, even though this game wasn't any real chances created, first half, yeah, we're okay. Then the second half, we just defended for the rest of the half, man. And it's not... We can't control a game against Nottingham Forest. It's the sad truth. And, I'm not really going to, analyze the players. You could just tell most of them aren't good enough to be playing. That's just the sad truth. We haven't signed a midfielder in 4 years, and it's looking like it's catching up with us now. You understand? Sorry, just to get this out of the way, I'm not a hater of this guy, but Conor Gallagher.
Woo!
Conor Gallagher, you can't step on the pitch and do that, bro. I'm not even his biggest here. I'm that. I still think the guy has a role in this team. I still think he could come in and provide useful minutes, because I've seen him play.
Not in the double pivot though. No,
of course, not in the two-man midfield. But my God, bro, my God, nah. And I was watching the game with my Arsenal friends. Imagine, and I don't know if we're going to talk about them later, but imagine I was watching my game. These men, when Paul brought on Aubameyang, these men were laughing. They were laughing, bro. They're laughing. The team stinks. Look, I don't care what no one could convince me this team is good. The team stinks. This is why I get slightly annoyed when guys are saying, "Oh, Ziyech, Ziyech can come in here," and Peter. These guys are trash. Team stinks, bro. The team stinks, and the thing is, I don't know if anyone else obviously is your day starts right. You see the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Aspie starting. I already knew what time it was. As soon as I saw Aspie starting, I already prepared myself for what's gonna happen. Every time I see Aspie, I feel like the chances of Chelsea winning drastically drops.
Okay, we play Man City. We are done. We are done.
No, City, we should bow down anyway for the good of the league. We should bow down. That game, we should lose. We should go out there and actually try and lose. Although even if we play well, we're probably still losing. But Abdullahi, bro, this team. And the thing one more thing is Todd, Boehly and those guys, I get it. I'm happy with Enzo Fernandez who we signed him because I feel like that's a profile we need. But Benoit Badiashile, who I don't think is bad, if they were actually serious about the position isn't good enough, they should have signed a backup right back already. They're looking at it already. That should be Abdullahi. That should be one of the first acquisitions.
Well, to be fair, I don't think they counted on James getting injured that quickly into his.
It's no, but the thing is, this should have been. The thing is, though, we all know this should have been done in the summer. We should have had a backup right back in the summer, not Aspie. Not Aspie.
But that's the thing. In the summer, we signed our backup right back, which was Aspilicueta, to a new 2-year deal. So that's on the previous board and Tuchel, because Aspie wanted to leave himself. Tuchel forced him to stay and sign a 2-year contract.
It's stupid. Now it's just glaring. It's just glaring how bad that is. I could analyze the whole team. I could analyze the whole team, but I'm at this point. I'm tired because it's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again. The Bournemouth game went exactly like this game. We just won the game.
100%.
We just won the game.
You are sick in the head. Stop.
We just won the game. We're not good. Like I don't. That's what's gonna annoy me. Is that when people are going to tell me Ziyech and Pulisic and Kai? No, we suck.
Can I just echo a couple of points that NK made, which were fantastic, because like there's a lot of parallels between this team and some of the Arsenal teams that I've seen over recent years, where they're physically so weak. There's a lot of players who are just so fugazi, where they look decent on the eye, but in reality they just offer nothing to the game. And I'm sure the Arsenal fan here can relate. And even the fact that before it was Arsenal that was signing our has-beens in Petr Cech, David Luiz, and that, and now we're the ones with Aubameyang up front for us. Like, it just, even when he signed, I was like, first of all, I was outspoken saying that he's not going to bank for us. He's going to be a flop. He might have 1 or 2 good games and he's going to die out here, like all the other number 9s do. But it's just the fact that it doesn't make sense why we would sign Arsenal's like leftovers. He was clearly their leftovers. Yeah, he went to Barcelona, did a couple of things, cool, but he was never going to make sense here. And obviously now he's flopping. It is what it is. And then also the last thing I want to just echo was, again, we can draw out so many players from today's performance. Again, Mount was terrible. Kai had a good 20 minutes, but he was offered nothing up front. Sterling, other than his tap-in, what did he do? Jorginho, terrible. Aspie, it is what it is. We know what he does. Cucurella, my goodness, bro, you're looking like a fraud right now. It's looking bad. It's looking bad right now for you, man. But Conor Gallagher. Conor Gallagher, yeah. The funny thing is, because I've said from time again, don't play this guy in the pivot. When he's played in the pivot for us in 2 back-to-back pre-seasons, he stunk the place out. Again, Arsenal pre-season, stunk the place out. The season before last pre-season, I forgot who he was, but he didn't look great in the pivot. I've always said play him in the shadow 10 if you're going to play him at all. He gives us energy.
But it wasn't
decent in the final third in terms of shooting.
He played Kovacic, Gallagher, and Chukwuemeka together. That wasn't a pivot.
He came on for Jorginho. He's basically playing in like the pivot with cover and then playing a bit ahead, like in the Zakaria role where you were kind of giving a bit more license to bomb on. But again, this is the thing with his performance, right? His performance transcends what position you play on the pitch, because he didn't have the composure that a Chelsea player should have. He didn't have the technical security that a Chelsea player should have. And his decision making, my Lord in heaven, it was abysmal. And then even little things like you have 2 yards of space to bring the ball down and make a decision, to even, like, let's say, even make a decision. And he chooses just to hoof it. You choose to hoof it 40 yards. I'm like, bro, this is big Chelsea Football Club, bro. We are the Sunday night kickoff on Sky Sports main event, New Year's Day. The whole world is watching. You can't be doing shit like that, bro. This isn't Crystal Palace. Are you mad? So, it's just embarrassing, bro. I got my friends talking to me about this Conor Gallagher unit in our midfield, bro. And again, that's the least of our problems if you really deep it. So, hey, that's why I said, for me, Chelsea fans, don't take this season too deep. Don't get depressed over it. We accepted our season's done. It can only get worse by if Arsenal win the league. Now, that makes it 10 times worse. But if that doesn't happen, just accept this as an L. You won't be in Champions League next season. Cool, it is what it is. We use that as a chance to flush out all these bums. And we hope that Christopher Vivell and all of the other people that we've recruited in the board that Todd Boehly's got, because we've got a mad recruitment team now. If you look at their resumes,
Edward might join in June also too. Edward might join in June too.
Yeah, Marcus Edwards might join in June, so that would be great. But again, it's a lot of chefs in one kitchen, so we'll see how it works. But if it does work, we've got the infrastructure in place to go and build a squad that's not going to just challenge for a champion.
And that is when I'm going to forward. That's when I'm going to judge Potter. That's when I'm going to judge Potter, because now you bring in a new recruitment and scout into. This is where I'm going to be like, now Potter, the board are backing you. Now show us what you get as a manager.
Sorry, let me to just wrap up. I don't even look at it like a Potter thing. Like, I don't look at it like, this guy is. It's at this point it's squad building. Like, you're building a squad good enough for a manager that you see his philosophy can blend in. Like, there should be, like, let's just say, for example, right? Not the end of the season, the end of the season afterwards, right? The Chelsea jobs available. There should be a catalogue of coaches wanting to manage this team based on the talent on paper. regardless. So that's why I don't really look at it like, for me now anyway, I don't care who the coach is. This team is trash. And the thing is, I'm like, there's going to be Chelsea fans here that are saying, "Oh, Tuchel should have never been." This guy Tuchel lost to Leeds 3-0. Like, I don't think people understand the way we started off the season. Like, and if this guy's the supposed tactical genius that he is, and he can't crack his head around Leeds, that tells me everything I need to know. The team's trash.
Jibs, I will Jibs, I'm gonna put in the timeout. If you say that word out right now, I'm gonna just put in the timeout. Excuse me, what? I've suffered enough. What the heck is going on with you, bro? Excuse me. Stop there. Stop there. Stop.
It just is what it is at this point. It just is what it is. Like, just charge it to the game and move on. It's gonna be there's gonna be results like this. I just hope people are ready. Like, it's not good.
Co-host, your take on Potter and what's going on, the latest. Look, I know what you told me after that match. I'm like, okay.
Wait, who's big bro? Sorry, who's big bro?
S7. That's S7.
Okay. All right.
What you told me after the match?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, there's a big decision is going to happen.
With regards to
Potter's been called in for emergency meeting.
Oh, what the?
Excuse me?
No,
What?
I don't even believe that for a second. But if that's true, then
Yeah, he could be sacked, or they could give him more time. Let's see what
That's
comes
still
out
cap.
of
There's no way they're sacking
I
him this
believe
early.
that's
cap.
tremendous
That's
cap.
cap.
It's not cap. It's not cap.
I believe that's tremendous cap. That's just because
they're not happy with some players. If you look at players at full time, they just sit on the bench and don't move and just look at each other. It's not a good sign, man. And
it's a despondent dressing room because no doubt if we are
they don't respect this manager.
Looking at this football, thinking it's appalling football, which has been for the last 13 months. And of course, the players aren't going to be happy. So I'm not surprised that there's uprest in the dressing room, but I'm sure it's not to the point where they're reviewing Potter's job because
they are.
I can
tell you that right now. They are.
So your sources are saying that they're reviewing right now.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's been called in tomorrow morning for an emergency meeting. Could get more time, or he could get sacked.
Let me see what my sources are saying before I talk more.
Yeah, please, because
wait.
To be honest, again,
emergency meeting with Potter.
Again, to be honest, let me just.
That's when I'm gonna have a big.
I've lied. To be honest with you, when it comes to stuff like this with me, I just keep my head down, man. Until I hear Fabrizio tell me something, I'm not gonna like any with transfers, with news, with Chelsea news. I'm really I'm not listening at this point. I'm really not. Honestly.
Until we see it tapped in at the back post and it's
I'm not listening.
Literally 1 minute injury time left. Okay, yeah, maybe then we can talk about it.
I was
no way that can be real, you know. That's real, then you guys are in trouble, man.
I was hearing what's signing Diogo Costa. He's not here. Like
co-host. The thing is, what are they calling Potter in for?
The results. They're not happy with the results. They're not happy where we are in the table, and they're not happy what players have been telling Todd and stuff. And they're not happy
you
with
guys
the
are finished. If that's true, you guys are actually finished.
They're not happy with the training methods as well.
Yeah.
So
well, let's just play this game. Let's just play this hypothetical game where
he's not happy because he's not playing any of the youth players, and he's meant to be playing them.
So
he's not playing.
NK, 2 seconds, please. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
So are they meant to? I mean, is Potter meant to?
He's meant to be playing the youth, and he's not playing them.
So time out. Sorry, Abdul, I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, so, do they think this nigga is God?
So no. Do they think this team is better than what they're delivering now?
Basically, yeah, they think he's God. They basically think he's God.
So you want to play the youth whilst winning games.
Well, that's the senior, and you know what's going to happen? The senior players are going to start moaning.
Coming to the job.
That's
the win games, play the youth, and satisfy the experienced players' needs as well. Like
that doesn't make any sense to me. That's
actually impossible.
It's not impossible. That's what they said to him when he got the job.
Let me just say this. before. If
So
they
are
sack
you
this
saying
guy,
they should be playing
if they sack this guy, I'm gone.
Chukwuemeka ahead of
Yeah, he's meant to be playing Hutchinson. All
Yeah,
them
but
lot.
then if we
He
play those
doesn't.
two, then we're
No, but
benching
He doesn't
Sterling
play
or
them.
Mason
He's
Mount, and
better.
then they're not going
Hutchinson
to
is
be
better
happy.
than Sterling. He's better than
But forward,
Pulisic.
I never said he
What's
wasn't.
that?
I want
wait,
Hutchinson
guys,
to play.
coach, wait, Steve, forward. I said this before I said it. I said if Mason Mount, Kai Havertz, Aubameyang, Sterling, and Co are not fighting, lack mentality. Can you play the youth? We're gonna give that hope for the shade. At least if I'm losing, let me get annoyed on the youth because they're actually putting their heart out. Not medical player paying huge wages of money. I'm not performing. I'm gonna get pissed off because they're getting a lot of wages. I'm not performing.
Abdullah, I'm sorry.
Playing, I'm happy about that. I will get frustrated, but I will be something I can see is the youth people that make a mistake. I understand.
Yeah, but Mason Mount is a young lad as well. Kai Havertz is young.
The level of Aubameyang and Co, Mason, Raheem Sterling. No.
Abdullah, let me just say this: if this is true, whatever, like I'm gonna say a huge if this is true and that they're calling him for me, if they sack this guy Grandpa, I'm supporting Newcastle. I'm not supporting this team anymore.
The problem here is, look, the management themselves. Why did you offer him a 5 years?
I'm not doing it, man.
That's the question.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. No, if they sack him, I'm not doing it.
He brings a big question on the decision making as well.
Let me just say this on if we were to sack him, right? In this hypothetical world that they actually are having this meeting, and let's say we get battered by Man City and we go and sack him, right? Like, okay, that is obviously terrible, like management of the club because you've just given this guy a 5-year deal. So business-wise, it makes no sense.
Yeah, but you have to look who made the decision to bring this guy to the club.
Yeah, but why offer him 5 years?
So then sacking him in 2 months would make literally no sense. But again, that's cool. Like, let's just say that happens, right? What are we really mad at it? Because again, it's so short, right? And we obviously understand that these players are the issue, right? But what has Potter done to show anybody here that he's the guy to carry this club forward? Because for me, again, I'm looking for it. I'm staying patient. I want to give him time to show me that. But so far, I've not seen any of that yet. That convinces me he's worth giving even a full season. Let's say like Arteta type of grace to go and prove that.
Yeah, but Arteta finished 8th though, man, in his first season.
Yeah, he finished 8th, but you can see a little bit of progression in attitude from the players. The players did respect
the players
him.
were shit. No.
No.
You
see what he did with Aubameyang. He was slamming his authority there.
If Aubameyang wasn't scoring, we weren't doing nothing, bro. That was Arsenal.
You saw what he did with Ozil as well. He made his authority known in the team, saying, "Hey, I'm the boss here."
You see that thing that's reported? I believe that's fake. I don't believe that's real because your club spent like 40 million pounds to get him in the first place.
My question is just for you Chelsea fans here. What have you seen anything so far that makes you confident in Potter? Any more confident when we sign him?
No.
Because for me, I like Potter before we
there
signed.
like a lemon or sits there like a lemon. He's scared to put his fucking hands out and tell a player to do something.
Again, let me just be clear. I liked Potter before he came in. I thought that this was too big of a step for him to manage us, but so far I'm looking really hard, but I've not seen anything that makes me think,
but
get us.
But like, Look at
Kepa. What about Kepa?
Spurs has got the same situation.
You guys start playing on the back four.
They got a world-class manager, but they don't have the quality
Spurs
players.
has Antonio Conte, who would demand eye from them.
Abdullah.
No.
Wait.
You guys are being unfair.
Oliver, I get what you said. Conte knows how to win the league.
Yeah, but if you don't have the resources, you can't do anything. So same for Chelsea as well. We can sack Potter for all we like. If the players are not there,
now
you can't do
blame
much.
that on Tottenham Hotspur board because they have to back Conte and for him to challenge and win. Chelsea brought the sack Tuchel. I understand, and you are bringing Potter to what?
But that's not Abdullah. He could turn around to you and say that's not my players. I haven't even got my first play in the window.
You tell me one of the players that made impact in our squad this season. Tell me one.
None.
You know what's funny? And
that was even on the Tuchel was the same. The players were struggling.
Yeah, but it's different though because they're struggling for a different reason now. Under Tuchel and the first bit of Potter, they were struggling because they couldn't break down low blocks.
We were being smashed by Southampton.
Now they're struggling because teams are literally just outplaying them. So now you just have
we got outplayed as well.
Y'all don't think you guys are getting outplayed. You're just getting outworked, and that's just a mentality.
It's as simple as that. The midfield can't handle intensity of a 90-minute game. They can't do it. And at time, Bournemouth FC.
Yeah,
Bournemouth FC. It was exactly the same as we saw today. So I don't get Leeds. You could have any lock or
Enki.
we're losing the game.
I
Simple as that.
Like,
bodied Khalidou Koulibaly.
look, it
I am
just tells you the
ashamed that
situation
this
we are right now. You put in a Conor
I'm
Gallagher to
blaming
play
winter on
for
that,
you
bro. I'm
in the
blaming the
second
winter.
half. He made our team worse. You know,
It
unfortunately,
just is. I'm not
Chelsea's
even
standard.
angry. I'm actually not even angry. Like, it's gonna be tough. Like, that's just the truth.
But I
It's
don't
gonna
think
be hard. It's gonna be late nights in the
Chimere.
15th.
Oh yeah, talk, Mr. Chimere. Yes, sir. Talk. You guys got the hack, so you guys are chilling. Don't relax, enjoy.
I don't know, bro. To be honest with you, bro, like,
Hey,
we can blame
can you bring
Potter,
up?
but I don't
Can you
really
bring up
see.
vote for your feet comment? His comment up.
I don't really see a manager making a big difference,
No,
bro.
the
in this
other
game.
one, the other one.
Like from what I see from Chelsea, I don't really see any manager coming in, bro, and making a big difference. Because, bro, you could look at Potter, but when you saw Tuchel, like, bro, Chelsea were awful even with Tuchel this year.
Yeah.
Like in the beginning of the season, they were like, bro, teams were battering them, playing them. And that's Tuchel, who's an elite manager. But the issue is if you're getting rid of Tuchel, who's an elite manager, when you get rid of an elite manager, you have to have another guy in that's on this level. Because Potter isn't the kind of coach that's going to come in and be a Tuchel. He's a coach. He's still learning. He's still improving as a coach. He's now, you know what I'm saying? He has been a coach for a really long time. He's a good coach, like for Brighton. But he's not that kind of coach where you can come in and you expect to win trophies with him. He's not that kind of guy. He's a guy that's good at rebuilding young players, trying to ingratiate a style of play, trying to build a culture. But that's not. I don't think that's what Chelsea goes for. But what I'm saying is, like, even with Potter, like, he hasn't shown me much. But at the end of the day, like, you've been missing Reece James for a large portion, who's arguably your best player, probably your best player. Conte's been missing for almost the whole season.
Conte's
That's
played
the
2
best
games this
midfielder.
season.
Ben Chilwell is there as well.
It's hard to for any player, any manager, any team to build a consistent rhythm when you have players coming in and out. You have managers getting sacked. Nobody's staying healthy the whole season. There's a new lineup every week. It's hard to build a rhythm that way. It's impossible. Like, I just think it's not a good season in general. Like, this season's just a write-off. I don't think you guys should go too crazy. Like, this season is a write-off, Next season, you guys sit down, cool. After everybody cools down, figure out what the plan is for the future. Then when you have the guys who you want to keep, the guys who you want to get rid of. But figure out what you want to do, what the plan is. If you want to win titles or you want to have a rebuilding plan, then go from there.
You gotta rebuild first.
Yeah, like that's what you guys gotta figure out. But this season is just a write-off because there's too many injuries, players aren't staying healthy. Man, you know what I'm saying? There's just no rhythm in the team.
Have you seen the body language of the players? It's
the body
terrible.
Language is poor.
It's terrible. You know what? Let's keep Potter on one side. The players' body language is questionable. It's bad. It's terrible. Like, I'm like, don't you guys want to win as a player yourself? Like, you don't get motivated. Something is wrong. It's not just about Potter, yeah. It's bad.
But Oliver, would you be motivated if you went to work and knowing that you've been playing terrible football for the last 13 months? Because that's what's happened. And to be honest, I don't look forward to watching these games. Why would these players look forward to playing dead football? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but there's a common denominator. Like, because it's one thing for us to say it as fans, because there's nothing we can do about it. We can only complain. They're the ones actually play the game. Who play better? Like,
exactly.
The thing is, they're trying to play better. They're getting sorry, Abdullahi, but the thing is, they're trying to play better, right? They're getting all the messages fed into them about you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to work harder. I'm sure they get all these motivational speeches about this, that, the other. Do it for your family, do it for the fans, do it for your own careers, and then they maybe try and it doesn't work. And then you get, again, in the last 13 months, I don't say this like just for saying sake. We've played terrible football since the day that we slapped up Juventus 4-0, and then obviously Chilwell got injured. Since then, I can only count on one hand the amount of good performances that I think are acceptable for Chelsea. One of them was away at the Bernabeu. One of them was where we slapped up Southampton away from home. And there's only a couple more other than that in that period of time. So again, for these players who've been playing that terrible football, and you almost know for a fact that we're going to go out onto that pitch today, win, lose or draw, the football's going to be pretty uninspiring. I'm not surprised that now their mentality is almost like they don't care. Not that they don't care, but they just find it hard to bring it out of them because they know they're playing terrible football.
Before I ask you a question then. So do you think they need to a squad overall a la Arsenal style? I think you need to.
We don't need Arsenal style. We don't have the patience, please. Who's going to wait 18 years for trophy? No way.
Listen. I said squad overall. Like,
Yeah, that's fair enough. Not
No, but if you want to, but SK, if you want to do that, that's what I'm saying. So what do you as a fan? Do you
I
guys
got
want
bad
to
news
win,
for you,
or do you want to
bro.
rebuild? Because
What?
from what I'm seeing with this team, you have to rebuild because this team is not. I don't see any manager going to be in position to get this team a challenge
I do
soon.
agree. Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just too many holes in the team. So like, I feel like you're gonna have to have a rebuild.
But Chimere, I also noticed something in which I think most of Chelsea fans are not talking about. Potter is failing to take responsibility as a manager, and that, as a fan, is annoying me. Yes, we'll lose matches, we'll play crap, but
like
as a manager, you have to take responsibility. The amount of time you come to press conference and post-match reaction, sometimes I feel like breaking my TV because it's annoying. I don't want to hear. It's like little baby talking and crying.
He wants to be friends with everyone in the team, and that's annoying.
I hate it, Olua.
Call the players are not good enough. Call them out.
I am
annoyed. Call them out. Tell them they're garbage.
No. Time out. Because again, sorry. Because I don't think this is true, right? But it does. How sensible is it for a manager who's been there for 3 months, who knows he has to ingratiate himself with the players, who apparently no. What about Olu? Apparently, this is what I've been told just now, that there's going to be an emergency meeting.
Yeah, there's a meeting in the morning. So he could go there, he could get sacked, or he could get more time. It's one.
But that's gonna look bad on the management.
Well, that's on Todd, innit? What can we do?
Because it's gonna look terrible on them.
Shitty fucking.
Why did you offer him a 3-year five-year contract?
Stephen, why did you start the rumor? Why did you start the rumor, bro?
No, but
I had enough.
But Abdullah, do you know when I knew that Chelsea was awful? Because because it's Nottingham Forest game. I knew Nottingham are awful what they've been getting for him, but Nottingham, because when we played Nottingham, it was a cakewalk. And I was like, man, Chelsea should beat Nottingham. But the fact that Nottingham actually outplayed you guys, I was like, nah, bro, this is a crisis.
Chimere, in the second half, Nottingham Forest had 68%.
I'm not sure we had a shot on target as well.
Chelsea had
a shot in the second half, bro.
And I feel like crying.
Abdullah, I just want to say something briefly. I don't think the management will want to sack Potter now. You know why? If they wanted, instant success, they wouldn't have gone for Potter at all.
Exactly. Come on.
Yeah, I think they have a plan for the long term, to be honest, and that's why they give me 5 years and they brought in an average coach like Potter. If they're looking for instant success, they'll have gone for a world-class manager from onset.
I mean, if we're to think about this, right? Maybe the meeting tomorrow isn't about getting sacked. Maybe they're trying to figure out, okay, like, who do you want out of the squad? Because meeting doesn't have to necessarily
SK, you don't need to have this is why I think it's cap, right? But you don't need to have, you should know for the last 6 months, you should know prior to your pre-interview questions should be, what players do you this should be known. You don't need to talk about these things. This should be known. This is why like,
yeah, but you have to keep in mind though, he literally came into the job in the middle of the season, so why would this just be known if he's never had a preseason to even figure that out? No, but Tuchel was kind of I would get rid of these players.
You go into a job previously, you look at the squad. You in your mind immediately, okay, it could change throughout the season. All right, cool. But in your mind, you have a player that, oh yeah, this guy could play in my system. This guy can't. Oh, this guy could do something. This guy can't. Like it's.
Yeah, but NK, even with that being said,
I don't get this. I don't get this. Like, I don't know why this is even a discussion. To be honest, like I don't get it.
I'm looking at this in a Todd Boehly business orientation, because as a business orientation, you brought in a business and there's no success in the business. You have to question the hierarchy in that business, which is the manager, the executive, and the deputy and stuff. You have to question that. So Potter has to be questioned if the tools is being given, is being left with, it's not working, because that will be the competition of the owner that, okay, we brought you in certain months. What is the progress we're getting? Like what Abdul said, Chelsea Football Club cannot finish 8th or 9th. That is unheard of.
It's not unheard. We finished 10th.
Under Mourinho, we are worse in his second spell.
What's unheard of?
Yes, but because we know it's Mourinho.
No, but Abdullah, you can't sack. Abdullah, you can't.
No, but that one was because the players didn't try.
Abdullah, if you're gonna sack Potter now, man, you have to be sure. You got to be sure, because you can't be sacking 3 managers in 1 year.
It will look bad on the management themselves.
Like, unless you know for sure the next manager you hire is the guy
that has a plan that can take the club forward. I wouldn't say Todd.
I said it. We have 3 managers out right now that are available. And I don't know if they're talking to them.
No. Abdullah, with the way we are going, I don't think it's just about panic bringing in any world-class coach. No. They're bringing in all this recruitment team for a reason. And that's the reason why they brought in an average coach in Porter from the onset. I give him 5 years. So just 3 months into the... Is it up to 3 months? I'm not sure.
It's stupid. Olua is so stupid. It's
and
so
just to emphasize how stupid it would be, he's on a 12 million per year contract over 5 years. Do the math, that's 60 million pound contract. On top of the compensation that we paid to Brighton to get him out of their club.
We didn't just bring only him, we brought his staff as well. So I don't think it's just going to be that rapid.
It's comfortably over 100 million, let's see. All told, it's comfortably over 100 million. Are we going to spend that in 3 months? I highly doubt it.
Nah, I feel like
but
Graham Potter, what is
2 seconds, sorry. What I want to say is it right to make the assumption that this post-World Cup is actually the beginning of Potter's management at Chelsea, because he was brought in like almost in a kind of like fire brigade kind of scenario. He was just hired. He didn't know anything about the club. Everything changed for him. He didn't know the players. He didn't know the environment. He's not managed at this level. So are we saying like it's fair to say he's gone through an adaptation phase, or the few weeks, the previous few weeks has been his adaptation phase into Chelsea? Is it correct to say that, or to assume this way? If it's correct to assume this way, so we can now say, okay, let's start assessing him proper on football post World Cup, and post World Cup he's only gone through 2 games. So what has he done wrong in those 2 games to warrant him being fired? I mean, I'm saying if we're going to fire him, what warrants him to be fired now?
Well, I mean, other than Kohos, I don't think anybody wants him to be fired right now. I think Kohos wants him to be fired. That's why he's hoping these emergency talks are true and they're going to get him out of it.
Is it right to start questioning Porter now?
It's not right at all. It's stupid. Exactly. It'll be
I don't think it's right to. I don't think it's right to question him, like in terms of like to say that he's not. You know what? For me, I think it's wrong to say that. Oh, you know what? He's not the guy based on what we've seen so far. But I think it's still right to analyze what we're seeing, because we can still talk about what we're seeing, right? And what we're seeing isn't great football. It's not entirely different to what we saw on the Tuchel. Now, in terms of assessing what he's done the 2 games back from the World Cup, I can look at it and say, okay, you've gone to a more traditional 4-3-3 / really a 4-2-3-1 with Mount in the 10. Okay, you've got kind of Zakaria playing the hybrid pivot role where you're kind of doing a Jordan Henderson thing where you're kind of like going into the attack, although you're really naturally a defensive midfielder. You're kind of leaving Jorginho a bit isolated in a pivot role, which he's kind of good in a solo pivot, but he's normally better when he's got players around him, like we've seen it under Sarri ball.
Kante,
obviously, that's why he struggled a lot in the second half, especially when you've got Zakaria catapulting ahead of him. Mount's not dropping deep to receive the ball, so we're struggling.
Then you brought in Gallagher. What?
Yes, and there's all of that. And again to your point, again, I don't. Sorry, who was it that asked the question?
It was
That's me.
AB. So you said that, like, again, you couldn't fault Potter on what we saw from today, and I get a large part of that's because these players are terrible. They're in terrible form, low on confidence, all of that. But I still have to question some of your tactical sense in this game. And again, let's be honest, guys. How many clear-cut chances did we create? Like, I remember Pulisic had a scuff shot, which I believe came from like kind of like a second phase kind of thing, which I don't think really count as us creating much. The goal itself came from a freak ricochet.
Crappy goal
from Pulisic, cross came in, freak clearance goes onto the bar. Sterling poaches, great. But despite having full control of that first half, what did we create? Nothing. And again, that also is obviously a lot on the players. But I look at Potter. I don't know if you really influenced that enough from the bench to improve that.
So if we're looking at it and say, those 2 games is what we're going to be using to assess Potter, okay? Are we saying he should carry 100% of the responsibility of us not being as effective in these last 2 games?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't even think of. I wouldn't even look at it as attributing percentages, but I have to judge him as a coach himself because he's doing the job right now. So I
Yeah,
have to
there are a
judge
lot
him.
of things that are questionable.
Again,
Yeah, let's be real.
I have
The
to look at
first
him and
game
see
against
what he's doing.
Bournemouth.
Again, it's not all
What
on
I'm trying to
Potter.
say
Just to be
is, what I'm trying to
clear,
say
it's not
is,
all on Potter. But obviously, because again, we've looked at these players for a long time,
There's
and we
some
have
on
our
Potter,
own.
to be honest. His
But
changes, his
wait,
tactics. Second half
let me
of the
just finish.
game.
Let me just finish this point, right? Which is, I just want to quickly say that again. All of these players, we can have our revisionism and all these players of it's Mount. We look at him pre and post the Euros last year or 2 years ago now or whatever. Like we can look at all these players. Koulibaly since he's joined, Jorginho, like everything. But again, we assessed Tuchel when he was here and what he was doing and what he was doing great in the first season, what he did okay-ish in the second season, and then how it flopped in the third season. Now we have to look at Potter, and again, from what I've seen so far, I'm not seeing great signs that give me confidence he's gonna take us to being a title challenging team in the next 2-3 years. Again, it's early days, of course. Yes, times to prove me wrong, hopefully, or to win me over. But so far, I'm not seeing good things. And again, that's why I go to anybody here. If you've seen anything very good, tell me. Give me, and the rest of Chelsea fans here confidence that you know what, we should stick by him 100% because so far I'm not seeing it in his tactical element of how he's setting up the team. And in the press conferences, again, I don't like to judge managers too harshly on press conferences because they all have different demeanors. Some can be showmen and be all braggadocious and have this great charisma, but they're not actually good coaches. So that it doesn't really mean anything. But his mundane attitude and the way he explains football in the press conferences, and he's using all this British jargon like we tried hard, we worked our socks off, and sometimes it can go that way in the Premier League. I don't want to hear all that nonsense, bro. Like, tell me why you're playing shit football, bro. Like, this football's not good enough. So again, for me, I'm just not happy with what I'm seeing. And so far, you have a lot to prove to me that you're actually able to manage the pressure of being a Chelsea manager because it's different to Brighton, different to Swansea, different to Ostersund. We need to see a lot more.
But the thing is,
Because
this team has not competed for 5 seasons. I don't know what Potter is meant to do in 3 months. He's not. This team has not competed. I'm not saying they haven't finished top 4 or they haven't done well, but they have not competed. They've not challenged for the title in 5 seasons. So what is Potter going to do in 3 months? I don't know.
Cannot make small mistakes like playing Gallagher in the pivot. Like that's a small mistake that Tuchel made signing against Leeds, who are the best pressing side in the league.
It's not playing Gallagher in the pivot.
He brought him on in the pivot today. That was one
did
mistake.
Today.
That was one mistake among many mistakes, but that was one mistake that I didn't like at all. I don't think anybody with talent ID should be seeing that and thinking Gallagher can play in the pivot when we're chasing the game. It shouldn't happen.
Gallagher, if we're to be honest, that's why I'm saying let's cut it down to football, right? If Gallagher as a footballer can actually play any position in the midfield three. He has the ability.
But he's not good in the pivots. Let's be real.
The thing is, hold on. But the thing is, he is not strong enough to play at this level. What am I gonna do? Like feed him 50 times a day? He's not strong enough. You have to look at this
physicality, though. It's your ability to your technical security. It's ability to make the right decisions, like we were discussing earlier. His decision making isn't great, but that's just one thing that I didn't like. I mean, I also don't like that you're starting Aspilicueta at right back. He's been poor when he's played there in recent times.
No option.
Why not try out Chalobah maybe at right back? He's got the physical ability to do it. He can cope better with fast wingers like Brennan Johnson.
He makes Chalobah sign a new contract, then he doesn't play him. What a fucking joke.
And Chalobah, he was very good. He was our best centre back before leading up to the World Cup.
No.
You know, he was Thiago Silva, but he was in really good form. He didn't really deserve to be dropped 2 games in a row. So
I mean, if you look at the team, I cannot say, what's his name? Aspi was the poorest player.
He was pretty poor.
He was terrible, man.
He was pretty poor.
Terrible.
But it's not Potter's fault. Cesar is still in the club. That's on Tuchel.
Exactly.
The team was average today. But I can't single out Aspi and say he's the worst player.
Not at all. There's many.
I was just bringing up one of the things that I disagree with.
I'm making reference to what the things he's throwing out. The thing forward is throwing up. So the thing is, what I'm getting is, it seems when the result doesn't go our way, we have a template of argument. Oh, Aspi is rubbish.
But he is though.
This. And this is this.
He is.
No, but you cannot ignore the whole team. You have to look at.
Of course not. No, that's why I said we. That's why.
But you're singing the same song. You're singing the same song. If you, tomorrow morning, if you go on the radio, it's still going to be the same argument. Oh, it's because of Aspi's fault.
No, we're not saying it's because. No, we're not saying. No.
You don't understand. Let's look at it from a footballing side of things. Number one.
Yes.
Potter cannot do anything with a team that's not competed for 5 seasons in 3 months. He cannot do that.
Of
Number
course.
two, if the quality is lacking, right? How quickly are we trying to get this quality to Potter? I have a feeling that Chelsea is going as fast as they can if you follow the reports that are in place. Number three is can Potter actually deliver at this level? Nobody knows. But there's 1,000,001
The
pieces.
job's too big for him. Let's be real here.
But like
Hold on.
Abdul, the issue is not for him to compete with the league, with the big boys. No, don't compete. The bare minimum. Get the boys to play football. That's the bare minimum.
What is football? What is football? Define football to me. What is football?
For me, football is like
competing
all the players on the pitch
pitch.
understand what they're meant to be doing. And a lot of times I see these players receive the ball and they don't know where to go.
Newcastle's not going to win the league, but you can see them play and compete.
No, Oluwa, please drop that argument. Don't say Newcastle cannot win the league.
No, I'm saying they're not. Look, I'm saying they're playing, they're competing, but they're not playing to say they want to win the league. You can see the fight in the players.
No, Newcastle is competing. I'm not saying they're going to win the league. Newcastle is serious. Did you see the disappointment in Newcastle players' faces after the game?
No, it's not even about this season. Even from last season, ending of last season, you can see the fight in the players.
Look at the attitude of their players.
That's what I'm saying. Potter needs to start getting our players to bring the attitude as well. Whether it's good enough to win the league or not, let them get playing.
Did Eddie Howe did he do it in 3 months?
He changed
last season. They were playing better. They're playing better than what we're playing now.
Newcastle were about to get relegated before they got Eddie Howe.
They changed. He changed the culture pretty quickly.
He should have got manager of the season last season for sure. He got them playing quickly. It didn't take him that long. And again, I'm not even judging Potter by that benchmark, but if you compare him to Eddie Howe at that point, Eddie Howe didn't take long to get his methods across. And again, for Potter, you've been here now 3-4 months. Obviously, in playing time, he's only maybe had 2.5 games worth of playing time, but you still had enough time around the club to get your feet wet, to understand the players that you have.
And you know the funny part, their best player Maxima is not even playing, and they're playing good.
He needs to do more. He needs for me, I just want to see more from Potter.
But guys,
that he's that guy.
You know what's ironic? What's ironic? The coach I wanted Chelsea to replace Tuchel with, ironically, was the coach that went to Brighton after Potter.
Went to where?
Yeah. That was who I wanted to replace Tuchel if Chelsea had to get rid of Tuchel, which is ironic because he went to Brighton because Chelsea just ended up getting Brighton's coach. So
I don't think Chelsea, majority of Chelsea supporters know the manager they want. They're going to start giving you
names, random names
and things like that.
No, but I'm saying I was saying that before Chelsea hired Potter is what I'm saying.
I believe Ford. I do get your point. I do get people's points about the football played, but we've seen this. This is my issue. We've seen with Tuchel, right? We've seen with Tuchel when this guy doesn't have Reece James, and I'm sorry, Abdul, I'll keep on saying it. When this guy doesn't have Reece James, and it's gone back to us. Look at the form of this season. Look at the form. So it's
but I'm not.
You could have a tactician.
I'm not saying Aspi is equivalent to Reece James, but who else is used when Reece James is out injured?
No, that's what I'm saying. So can you really blame the guy for the standard of football not being good when?
Yes, you can blame Potter a bit because
most of the good players are injured. Most of the good players have been injured.
Sometimes you look lost on the pitch.
I get it.
Sometimes he can't communicate with his players. Do something, the bare minimum. Come on.
Oluwa, I understand, but
sometimes the sub is awful. I want him to stay, but he's not helping himself. Let's be real. Potter.
Yes, it's
not helping himself. I want him to stay, but he's not helping himself. I can understand, okay, yes, things are not going right. The players don't want to play for you, but let's see some fight in you as a man, as a leader.
Potter's personality is Potter's personality.
I know, Ancelotti is a very quiet manager.
Well, it won't work at Chelsea like that. I'm telling you that now.
Ancelotti is different from Mourinho. Mourinho is different.
I know, Ancelotti is very quiet, but you can see when he needs to, when he's communicating with his players. With Potter, he looked lost.
You can't say he looks lost.
All he does is put his hand on his mouth.
Then he comes out and says the players give everything. Dickhead.
No, but he lacks conviction.
He likes to applaud his opponents a lot in the press conference, saying they played very well, they deserve your points.
No, but if somebody gives everything, They've given everything,
So
but they're not
that's
strong
everything for
enough.
you,
But if
Madrid.
they're not
Is that
strong
everything
enough,
for you?
what are they going
The
to do?
pitch?
No, if the
That's
player
not
is
good
not,
enough. I'm sorry.
but that's
That
not
can't be
Potter's fault.
everything.
If a player is not strong enough, if Pulisic
Oh
is not
no,
strong enough
strong enough to not
to
win
run
a 50-50
100
battle.
meters,
That's not
sorry,
good enough.
No, but
No.
AB, when Potter's saying that they've given everything, he's talking about just in terms of work ethic and running around. And like, don't get me wrong, that is important in football. It's always going to be important in athletic, competitive sports. But I'm sorry, for Chelsea Football Club, it's not. That's a prerequisite. Running,
You give
and
enough
working
without
hard.
shot on target. Is that
Giving,
what's good
giving,
enough?
working,
no,
giving
on my
no, but wait. But the point I'm trying to make is giving everything should mean that you're actually, like, you're producing quality on the pitch. You're actually trying to probe the defense. You're trying to create chances. I wasn't seeing
but you
enough
don't
of
have
that
that
today.
quality.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, forward. That's what I'm saying. Like you've
Don't
seen
have
these
it.
bricks. You've seen these bricks play. You've seen these
We've seen
bricks
them play
play
better
for.
football than we're seeing them playing right now. Like, let's be honest, this a lot of these players won the Champions League. They finished
Yeah.
third in the Premier League.
You
They
said
can
14
produce
months
better football
forward.
than we've
Forward. You
seen.
said 14 months. You said for the past 14. That's a long time.
Hell
That's
of
a
a long
long
time.
time.
Okay, you know
I'm
something?
acclimatized. I think the thing is, I've acclimatized myself to these guys. I know what they are. Like I know.
Okay,
Yeah,
are you going to be telling me?
wait. Okay, because today's match, I just like when I was watching the match because I was like, okay, I want to see something from this player. Maybe I will change my scenario. I was looking at the body languages, their interaction, the way they play, and I'm like, after 20 minutes, I just off the TV because they checked out. After 20 minutes, they checked out. All of them
my
checked
thing
out.
is that clear because I saw Daniel Tillich's tweets. Clearly, just it's clear to see that the board has a profile. They have a specific profile just by the players they've signed as well. There's a profile of players, and I believe that these
and that's on Christopher Vivell.
Exactly. I'm not saying that all of the old heads are gonna go, but there's a specific profile of players we're trying because I feel like these guys are a bit more tactically flexible. I feel like the guys here, unfortunately, are stuck in their ways. They are it's just the truth. I don't.
But like, let me ask you this question: will you tell me the Nottingham Forest player are much better than Chelsea player?
No.
So why can't the Chelsea players win a 50-50 battle with them?
I have to think about that.
Sometimes they might not have the quality.
Why can't they win a physical battle?
You might not have the quality as a player, but your work ethics on the pitch shouldn't be questionable.
I could debate Serge
You can't
Aurier
tell
and
me these
Ashley.
Chelsea players that
You know what I would say to that?
garbage.
You know what I would say to that? You know what I would say to that? In order for you to be an elite team, right, you need more than just work ethic. Like for because obviously,
yeah, but you're playing Nottingham Forest, you're playing Bournemouth. Come on, we're not playing Man City here, please.
Let me answer that.
We're not playing the best teams.
I'm saying that you need more than if you don't have.
You're playing the least team in the league, 19, and you're talking about.
Let me
it's not good enough.
Let me debate that with you. Okay. So the thing is, you are saying the Forest players, are they better than the Chelsea players, right? I think most of them are actually better than Chelsea players physically. Physically, they are better than Chelsea players. I mean, I just saw Awoniyi stand next to Koulibaly, and his chest was as wide as twice of that.
Awoniyi beat Koulibaly in the 50-50 battle.
So,
I am
but
done
that is
in
not
football.
Koulibaly's fault.
2023.
Some other player is stronger than him. That's not Koulibaly's fault. Then it comes to what you're saying, which I agree on you. Then that is where we have to see Potter's hand, right? You know these guys are physical than you, so don't go and play physical football with them. Don't go and play pound for pound football with them. Keep possession, pass around. I believe that argument is a strong argument.
But these boys can't play possession football.
Exactly.
What
They don't have the ability to.
What is this conversation?
The new complicated Chelsea show, man. The new complicated. We need that back, guys. I know I've seen some panelists on here, man. We need to bring that. Abdullah, bring it back on the channel or contact KHH because the streets need to get the complicated Chelsea show back. So, but sorry, go on.
Yeah. Eddie just completed where I was going to with the argument. Now the onus is on the manager to say, look, don't play physical football with these guys. Don't play pound to pound. Let's play possession football. Let's keep the ball. Let's pass around. Let's be more technical, right? But the thing is, the players he has at hand cannot play that quality football, cannot play that possession football. So what do you do?
Exactly.
My only thing with
can't
that
do
is
anything.
again,
You
if you
can't
wanna
do
if you wanna
anything.
play possession
Can't do
football, right?
anything.
It doesn't make sense if you're playing Jorginho on an island by himself and then Zachary, who's meant to be his partner, but you're giving him the license to do the Henderson role where he's bombing on forward, and Jorginho doesn't have those passing combinations next to him to be efficient, because that's where Jorginho thrives best. Again, the reason why I say you play Chalobah over Azpilicueta is because Azpilicueta, again, legend. I respect him. He's good for a back post cross every now and then, but like on the ball, every time he gets the ball, he stays static as he receives the ball. He scans the pitch for what his options are, and then he passes backwards every single time. He's not able to take the ball in motion. He slows down our attacks every
I
single
don't
time,
care
which is
what
why
the right
I
back.
say
No,
you
I
play
don't care what the
Chalobah
right
as a
back
right back.
does. I don't care what the right back does with the ball. You are meant to defend. Defend.
No, you do. No, that's the
There's
problem.
more.
No, that's
See,
the
that's the
problem.
mentality.
That's
You're
the
saying that
problem.
you're
That's
saying
the
that we should be
problem.
going to show our quality over a team like Nottingham Forest, but then you're saying our right back just needs to defend. No, this is
Yeah,
modern
no.
football, bro. Our fullbacks need to offer more. They need to offer more than just
if we
I
defended,
defend that
if
can
we
make
defended,
blocks.
if
How
we
about you
defended,
progress the ball up the pitch? You relieve pressure on the back four.
Okay,
Abdul,
so are you
I
telling me
think
now because of the right back is why we got dominated?
No,
No.
no,
Good enough for
no.
No. And by the way, the right back and the left back were awful today. Let's be clear.
Look,
I've been a huge proponent of Cucurella. I said we need to give him time. I liked what he done at Brighton, even at Getafe, but the last few games, and including even before the World Cup, he's been terrible. Lewis Hall looks like a better left back, and he was
yeah,
free, whereas
playing
Cucurella we
there.
paid 62 million for. So again, of course, this is about Potter. We're having this conversation about, of course, but a lot of these players who've come into this team are looking terrible as well, which is why it's a toxic environment for everybody and everybody's struggling. But again, that's why I say with Potter, show me something. Show me something that can make me feel like, okay, cool, you're the right man for the job. We just need to buy time. Once we get all these players out and we get your players in, you're going to be playing that champagne football. That's
Before
all
I come to Eddie and Audience forward, because I have this fear long time, because people say long time process. I can understand that. But what is the assurance that we get rid of the deadwood and everything? We get a new implementation of players to Potter and he will deliver. I have this fear because I have questioned Chelsea mentality for a very long time. I've been questioning it since 7-8 years ago. We have the same problem of mentality. If things doesn't go our way, we tend to be fickle, just behaving somehow. We have that poor mentality. What gave me the assurance that even if we get the old S out of the way, we bring in new people in, new recruitment, new brain. What gives me the assurance that this man is the right man to take us
for me, it is the fact that we're bringing in new people in. Again, the previous the previous technical director to Marina was Emanalo, and we saw that our record with Emanalo in terms of competing for leagues was a lot better. Our recruitment generally was a lot better under Marina. Yes, in terms of like the Abramovich umbrella of like his tenure as our owner. Yeah, we were up and down, but we always win trophies, fair enough. Even in recent years, we've been up and down, not competing for leagues, but we still won FA Cups, been in 3 FA Cup finals in a row, won a Champions League. That's cool, but we're not progressing in the league. We're not building a sustainable team that can challenge on multiple fronts year in, year out. So again, my confidence, and which is why I say this to every Chelsea fan listening, is that we should still be confident in, or at least have hope in the fact that now we finally got a structure in place behind the scenes. Now we've actually got a proper technical director in, head of recruitment in. We've got a team of people who have shown they have a resume of success at different clubs, whether it's at Leipzig with Christoph Vivell, or the team that we've got from Brighton. We've even brought in John Shields from Southampton. We have a very good recruitment record. So all of these people give me hope that, if you give these guys the type of funds that Chelsea have. Again, this is the Chelsea side that broke the British transfer record literally last summer, in one of our worst summer windows, but we still broke the transfer record. So we're not Arsenal where we're spending pennies. We're Chelsea spending big, big money. And Boehly's going to continue to spend big, big money. We're linked with Enzo Fernandez. We just got Badiashile over the line. Even in the last 6 months, we spent like 100 million on youngsters like Kasede, Connie Chukwuemekwa, Omari Hutchinson. So again, if you get me people, you have a track record of doing good business at lower clubs. You have a sports owner who has a track record of spending a lot of money. Like naturally, it's gonna come together at some point if you're matching money with proven experience of getting results. So that's where I have confidence. And again, it's gonna take time. I don't know if Potter's gonna be able to oversee the period of time where we're spending all that money. If he's gonna survive that and prove to be a manager that wins us trophies or gets us at least competing for big trophies. But wait and see. That's why for me, right off the season, maybe even next season's gonna be dead, but sooner or later, we're gonna get it right, and we're gonna actually have a sustainable team.
Good. Ogahedi, Happy New Year to you, brother. From Walker to 2023 Depression FC. Lord help us. Your take on the entirety, what's going on?
Look, man, I don't get where the conversations about Potter are coming from. I mean, even the whole report about the meeting tomorrow is a bit premature, man. Like, I go back to this. The man has had 0 signings coming to this team, and y'all are judging him based on how many manager signings. That's the first one. So can we at least give him one window? And secondly, I think a lot of the players I'm looking to depend on in the future are not even playing yet. So I don't know. It just seems to me, and I might be wrong, that he's just shopping some of these players and he wants them out. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here because for the life of me, I can't understand why Chalobah is not playing. I don't know why Hutchinson hasn't got minutes. Lewis Hall has looked good. He should be playing. So
exactly.
It just seems like he's trying to go, look, if they come into this team, they get contaminated with the same disease that these old heads have got. So you guys do your thing over there. And then once the team's refreshed enough,
I said something before you came, and I said, if the players that are earning high wages like Oba, Kai, those kind of players, if they are not fighting or giving us good mentality as a fans watching, play the youth who are ready to play. See, if I'm gonna get pissed off, let me get pissed off with the youth because I know, okay, I'm gonna get the fight, I'm gonna get desire, I'm gonna get so much from them that okay, this is the club I go up with, this is the club I want to fight, I want to get into the first team, play week in and week out. Yes, I might not be up to the level of this player, but I want to fight for this shit. These players are not fighting.
I mean, what can you say about that? That comes from the players, and most of these players should be embarrassed. But just thinking on the football side of things, and this is an issue we've had for a long time. It's that midfield. It's the midfield, man. The midfield causes such an imbalance in this team that I can't even look at other positions right now. You're playing Jorginho, Mount, and Zakaria in the midfield today. That's a terrible midfield. I'm sorry. Who's the creator in that midfield? People are talking about how Potter wants to play. He wants to play possession football. He doesn't have the players for that, especially in that midfield. I'm sorry. Yeah? These guys are all trash. They need to go.
But can I just correct something on this? I know we've been talking about midfield is trash. I agree. Spurs, for example, played with, what's his name? Harry Wings and mediocre midfielders. Harry Kane was still scoring. Spurs was still scoring.
Yeah, but they don't play through midfielder, do they?
I know, but I'm sorry, like in as much as you say our midfield is not good, I agree. But who wants attacking players to they must carry the blame as well. They're not good enough.
No, they will. But
they're not they're not scoring enough goals.
Okay.
We keep talking about midfield is not good enough. I agree. The other clubs that have midfield issues, but they still score goals.
Excuse me, how many chances are we creating?
Nothing. What do you guys create?
Okay, so what do you want these attackers to score? Yeah, I know they're trash. Don't get me started.
So you're telling me now it's Jorginho's responsibility to create chances,
but he's not good enough.
Hold on. Oh, stop this. It's Jorginho's responsibility to progress the ball from defense to attack. Well, how has he done that? Can you explain to me how
has he done that? So what is the duty of the wingers like Sterling and the players on the wing, the Mounts or what you want Pulisic?
How many chances
have they created when they had the opportunity?
How are they supposed to get the ball?
Oh, when they have the ball, how many chances have they created as well? Yes, Jorginho is at fault. I agree. But
I'm not saying just like Jorginho, but let's not.
He's gonna leave the club.
He kind of is.
But see, here's the issue though. Like you guys are wasting your time.
Yes.
No, but
we have other issues as well, not just Jorginho.
No, but you guys are wasting your time.
When he doesn't play, do we play much better? That's another question for you to answer as well.
Let Eddie finish his point before moving on. So other people talking about each other.
Yeah.
I think. Look, that's a good point. But what I'm saying is, for me, what I want to see is at least a DM in there who can protect that back four and help us get the ball out of defense as well. And a number 10, a proper creative player in this team. Yes, the attack's bad. Obviously, we're getting Nkunku coming in summer. I'm hoping we get another attacker in January. Yeah, so that attack's going to improve. These players are bombs. I've been telling you all about these players for how long?
That's so true.
Y'all said, when I told you about Mason Mount, everyone said I was hating. What's that hating led to now? Because I'm sorry, Mason Mount's still the same as 2-3 years ago. Someone show me the improvements. Yeah, y'all said give him time. We gave him the time. Where's the improvement? Yeah. Another thing we've got to look at is recruitment. And I'm sorry, we've got to call Boehly out on this one, man. How do you spend 340 mil and we're still getting this trash on the pitch? Yeah. That 60 mil for Kukurea is looking bad right now. Koulibaly looking terrible.
God.
Aubameyang. Now we've got to call out that ridiculousness, man, where he didn't know what he was doing, and depending on the manager, was going to sack anyways, and it's basically made the whole season a write-off. So
Eddie, is Fofana, because Fofana was like, was he 60 or 80 mil? Is he injured still? Sorry.
Yeah, he's injured.
He's injured. Okay, sorry, thanks.
And somehow he was taken to Boehly's doctors to get checked out. What the hell did they check in their medicals?
Oof,
yeah, you were gonna dump 80 mil for him. You sent him all the way to US to do a medical, and he's still getting injured. So what the hell did you check? Someone call out the recruitment, man.
Maybe they got mixed up with baseball and they checked his arms instead of his legs.
Someone talk about the recruitment. I'm sorry, you're out here signing 18-year-olds and all that. Fantastic, yeah. But what system are they gonna grow up in? So that's where Chelsea have done things backwards, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got a recruitment team. It's time to look forward. I'm sorry, but Chelsea have a lot of problems. Potter should not be on the top of that list. Yeah, I'm not saying he's the manager to take us forward, but I'll give him until at least the end of the season. Because we've all, Abdullahi, we've all agreed this season's a write-off. Yeah.
Yes, Eddie, I agree with what you said.
Europe next season.
I agree with what you said, but I have the fear, and I told Emmy this, and I even told you, I said, I have this fear that is annoying me, and I'm a little bit calm, is when we get out all these dead wood we don't want, and we bring in new players in. What gives me the assurance of the fans that Potter can take us forward? If it's a different manager, I understand that. See, we're buying this, I'll say we're buying this player, not for me, not for Potter, for the new manager coming in. That is me, because I don't think Potter is the right man that will take us forward. That's what I'm gonna go on Todd, because Todd
on the conversation of Potter, go check his track record. This is what I don't understand about Chelsea fans. Potter has never been a one season kind of guy to just come in and transform a team straight away. Potter requires minimum 2-3 years to get his ideas through and get the squad that he wants. So the fact that you're expecting this guy to change things in 3 months is quite insane to me. Okay, cool. He's got a better squad. The quality of the squad he's inheriting is better than what he's taken at Ostersunds and at Brighton and all that. But at the same time, Pep didn't transform Man City in 3 months, even with the transfer window under his belt. Yeah? So let's not act like these guys can come in and weave magic and, put things into players when these players don't have it. That's why I said give him to the end of the season. I want to see a lot of these players who are unfit and injured. I want to see them come back and see what they look like. If we don't see anything before the end of the season, and with that transfer window coming in, because I expect him to get 3-4 players in this window. Yeah? So you're talking about 8 players who are probably going to come back into this team right now, which will allow him to get out a lot of the deadwood who are playing, or at least make them reserves. Cool. Now let's see what they're doing towards the end of the season. If there's no progress, then you ship him out. Obviously, if you're coming 10th, 11th, exactly. But to be honest, I don't expect Chelsea to be playing in Europe next season, man. This season's dead. It's terrible. This squad's bad.
Can I cook now, Abdullahi? Can I go? You can. Or do you want someone else?
I know you want to cook, but right now I'm gonna give you whatever you want to cook. But right now,
no.
We've been in the mud for it, and I keep telling that board Ford man, that I don't want to mention his name. That board man, that board Ford taking UCL and saying, and I keep warning him, bro, lower your expectation. This is Chelsea Football Club. Relax, just relax. But that fraud that board, it will not listen to me. It will be bringing a Champions League, and as an excuse me, I don't want to mention his name, so I prefer not to talk.
It's okay. Like he I think as soon as the link with Enzo happened, like he got gassed again and thought that you guys were going to do something this season. So, but it is what it is. No, I'll try and give constructive cooking. You know what I mean? So, but like fundamentally, like it is bad for Chelsea. It is like I mean, I don't think it helps that, like, Little Bro and Arsenal Football Club are like 18 points clear and and are challenging for the title. And if they win it, you're saying something, So that I think is, it's not a good look for Chelsea Football Club. Not only just from we banter Arsenal, and it's whatever, but it's actually even more so. It's almost an indictment on Chelsea's philosophy, because if Arsenal have basically, obviously, they've backed and supported the manager. Yes, okay, Ford is right that Arsenal have not spent like loads of money, but the thing is they backed. But the key thing here is Ford is that, but they backed their manager. And by back the manager, it's not just back the manager of finances. I mean, back them when they were close to be sacked. There was constant reinforcement, you're the guy, you're our guy, we support you. Yes, Arsenal, at one point, Arsenal were like 17th. Remember? People forget, We're bouncing them. Arsenal going to get relegated, and so on. But they're overboard, like, no, we're confident. This is our guy, this is a guy, this is a guy. It's more than just, oh, here's 250 mil, do whatever. Like backing someone it's multifactorial. It's financial, yes, getting the right key players, first choice, second choice, etc., that will work in your system. It's if you have abrasive players, let's keep a stat, Aubameyang and all the other people that were in quote maybe troublemakers, you're saying, right, no, you're not part of the plans, move on. That player isn't bigger than the club. That for me is always an issue that Chelsea Football Club has had, where the players always whether it was with Jose, with Conte, sorry, whatever, like as soon as the players are unhappy, throw the team on the bus, and Abramovich would come and just listen to the players, and then the manager goes. Like at some point there has to be an element of discipline in saying, like, listen, if you're going to be obstructive, much like what even Ten Hag did with Rashford, who's the golden boy, who's like, no, this is how it is, and I want to create that culture, and I want the board man to support that as well. So. At the end of the day, like if Arsenal do win the league, and it'll still be difficult, So I still suspect Pep will come through. But if they do, it's setting a precedent, so that you can you can still in the 21st century, in this you can still win a league, and develop sustained success. Okay, with the appropriate backing. With with good investments, and chemistry, etc. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm in the hospital.
I'm sorry, but if I don't care if Arsenal wins the league like 3 seasons in a row, I don't want to be Arsenal. I don't want to be Arsenal. I don't want to be Liverpool. So I don't care how they're doing it or what they do.
I don't think that's his point. I think his point is more that it's an indictment on Chelsea's philosophy under Roman, because obviously now we're in a new era, but it's an indictment on the philosophy that Roman set, which is it's always short-term plans in terms of I'm going to build this around this player, that player, this new manager, give him the tools he needs for one season. If this stops working, I'm going to go and get another manager to go and splash 300 million and build a new squad in the shortest period of time. And that might not get us to be league winners, but it's enough to get us to be Champions League winners and to consistently win cups. It's an indictment if Arsenal in 3 years, with Arteta, who's a rookie, with not spending that much money, can all of a sudden challenge and potentially win a league against City, who are a juggernaut. To Adios' point, that would be an indictment on what Chelsea have been doing. I think that's his point.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got from a call. Yeah, that's if anything, actually, like I actually think it's actually good for football, because I actually think that like I've always not been a fan of this kind of like sack manager go around circus, whereby the Premier League is very, very competitive. It's getting to the point where money really doesn't mean anything in football anymore because of the amount of money that's just sort of spent. You now bring in the likes of Newcastle, for example, coming in, potential takeovers for United and Liverpool. And suddenly money really doesn't really mean that much. It really doesn't in terms of when you're trying to correlate over a quality of players. Like you spend 80 million on a player, United spent 80 million on Anthony, whatever, and you're expecting to deliver, whereas you get a 15 million player and it doesn't work,
Yeah, 85 on Sancho, spent also 85 on Lukaku, 85 on Pogba. There's a lot of money you guys have spent over there. But no, to your point about Arsenal though, like for sure, as much as I hate the Arsenal fans, they'll be annoying as hell. I've got 3 brothers who support Arsenal, so it's
that's insane.
But if Arsenal won the league or even competed, I think it's great for the Premier League because we need more 100%. Than just this Man City duopoly It's them competing. I saw Liverpool made it kind of cute for a little while, but they've only got one league title. Like Arsenal being there, competing, spending literally not much money, but playing great football, bringing back a natural number 10, so we're not seeing this pressing machine road runner number 10. I hate that modern number 10. Like, give me an old fashioned number 10. He's a pass first player, technical, like he's an actual proper footballer, and that's what Odegaard is. And again, players like that for me.
But Ford, can I? One thing
it's great to see.
One thing I don't understand is what I don't understand what is the issue here. I don't understand why Chelsea fans are so angry. Like the thing is, it's like sometimes it's like there's no such thing as like how do I say, like you don't have like a genie or something like that where you can make a wish and I want this to happen, it's gonna happen. No, that's just not how reality works. Reality works like you have to build a good team. Chelsea hasn't built a good team. Chelsea just spent a whole bunch of money on a whole bunch of players. They sacked a whole bunch of managers, and every Chelsea fan now is angry because they expect to win.
No. Yes, sir.
I don't
the
get
problem
that.
is no. The problem is it started when Abramovich took over, and it was under Jose, where we do not have the definition of trust process. I don't know it because when Jose came in, Jose was an instant success, boom, and it was sacked again after winning the Premier League. Same thing with Carlo Ancelotti. When he won the Premier League in 09-10, he won the title and it was sacked. So Abramovich has taught us that I don't have this time for trust us. I want to win now. Then tell me about success later.
The problem,
and that's the problem, though. Winning now doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem
winning
is
now doesn't exist.
They're not even that many. Like, and even during that era, I would argue that the era of at the earlier of Mourinho's and is that you had almost an abundance of what I would call like top level managers. So you could potentially do that. Now, like there aren't that. Like, okay, yes, you got Pep and Klopp, etc. But in terms of availability, like, or the sort of up and coming, there really aren't that many top level managers, coaches available. So you're either going to have to yank someone from, like I said, you're going to have to steal Pep or Klopp from Liverpool City, potentially Ancelotti from Madrid. They're not going to go anywhere. So where are these abundance of top level managers that you can say, right, we'll sack Potter, we'll sack this person and bring this person in? Keep it stacked. Like if you even look at like Chelsea's last couple of managers since Conte, let's say that Conte is a top level manager. I still think he's a bit of a fraud, considering what Milan have been doing. But let's just say he is. If you look at other the Chelsea managerial appointments after that, Sarri is not really a top level manager. You then hired Lampard, who was a rookie. Okay, too cool, definitely give it a shot, but you sacked him for some reason. So it's that, and now obviously you've got Graham Potter. So the last 3 or 4 managers that Chelsea brought in wouldn't even fit the definition of a top level manager in the first place. So to think that you're going to sack Graham Potter and bring in someone who is going to be able to manage the status of Chelsea Football Club and deliver Champions Leagues and Premier Leagues is not going to happen. Like the point I'm trying to make, and so I'm going on for this, is that like there just are not any available managers that have that are the top level, that have the experience of success. You're more likely going to have to hire someone who needs time to build, who needs time to get experience. That's the level of the managerial market at this moment in time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I also say that.
Yeah, like, let me come to start fight before I
No, I have to leave soon. I just wanted to come in and just say something quickly. The reality is, guys, Chelsea fans, you guys are gonna learn it the hard way. I mean, this is because I actually care about you guys. Like Abdullahi forward, but I love you guys. SK, this is just the honest truth. You're gonna suffer, but the issue is you had to psychologically be prepared for that. The thing I see with a lot of Chelsea fans is you guys were used to something that was a while ago. Football changes, guys. This is what it is. That's just the reality. What the best thing that happened to Chelsea right now is Todd Boehly actually picked a manager that is a coach. That's a good coach. That's you guys. A lot of Chelsea fans now, they want when they say sack Potter, they want to sack Potter for tactical managers that are just strictly about getting the best out of the players that they have, instead of actually coaching the players and coaching a team. And that, which now that's what we're seeing with a lot of teams. Coaching is more sustainable. You can after, like, you have a coach, you have players that you bring in that you can coach, then like performances become more regular, instead of being like, we win one week, we win another week, we win a cup, we win a Champions League, then we finish fifth. That it's unsustainable. The thing with coaching managers is, managers that are predominantly phenomenal coaches, then there are tactical managers, is it will take time for the coaching philosophy to be shown, because it is a lot of work. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of hours you have to spend on the training ground. Because and the last thing I'm going to say is, a lot of these players you have to get rid of, because these players, that you can't coach them. You cannot coach these players. These players are uncoachable, in my general opinion. You cannot coach Christian Pulisic, Hakim Ziyech, on Conor Gallagher. These players, you cannot coach them the way when he was over at Brighton, the way he was coaching those players, they're not the same. They're not the same. You had to bring different players. You had to bring different players that have a different mentality that you can actually coach. They'll understand what exactly Potter's asking them to do. The reality is, what Potter is trying to coach these guys, these players are incapable of doing it. They're just simply incapable of doing it.
Thank you.
So that's just the honest truth. And you just need different players for that. You need different players that have different footballing IQ. Like, come on, this is like, I'm not saying a lot of these players don't have ability. Pulisic has ability, doesn't have a football IQ though. Raheem Sterling has ability, doesn't have a football IQ. They simply cannot understand what Graham Potter is asking them to do. So you just got to bring players in that understands how to be coached, that understand exactly what the coaches want them to do.
Yeah,
and you will see a massive difference. Massive difference.
But yes, yeah. The problem is, this Chelsea team is think we need quality over quality, because this team is below par. And I'll say it again: if Thiago Silva is Chelsea's best player, we are in serious trouble. A 38 years old player being Chelsea's best player, we are in serious trouble.
Exactly. But Abdullah, wait. Even if Chelsea have to rely on just one right back to employ, just to make our philosophy work, it's just horrible. And my take on this whole Chelsea situation is, I looked at the Forest game today. I did go to the Chelsea Bournemouth game last week. And I did see a good performance, but as I said, Abdullah, on your show, it's about consistency. And I don't know whether Chelsea is going to do that. But then today showed that these players, I have a feeling that they pick and choose when they want to play football.
God bless you. That is mentality.
And that's the stupid mentality that we have at this club in these players. I mean, do not be surprised if we play City and we put up a better performance. I'm just saying, God forbid it will happen. Exactly. God forbid it happens, because I do not even see that happening. Do you know what I'm saying? At first. But let me tell you this. If we do, I'll be very annoyed. Knowing that we could have had the same mentality going into Nottingham Forest and the World Cup, because these players are good players. They know this. I feel that they're just choosing not to play. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's a situation that has been going on for like a long time at our club. Not a long time, but I'm talking even from Frank Lampard when his second season. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean, these players don't play for the manager. And the manager ends up getting sacked instead of giving him time. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean, Chelsea, I'm all for it. For me, with Graham Potter, I'm not a Potter out person. For me, I want to give him at least all the players he needs. Do you know what I'm saying? Because this guy needs to get back. You can't expect him to come in here and look at this mess. Tuchel could even handle it. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, he won the Champions League. But at the time, there was a different mentality when we won the Champions League. People need to play this and that. But I think, let me tell you this about winning the Champions League. Sometimes it's about how you respond for winning the Champions League. Liverpool won the Champions League and won the league the next season. Chelsea won the Champions League, and now they feel playing naive and having it on their back is okay now to have. You know that type of feeling when you've done something, that is it, I can do whatever. At least I've got the Champions League on my back. I know this is what these players have. And that's a mentality that we need to erase for long. Because let me tell you this, like, bro, come next year, the Champions League will not be talked about as much. I'm not saying if we keep going bad, people are gonna still talk about how bad these players are. People are stop. We're not gonna forget about the Champions League, but people are going to stop using these Champions Leagues to back these players. Do you know what I'm saying? And in my opinion, it's about bringing in the players with the right mentality. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I can't look at Chelsea today and say they were fighting. They weren't. Do you know what I'm saying? And they were playing football. They weren't. Look at the way we were having to play ring around the roses football around the back. Do you get what I'm saying? Every single time, no intention to pass forward. Pass football. When he came in, he came and told us he wants these players to be brave. This is how he was at Brighton. Brighton, they were brave passing the ball forward. You got your Casados. This is what we like. Trossard, McAllister. Do you know what I'm saying? They were able to work as a team, play the ball forward, be more direct. Do you get what I'm saying? And these type of players are not doing it. And we don't mentally they can, but mentally they just don't want to. And bro, and these are the players that are getting 300k a week. And now I'm putting performances like this. I have the audacity to ask for 300k. What the hell is this? You see the type of players we have. Next thing you know, our team is not playing well in games, and then you're going to be having a team of players fighting for wages like a nursery. You know, like how little kids fight over toys. That's what Chelsea are. When you see Reece James getting 200k, oh, I want 300k, and then you got Mendy coming in, oh, I want 200k, and this and that. It's going to carry on from the youth. They will keep going. They will play. They'll play well. They'll stop playing and say, oh, I want 300k next. It's going to be coming on. We can't have this type of mentality. I just feel that these players, they don't. I think they're just here to just can't collect their wages. Because Chelsea are the most laziest team in the Prem right now. Do you get what I'm saying? This is not a manager problem. I'm not saying Power does have his blame, because I do think he should be more ruthless and more strict on these players. Do you get what I'm saying? And that was a quick take I have. And his press conference as well, talking about we tried our best, but we really didn't. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean, a Nottingham Forest team, like Nottingham Forest are probably the worst team in the Prem right now on form. Do you get what I'm saying? And we just let them have more fight than us and get into the game. This is what Chelsea
certified. See everything you say right now.
Oh, I speak about that crappy Jorginho.
Relax. Mute on mic. Certified. I like what you said, because what you said, Chelsea fans, we fail to analyze that when we talk about it, because we talk about Mason, we talk about Gallagher and co. And I keep telling people, the way Potter play from Brighton is different than the way the Chelsea, because this Chelsea team right now, there is no quality. It
no
is
quality at all. I mean, Abdullah, we can't even do the basics. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's the fact. It's not even doing basics. If Thiago Silva is our best player,
that's
I am having a problem. Because
our best player is Reece James. Come on.
Wait a minute. And our whole game plan is all dependent on one player that gets injuries week in, week out. And that just says a lot. Just one right back can influence the way the team plays. How?
Yo, Certified, can I ask you a question though? Because this is something I kind of realized. Is it the fact that these players are not trying, or these players are just not at the level? Do you think But do you think is it that, or these players are just
Yep. They're not good enough? Because let me tell you this: Man United last season, yes, they were horrible, but let's be honest. In the games when they played, look at when we played Man United, Arsenal. They still put in a shift. Yeah. When Chelsea played Arsenal, what fight did you see? They at least put in a shift. They still did a bit of the basics. Do you get what I'm saying? They were just bad defending.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Look at Chelsea.
Yeah.
Chelsea can't defend. We can't attack. We can't. The midfield is horrible. Everywhere in the pitch, no one is trying, apart from only two players: Thiago Silva, Reece James.
But that's the definition of being. I feel like that's the definition of being a mid-table type player, from being like a elite, a good player, a great player, and an elite player. You have to have consistency in your performances.
Exactly.
And I feel like this the player. And here's the thing, and this is why I say you get rid of these players: Hakim Ziyech, Pulisic, Mount. These are players you need to get rid of because like these players are just not consistent. They're not consistent at the level that you need for 38 games.
You are not mentioning animal reproductive system.
No. There's certain players I don't mention because they're not good. They're just not good, Abdullahi. Like some players I don't have to mention. You know, I think Georgina is finished. The guy needs to go to Serie A. That guy
dog
needs to,
shit.
you know, just go
let me tell you this.
And you also Azpilicueta. Why you re-sign this guy? This guy was trying to go to Barcelona. Let him go. Barcelona signed Hector Bellerin. They said, bro, let him go to Barcelona. Why you re-sign him?
And let me tell you this. You know, some of these players that needed to go, like Mount and Havertz, you mentioned. Me personally, I would like them, but let me tell you this: the fan base will have a total meltdown if either Havertz, because they're the most protected. If they have a bad performance, you're slandering him. You're slandering him. That's one reason why we probably won't get him out, because of the fan base in general. So imagine what would happen. I can just tell Abdullahi, picture Mount leaving the club. Imagine the meltdown on Twitter. Havertz, bro.
I've been saying it for a very long time. That guy
I will drink their tears, man. I will drink their tears.
Imagine them. That's what I'm saying.
If Mason Mount leave, I'm gonna drink more. I will drink more. I'll take more water. I'll take tea, coffee, all combined together. Because now I don't want to go to run. I want ballers.
You're wondering why I have a Mason Mount photo on my picture, because this is the Mason Mount that showed fight when he came in for Lampard. This is the Mason Mount I miss. Do you get what I'm saying? This is the Mason Mount on my profile picture I want back. Do you get what I'm saying? At the moment, he's not coming back. The consistent Mason Mount. Do you get what I'm saying? Always having the impact in the game. Do you get what I'm saying? Every single time, taking your players constantly, every single game, pressing. You know what I'm saying? Taking a shot, getting goals. This was the Mason Mount, the young Mason Mount. But this one, after winning the Champions League, he's got a big ego. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not only him, the rest of the players, because I don't want to slander one player. Havertz, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know. If you look at Mount, look how Mount gets cocky on the pitch now. He never used to be like that.
That's what I'm saying. And let me tell you this. I'm just saying, but like, if Potter wants to stay, if we really want Potter ball, guys, we need to back this guy, and we need to get rid of the players, even players that we don't expect to go, because that's what a ruthless manager does, which I'm hoping Potter will just talk with these players and say, you're not good enough. You need to go because you're not part of what I want to do.
That is what I've been saying. That is what I want. It needs to be ruthless. I am tired. It needs to be ruthless. I want him ruthless. Some players in that
how is he gonna be ruthless when he's too nice and he's scared to tell a player to move on the pitch?
I don't like that.
Abdullahi, let me guys tell you this here. But maybe he can start. He's probably gonna start doing this. But once the players actually get to his head, I have a feeling these players will change him. And then he will start being ruthless, maybe. Because we've seen him. Arteta used to be quite nice in the start. If you look at it, but then if you look at it, these players kind of gave him that. I don't think Potter might. I'm not saying he will, but maybe he might. You know what I'm saying? But in my opinion, I feel like, bro, these players they really need to up. Otherwise, bro, we're in for a long season. And the thing in January, I think we need about 3 midfielders and 1 right back. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Enzo Fernandez is coming. We need to bring someone else and another midfielder. Because, bro, we're not going to rely on Gallagher. You can't say Enzo Fernandez comes in. Because remember, King Black here. I did a space, and then I said it was a space like basically today, but it was like a bit earlier. I said this. I'm kind of scared if we bring in the players like Enzo Fernandez. You got your Badia Shields. I have a feeling they might inherit this type of behavior from the players. Like, do you guys get what I'm saying? They might inherit this stupid behavior that these players, they want to play when they want to, or this and that. That's why I said we need to get rid of these players first, because if we bring in like players, they're just gonna copy the behavior of the players we have now. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah, no, certified. I hear you 100%. Like, again, when we hear people talk about like a cultural reset needed at clubs, I completely agree with that, and I feel like there's certain times where you just need to hit the reset button. You need to just hold the core and accept that, you know what, this is not a good season.
Yeah, this is
Just
not a good
accept it for
season
what
at
it
all.
is and just reset. Have a full reboot. Get the
You
players
know
that
the
you
reboot.
need to
Yeah,
get, and even accept that whether the next season you're
I
just looking
accept
to
it.
just build on certain things. Maybe you're not going for the league title. You're not
Get
using the
forward.
short-term practices that we've used in the
Yeah,
past.
forward. Let me just say something,
Accept it
yeah.
for what it is.
Let me just tell you guys something. I accepted. You know what? We're not gonna get top four because I know the teams on top of us already have enough fight in their depth and a number 11 in consistency. They already have the mindset unlike us. So forget top four. Probably forget Europe. You know what I'm saying? I accepted the season's done, but it's just the manner and the way it's done. It's been horrible. I mean, Arsenal did have a bad season last season, but you can still and the other seasons, but you still see they were beating big teams to fight. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's okay to go, but then we showed no fight. That's just the thing. The players just didn't care, and
Yeah,
that's what hurts me.
before we talk
No,
about the
I
last
get it.
topic,
Like for me,
before we talk about
don't get me wrong.
That's
Like
what hurts.
I've followed Chelsea for so many years that like I'm programmed when I watch them. I support them. I want them to win, even though this season I generally don't care because it's done for me. So yeah, like for the sake of our 90-minute experience of watching these guys, we want to watch them play better football, of course. But ultimately, the results don't really matter that much this season. I'm happy with us finishing. Again, if I would take 12th place right now because I know it's that bad of a season that the likes of Jorginho, the likes of Havertz, who I don't rate, and many others, they'll be gone. They'll be gone out
I
in the
don't think
summer,
we
and
finished
get
20th.
rid of
That's a
them.
bit of a stretch. We won't get relegated.
No, not 20. I said 12. 12. I ain't trying to get
Oh,
relegated. God
the
forbid,
people
no.
say we'll get.
Relegated.
No, we're not getting
No,
relegated.
no,
Nah,
hell no. I ain't trying to do
I could bet
championship. But
£100 on it. We're not going to
the
get
thing is,
relegated.
I want to see a bad enough season where a lot of these guys go, and hopefully it's bad enough that we don't go into any Europe. Because again, if Potter's going to stay and he wants to embed his system, like Eddie said
Forward.
earlier, he isn't a
Yeah.
one-season guy where he gets all his ideas across in one season and he transforms the team. He needs time to implement his methods, and for that to happen, the best way for it to happen is if he has no Europe, so he has one game a week, just like we've seen Arteta do last season, just like we saw Conte do when he won the league title with us. It's always better that managers, especially new managers, get enough time to get their ideas across. And for me,
Yeah,
if
but
we have no Europe next season, that's a benefit. And I still think also that a lot of people look at it and say, oh, if you don't get Europe, you can't sign this player or that player, or people aren't going to find Chelsea attractive. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I think we've seen a lot of big clubs drop out of Europe for 1 season, 2 seasons, and still sign big players. Again, RDS
forward.
is still
Did you
here.
see Unahi?
He will testify to the point that when United
Yeah.
were out of Europe or out of the Champions League, they still have one of the best windows, at least on paper, but they still have one of their best windows ever, where they
Forward.
signed
Do you
the
know
reigning.
Unahi
Wait,
from
let me just
Morocco?
finish this
Yeah.
point, which is that. Let me just
let him
finish this
finish, let him
point.
finish.
So United, I think it was 2015, I believe, under Mourinho. Again, they finished outside the Champions League, but they still went and signed the best performing player in League One that season, the previous season, which is Ibrahimovic. They signed the best performing player, literally the player of the year in Serie A, Paul Pogba. They signed the player of the year in the Bundesliga, which is Henrik Mkhitaryan, and they also signed one of the best young centre backs in the Liga, which is Eric Bailly at the time. They signed all of those players who had a lot of other teams going in for them. They managed to sign them all outside of Europe. So for me, I don't. You look at it as an excuse for us to not go and sign big players. When Kunku's already signed to go and be with us. The fact that our talks with Enzo Fernandez, which did surprise me, I'll be honest, it does surprise me that he's going for us. But if these talks are progressing the way they are and he signs for us, that's further proof that we still have the pulling power to get these top players. And that for me means, okay, you get these two cool, you rebolster the midfield, great. You then also you need to address the attack and you get again because Eddie mentioned some of the builds that some of the profiles of players that we need to get in his team, and it's facts. We need a proper defensive midfielder who can anchor this midfield. We need somebody with Enzo Fernandez's attributes in the midfield. We need a creative player now. I don't know
Can
if
I
we're gonna
just
go
say
and get
something?
that.
Can I
There
say
aren't many
something,
of that
please?
in the market, but we
You
do
go
need
ahead,
that as well.
after forward, guys.
We do need
Okay.
obviously in Kunku. We're gonna get in Kunku, which is great. I think he's like an upgrade on Havertz on what he can do. But we need a natural winger, somebody who's gonna get the ball, attract 2-3 players, and even beat 2-3 players on his ones. Literally, the goal that Rashford scored, the winning goal against Wolves,
Wolverhampton wonder.
brilliant goal. 1-2, gets into the box, drives in, but also has the power to just body and bully Johnny onto the floor and then finish. Nobody in our team can do that. But you don't want to know a player who you've been linked to who can do that off the left? That's Rafael Leao. And that's the player we got to go and get. We got to go and get a direct winger who's going to, even if we're playing shit football, he on his ones can go and take the ball, commit one or two players and make something happen. And we don't have enough of those players. So when the system is underperforming and failing, we at least have individuals who can rise in moments and win us a game. And right now we don't have that.
The
That's why we
question
need
I
to
have for
address in
you,
the summer.
though, one second, though. The question I have for you, sorry. Happy New Year to everybody. Wishing you all
Happy
the
New
best.
Year, Blaine. Happy
For
New Year. Welcome
2023,
back.
man.
Yeah,
How do you
Happy New Year
celebrate
to
your
everyone.
birthday?
That's
I know you were happy because of the World Cup, but now we're back to the
Happy 2023 to you and your families, to everybody in the comments. We do it again, ladies and gentlemen. We do it again.
Depression FC.
Yeah. No. Listen,
No depression.
Listen,
No depression.
when was that season that Manchester United was 10th position and they ended up finishing 4th? What year was that? What, not too long ago.
What year was that for you guys? 20.
Was it 18, 19?
It was just the other day. It was a fortnight ago, literally. When they beat us. They came from behind, I think, right? They finished 3rd and we finished 4th. They came from 10th. Under Ole.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or when they beat out Leicester on the last day, isn't it?
Something like that. Yes. I just if anybody can remember any.
I remember.
Listen, this whole thing about listen, with all due respect, we're selling the sense of mediocrity in this new Chelsea rebuild. It does, because we are rebuilding doesn't mean that we cannot finish top 4 this season. Listen. Because we're rebuilding doesn't mean that we cannot finish top 4 this season. You see, that's the problem. So it depends on what mindset that we actually want to look at this season of football with. Like, if we're saying, you know what, a lot of people are saying,
thank you, Blue Eyes. That's
you
what
know,
I'm saying.
a lot of people are saying, listen, I'm hearing people saying I'm good with 8, I'm good with 7th, I'm good with 10, so that we can take our time and rebuild. I'm like,
hell no, man.
No, that's boss. That's not where we're at. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not where we're at. Listen, the truth is the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Chelsea is shit right now, but we're a big club. We're a big club. So whatever endemic problems we are dealing with right now, it still doesn't mean that we shouldn't have our eyes on the prize.
Yeah.
Listen, that game against
Nottingham Forest.
No. The story was already told. Thank you. That game against Bournemouth was a game of 2 halves. In the first half, Bournemouth was trying to be brave, their typical brave side. So they ran at us. And that's why we saw space to eat. And then second half, their coach said, you know what, now pack that bus, I beg. As soon as they packed the bus, we couldn't score. So what did that say? We still have problems unlocking low blocks. Fast forward to the game against Nottingham Forest. Look at what Awoni bullied. He bullied Koulibaly, man. That's what he called bullying. It's not fair, man. That's not fair. He bullied Koulibaly.
Yeah, and when you
Blue Eyes, that is a sacrilege of it. That is sacrilege.
That's not fair.
We done nothing at AFCON. Bullying Koulibaly.
That's not fair, man. That's not fair, man. What I saw today was not fair. Like, he took the man's shirt and took it home.
Blue Eyes, did you see the width of Awoni's chest compared to Koulibaly's chest?
Koulibaly looked like a little librarian, man.
Exactly.
It was crazy.
But guys, where was this away at AFCON? Where was he at AFCON? I didn't see none of this width, none of this strength. I didn't see none of this, bro.
Good question. It's a good question, but again, in a game like this, Koulibaly got ran to the ground. You asked a good question about AFCON. A whole bunch of them are doing. Where was Iwobi during AFCON?
Getting sent off, but
Blue.
So all I'm saying is this, right? Is after all is said and done, for me, right? And this is a regretful realization of the conclusion for me. We haven't had a good coach in 2 seasons. And this includes Tuchel, with all due respect. Because here we are trying to fix a problem by throwing.
But Blue Eyes, don't you think Tuchel is forgivable for last season for what happened at Chelsea?
Nah, he's not. For me, personally,
all the club being taken away from us and all that stuff.
Remember, Chelsea had the COVID crisis as well.
Let me just say something. The problem for me was that where Chelsea has been throwing players and problems for the past 3 seasons, and I always used to cry out. I say, coaches, be careful what you wish for. Stop going to ask for a wish list to be approved. Stop going to ask for approval on your wish list, because what happens is when you get all these numbers approved and then you're not cooking, guess what happens?
Mm-hmm.
You're running in overages, man. You're hemorrhaging all over the place financially. You're hemorrhaging all over the place financially. So right now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a good coach. He doesn't know what to do with what we have, and we're going to look for other players. And then I get excited. I laugh when people say Rafael Leao, with all due respect. What body of work are we using to assess Rafael Leao? What body of work? Like,
using his run in the Serie A, which helped them win the league title. We're also using some of his.
Let me tell you something about my brother. He couldn't even get a start. He couldn't get a start in the World Cup. He couldn't get a start.
Can I just say
Santos favors guys like Ronaldo and Fernandez. That's not his fault.
Let me just say
when he came off the bench, he made an impact.
Let me tell you something about Rafael Leao. Yes, he's a good dribbler. He can boom forward, but let's be honest. I watch him closely because I watch Serie A, and the thing we lack at Chelsea as well.
Tell me he doesn't defend. He hasn't got intensity.
Possession. Even his pressing. His pressing is horrible. Let's be honest. He doesn't press. Do you get what I'm saying?
Improved. He's still young. That can be improved. They said the thing about Riyad Mahrez. Now he presses.
But the money that you're paying for, the money that you're gonna pay for, is not worth it, man. 150 million. Come on.
I never said 150 mil. I ain't ever said that.
That's how much he is. So if you want to bring him in, that's how much you gotta pay him. Just saying.
I think it's less than that. But listen, my thing is
let me just finish.
I need to address some things. Yeah, I gotta address some things, man.
Lewis, you said some stuff that I want to address, but.
Sure, no problem. Of course, that's why we have to say some things that other people have to address. But listen,
I know what players want to say. I know what they want to say. No comment. No comment. I'm not responding to the ambulance. I'm not talking.
Oh my God! Listen, you see Sterling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Raheem.
Yeah, right. No.
Yeah, Mr. Raza.
You see Sterling? Sterling is an auxiliary player, and I'm saying this regretfully because I was his biggest advocate. Mm-hmm. But no. I withdraw my services based on that. That guy I don't even know what to do with him. However, the only person I could hang my hat on today for outside, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is Kai Havertz. Even though he faded after the 60th minute, Kai Havertz showed me today that he can probably compete. I don't know. But the rest of our team is average. And we don't have a coach that can inspire them. If you look at this coach, just look at his psyche. This is why I found it very funny that the first thing he uses to bang down the door is, hey, I have a master's in human relations. I found that really weird. Very strange. I'm like, can we go at least? Can I get to know your name, sir? Can I know your name, sir?
That's funny, man. Yeah, you're right.
No, that's what I'm saying. So again, I'm telling you. You see, they say you don't teach. How do they say it? You don't teach street in the university. I don't know if you understand what I just said. You don't teach street in the university. You can have all the education you want, but if you don't have street smarts, you don't have street smarts. So don't come here and tell me that you learned how to deal with people in school. It's not informal. It's the formal way. I don't know if you understand what I mean. You understand what I mean?
We get you.
No comment.
No. So I found that really strange. No. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point you said, let me tell you. And the thing that people are saying he's got master's behavior and management, he doesn't show it now because the players are still showing the same attitude on the pitch as none other to Tuchel. So I don't see a change in that unless he's trying to say playing them continuously will improve their behavior. Then that's I don't make sense really.
Right, because before you came, I said I want him to be ruthless, but he's not ruthless and he's annoying me because some players in that team needs to be. See, Blues, if Chelsea is playing youth and we are losing, I won't get pissed off. I'll be happy because at least somebody is doing the basic and fighting for the shade. But you are playing players who are earning high wages. Who just say, I don't give an F about this.
Abdullah,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Abdullah,
I'm not happy about that.
Abdullah,
guys, wait, Satifat. I'm also looking at someone like Steve that goes to find out that watches the match every day. Certified that go there every day to watch. What do the players want the fans to do? Appreciate them or curse them? You have to make them make a decision. But if a fans is seeing a youth player performing, they will be happy that at least we have a future. But seeing players like Havertz, Mason, Aubameyang, Sterling putting shambolic performance every day, what do they expect from them? They're going to be cursing you, abusing you. What do they expect from them? What do you expect? Nothing. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You have to learn. And my thing is, this is why I was upset in the first place. I understand we're not in this. We're not in a place where we can get top 4. We can, but it doesn't look like we will because teams above us are looking better. You probably might not even finish Europe. I know we want to get. They're saying yes, we can still get the top 4, but let's all be honest. Teams above us are better than us at the moment, and they have the players to keep the consistency week in week out. We don't. Do you get what I'm saying? And let me tell you,
that's my point, Blue Eyes. That is exactly what I said about that is exactly my point. Because listen, Blue Eyes, everything that you said, I actually agree with. Like, I agree with literally everything that you said, including the point where you said that these players we should be looking at, we should be getting top 4. Top 4 should be our priority now. I want that to be the mindset of all of the players in the dressing room right now.
Exactly.
As we go into the meetings tomorrow morning, they should be thinking we need to get top 4. Like, even Koulibaly came out after the game and said that our target should be getting to the top of the league. That's what these fans deserve. That's what this club deserves. So he was even referencing going for first place. Now, again, we can all agree Chelsea are not winning the league this season, clearly. But at least that's what I want the mentality of these players to be 100%. But Blue Eyes, you're talking about how you think fans are being too pessimistic. Or at least that's what you were alluding to. You said that we're being too pessimistic, saying that we should finish 8th. We should just accept that we're not gonna challenge for top 4 or whatever. Why should I believe that we're going to challenge for top 4 when everything that you said is that these players are not good enough? Even this manager that you've been talking about, who, yes, he's new to the job, but
not only
he's not
that,
inspiring you with confidence
exactly.
that he's going to do a great job here. These players are useless, as you've said. They haven't got ability, like you've said.
And therein, you see, therein lies your measurement of being a fan, my brother. Exactly. That's why we need fans. This is the reason why we have to grow. The length and breadth of our fan base is very thin. Because here we are in a situation where you feel like you are tired just because of what you see right now forward. That is when you kick it up a notch. That's why when I heard you say you've been watching this team for a long time, I'm like, did you just say that forward?
For Blues is the reality.
20 plus years I've been watching this team week in, week
That's
out.
what I'm saying. No, I'm not doubting. Obviously, I'm not doubting you. I'm trying to tongue in cheek, figure of speech. I'm not doubting you, obviously. I'm just saying. No, I know. Even though it's the reality, I'm not saying we should follow blindly. And I'm not saying that we're even going to finish top 4. You understand? All I'm saying is we've been here before and we know how to get out of these situations, smelling like roses.
Yes, sir.
And because that history has already been created, it's been precedented. Just like in law, you can always reference precedents. And since precedence is there right now, proven, and I know I'm sounding too altruistic, I said it before, a season and a half ago, Manchester United walked away 4th, or is it 3rd from 10th, under Ole.
Under Ole, yeah.
Yeah, so we just gotta keep. We got to catch
that there were teams that they were better than in that season, like Leicester, who they pipped on the last day. They were better than Leicester. Whereas for us right now, maybe hindsight will prove me wrong in the end, but I look at the season and I feel Man City are better than us. I think Arsenal are better than us. We're not going to close the gap on those two. I think Liverpool, even though we're only 3 points behind, they are better than us. And even though we have injuries, they also have injuries, but I feel like even with the injuries, they still have greater firepower than us. That's going to get them plenty of goals. And yes, they look leaky at the back, but they still have Van Dijk and Konate to come back in.
Forward, let me ask you a question.
Those teams are all better than us.
Hold on, Forward. I have a question for you, Forward. What is the point spread between what position are we? 9th or 10th?
8th.
Eighth.
Okay. What's the point spread between us and 4th position right now? Can somebody check?
United are 22. We are 25. So
you're 7 points behind United with obviously to play City next week.
Yeah, to rub that in.
No, it's just you know, I'm just it could be 10 points next week. It could be 10 points next week.
This is the table.
You had to throw that in.
Bridge is going to get
no, but like, can I just see what Blue Eyes was saying? Blue Eyes, I understand your point, you know, because you made a point talking about Chelsea not to recover from these type of positions. Like, what I don't get is that people saying, making it out as if the Chelsea rebuild will take 5-10 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do think we can recover quick from where we are. That's the point. I agree with you. That's the only point. I do think
we recover inside one season.
No, not inside.
I don't think we'll do. We'll win one game, we'll lose one game. We'll win one game, we'll lose one game. We've got
no. I mean seasons to come. Seasons to come.
No. But listen, listen. Like, see, the problem I have, gentlemen, is when I went back to the coaches. Right, it sounds like a cop out, but we don't have. You know what? You know why I say this? One of my guys sent me a clip last week. I don't know if you guys saw it with Mourinho. It was one of these shorts on YouTube. I don't know if anybody of you. Mourinho says, I cannot teach, and I hate Mourinho. But Mourinho says, I cannot teach Drogba how to kill a ball with his chest in the 18 and turn and put the ball away. I cannot teach Ibrahimovic. What's his name again? The Swiss guy. Zlatan. I cannot teach Zlatan to pirouette with the ball and bicycle kick and put the ball in the back of the net. But what I can do if I'm a good coach is I will coach them how to play in a football system for the club. That is my job, is to coach them into a football system within a club. Coming back to our coaches. Have you seen any of our coaches since Tuchel trying to coach anybody into any system? If it's not chopping and changing?
No.
If it's not chopping and changing for the past 4 or 5 seasons, including Frank Lampard, who was a rookie at the time?
Nope.
So again, until we have a coach who can boldly say, you know what, fuck it. I'd rather not lead goals for the next 10 games. I'd rather target 10 points. 10 games, 10 points. And that's a figure of speech. I'm not leaking no goals. Nothing. Because we have no defensive character. Nothing.
Yeah. Nothing. I agree.
Anyways, go ahead.
100%. I agree. Before we talk about the last one.
I just want to add one quick thing is that I hope, again, I hear what Blue Eyes is saying. I still don't think we're getting top 4. I feel like Arsenal, City, Liverpool and United are better than us. You can convince me that we're better than Tottenham because I believe it. Newcastle, you could convince me that we're better than Newcastle, to be honest, just because their squad is thin. And in a top 4 race, maybe they might shit themselves and maybe lose out. But I just don't think we're better than the 4 teams that I mentioned prior.
But Ford, you could accept that like Newcastle starting 11 is better than Chelsea starting 11.
Right now, yeah, for sure, definitely.
Okay, right.
Once we get Reece James and Kante back, then it's a different story, though. That's
no. How is Newcastle starting 11 better than Chelsea starting 11 right now?
I mean, do we want to go for it, man for man?
Do you want to go man for man?
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Please. No, hold on. I want you guys to educate me because I want to know this. Go ahead.
Okay, I can start. Go on. I'll go forward. Yeah. I was going to say start the keeper. Yeah. Nick Pope, yes, is a better keeper than Kepa. I don't know how that's the debate of the conversation. You know, Sven Botman, who came from, was it Lille? Okay, last season, has been phenomenal as one of Newcastle centre backs. I can't see how he's saying that Koulibaly. Okay, Thiago Silva. Okay, I'll give you. So, but at the very least, Sven Botman's playing to at least Thiago Silva's level, if not slightly better, given the opposition that they played. If you want to go in right back, Kieran Trippier. Has there really been? Obviously, I know Reece James is Reece James. Well,
it's not better than Reece James. Stop it.
No, but the point I was making is that right now with injuries, right now Newcastle's 11 is better than us.
Exactly.
So the doesn't factor in the conversation.
Exactly. So you can't really factor. Yeah, a fit Reece James. Yes, absolutely. I completely agree. But that unfortunately is not. And we still don't know how Reece James is going to be post injury. You know, because one of those things where like if he's getting recurrent injuries, that inevitably is going to affect him like long term. So there is that thing to consider long term. Midfield, Bruno Guimaraes. Okay, I know people say Bruno Guimaraes. Yes, I think Bruno Guimaraes has been a better midfielder than any of Chelsea's midfielders so far. And I'll keep it a stack. You can make even a case for Joe Linton and Sean Longstaff. 100%. You can make a case given how they played. Okay, especially against Liverpool, United, Arsenal, and so on, you could make a case that they are better, at least they have more chemistry, and they're more balanced compared to Chelsea's midfield. You can make a case, and then let's not even talk about like Saint Maximin, for example, and Almiron. Are you saying Almiron has a worse season than Aubameyang, Sterling, and Havertz? Really? So I've pretty much. Yeah, conversation.
I mean, look, from honest, I would put Kovacic in a combined 11, in a hypothetical combined 11. I would put Kovacic in, but I won't act like I didn't watch Kovacic like literally last month get dominated in the midfield battle against Bruno and Longstaff and Joelinton.
Yeah.
Like, they dominated Kovacic and Jorginho. Like,
hold on.
You literally had the two teams playing.
You literally played against each other, and that was Kovacic's return. And I thought, you know what, it's those two playing in the
Happy New Year.
They have a great combination with each other.
Hold on.
Kovacic is here. Kovacic is here.
Hold on.
You're causing violence when you're making.
Hold on. Before
Happy New Year. Oga Blue Eyes.
Listen, before King Black goes, because I know the reason why he's coughing his throat right now is because of Kovacic. Did you guys see how Kovacic was rolled around like egg roll today?
Yeah, it was shit.
My goodness, man, come on.
That's our best midfielder right now.
Did everyone watch Jorginho? Yes.
I would have rather played Lewis Hall than that clown.
Who said? Did somebody just say that's our best midfielder? Hi, we have
he's our best
midfielder. Before we talk about the last topic,
oh my goodness, we have suffered, man.
Kim Black.
He's our best midfielder. He has been.
Before we talk about the last topic,
he has been our best. He has been our best midfielder.
Nothing that Musa hasn't seen at the gate.
Anyway, happy New Year to every Chelsea fan and every fan out there.
Fuck Chelsea.
So, see, till
fucking
Steve,
money on this team. Travel, everything. I'm tired of it. I'm tired.
Yeah, I feel for these guys.
Yeah. I understand. Games, I understand. Man. You guys are trying, man. You guys have like an extra life or something, man. You guys are brave. Because I can't pay my money to watch that.
It's gonna get very toxic very soon. I'm telling you. You watch.
It is.
Same like you know what Steve says. Steve said there's an emergency meeting tomorrow with Todd Boehly and Graham Potter tomorrow. He might stay. He might go. He might have become.
We might get more time. We don't know. Let's see what comes out of it.
Go and get Steve Holland from the England team and
bring him in as clown, man.
Bring him in as an interim coach. No, bring him in as interim.
He used to be the assistant.
Who is Steve Holland?
Gareth Southgate's assistant. He was at Chelsea before.
Go and get him on an interim basis just for 4 months.
Don't mind. It's
Lewis. That kind of thinking is what we've done in the past. Hold on. This is the point I wanted to raise earlier. That kind of thinking of, let's get this manager in for a few months. Let's rescue this season. That is the same philosophy of football that we've been doing for the last 20 years under Abramovich. And yes, it's brought results at times. But ultimately, that's not what I want to see Chelsea do anymore. We need to try and build a sustainable model. And that sustainable model means that we're moving away from making these short-term signings like a Bamiyang, who's
See,
been a complete
what am
flop.
I seeing here?
It means you move away from the likes of signing Saul on a loan, Zakario on a loan, getting guys like Drinkwater in just to be a backup. I don't want to see those type of signings anymore at Chelsea Football Club. No way. We need to
Wait. Are
go and get
we
this recruitment team.
are we like 18 points?
Yes, sir.
Are we like 18 points behind Arsenal?
Yes.
Yes, you're 18 points behind Arsenal. Yeah,
I don't know why you're looking
18
at
points.
Yeah.
1-8. Yeah.
Yes, sir. 18 points.
Which and it could be and it potentially could be it could be 21 next week if you lose to City and Arsenal beat Newcastle.
Oh my God.
21 points behind Arsenal FC.
We're going to destroy City. We'll destroy City.
Blue eyes. We're gonna lose 5-0. Get ready for 5-0.
City will
get ready for a Haaland.
King Black, talk before we talk about the last topic. So we can round up. I don't understand. I'm not responding.
You know, love suffer, Blue eyes. You know, love suffer, bro.
No.
You know the irony.
I'd
you know
rather
the irony what RDS said? RDS said that we could be 21 points behind Arsenal. You know the irony in that is that's 21 points, the same amount of goals that Haaland's got, which is more than what Chelsea have got as a team, which is 20. Man, you are telling me that Chelsea has only scored 20 goals, less than one Erling Haaland is going to make top four?
Do you know this?
Leave it out.
Do you know the
guys.
goal?
Leave it out. Leave it out.
Sorry,
The goal we
guys.
scored was a fluke.
Sorry, guys. Where is Pochettino these days? What's he doing these days?
I don't know what he's doing, but don't
Not
bring him to
away from my club, man.
Not coming anywhere close to Chelsea.
You see what I mean?
Guys, let me give super shout to thank you, Ariel. Thank you. People overrating Newcastle. Shout out to Eddie, but Real G are not losing sleep over a bunch of overperforming motivated.
Don't mind them.
That's really bad. I think that like. To start, I don't understand because I go like if you actually look at the table, like 2022, you can actually see like the best performing teams over the current year. So it's got a rank. So look, the top performing teams. It has Manchester City first, obviously, Liverpool, Newcastle. I think those are the top three. I think then
Arsenal
you have
third ahead of Newcastle. But Newcastle.
So Arsenal ahead of Newcastle. Yeah, then I think it was Spurs, and then I think you had United, and then you had Chelsea, and so on. So the fact of the matter is that Newcastle's only lost one game this season, and that was in the 88th minute of additional time against Liverpool. Like, so to say that like they've been fluking it from the beginning of this year, like, is nonsense. And it's the thing with I don't know whether this guy's a Chelsea fan. I'm thinking on Chelsea fans, like.
So what he's saying is that we just don't fucking care. Nobody cares about what Newcastle is doing.
No one cares.
That's what he's saying.
I see.
We don't care. We're not losing sleep over it. That's what he said.
I see.
And no
so
one
it's
is going
like
to lose sleep over it.
I see. So there's no concern. So you have no concern that a club that's recently been bought by obviously Saudi owners that can spend big, that clearly has a plan, a structure, a process, that is ahead of you in the table. You're not concerned that club can actually let you go and do things.
I don't look over my shoulders. I don't look over my shoulders.
Guys, I mean, all I can say is Chelsea fans enjoy the Conference League, man. Enjoy the Conference League. That's what I can say.
Let me help you.
Guys, let me just sorry. Me, I'm losing sleep over Newcastle. I'm seriously losing sleep over Newcastle.
And let me even say one last thing.
Newcastle are overachieving. Calm down.
They are not overachieving.
Why?
You guys don't know.
No, they are just.
That's the point. What do you mean they are overachieving?
They're gonna fall off. Watch.
How are they going to fall off?
They're just trying to be Leicester City.
Keep watching and you'll see.
Oh my God! You see, this is the false sense of.
I'm not going to lie.
This is the false sense of security that Chelsea supporters have.
Exactly, man.
It's on your tail. They are about to snatch your snatch your position, and you're telling me you're not losing sleep. Why? Because they're not buying Enzo Fernandez for 100 million. You think that's the only way to build a club?
No, but what I'm saying is, you guys are
team, man. You see that goal you considered today. Goal you considered today, if it was against Newcastle, you replay it 100 times, Newcastle would never concede a goal like that. You think they don't know what they're doing at
Chief, the very fact what's been shocking this is that the very fact that Newcastle actually played before the World Cup break, like you can talk about it's a feels like I saw a Newcastle team I've never seen in the last 5 or 10 years a Newcastle team dominate.
Guys were
It was better than the score. There was no. So yes, it'd be different if it was like, they had a lucky win, fluke counterattack, FC, whatever. Fine, but this was not that. This was a team that was in complete and total control against a Chelsea side that spent £500 million and yet looked absolutely clueless. But your guys saying that you're not worried?
No.
It's fine. It's okay. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
You guys have never allowed me to speak at all, man.
King Black.
What is Peter Dooley everywhere?
King Black, give me 1 second there. Just 1 second, then you can go. Let me clarify these guys that are saying I shouldn't be looking over my shoulders for Newcastle. Even if Newcastle finishes ahead of me, I will sleep like a baby.
Blue eyes, I had to enter the stream to kill this Newcastle hype. I had to enter.
Even if Newcastle feels ahead of me, I will sleep like a brand new baby. I don't care. That's what I'm saying.
Brother, respectfully, you're bugging, bro. You're bugging, bro. Newcastle are better than us right now. We just gotta hold that and listen.
Ford, one of the things that disappoints me.
They are better than us, and Chelsea need to pattern up. Like it's as simple as that. We need to otherwise these teams will properly overtake us. They will overtake us if we're not careful.
They're not discomforted by what Newcastle are doing. They are going through the same motion. They only started their own process a few months before us. They are going through the same process. I mean, the same transition from old owners to new owners, investing, have portless investments to make, changing managers, bringing in new players and all this stuff. And you say you're not concerned. Look, give Newcastle. I mean, I kept saying this. Give Newcastle a striker like Harry Kane. They'll win the league clean. Have you seen those guys? Those guys were seriously disappointed. You would think they're about to lose a Champions League final.
Last game, Abdul, what?
Choma.
Go ahead, King Black.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, even if they win the league, we still don't care. They are not relevant. They are not relevant to us.
Yeah, no, thank you. This is what I'm saying.
Sorry. I understand the point now. Because I understand the point now because they're not relevant.
How does that shame Chelsea? Why should we go into hiding? Because
what he's saying is that they're not relevant because Chelsea currently right now a mid-table team.
We don't care.
Newcastle don't. They're more concerned with likes of Fulham, Brighton, and Fulham, Brighton. Those are the people that Chelsea seem to be concerned about because they're on the mid-table. So from that point of view, I understand. Don't worry about Europa and Champions League and competing. Title. Forget about those people. Focus on the mid-table clubs. I understand. Sorry, go on.
Why are you giving RDS so much ammo here? Why? Why are you doing
ammo? He's talking to himself. There's no ammo. He's talking to himself. I don't care if Newcastle.
I'm the one that's
how are they relevant? Because
King Black. My point is not about relevance. My when I sent that,
a club just came from nowhere. He's just playing. Almiron is scoring, so we should be scared. Almiron has been there since and he wasn't.
That's not the point.
I don't even get the whole.
No. Listen.
As if he's going to turn to prime Lionel Messi now.
And that doesn't matter. Because
they have Iniesta and Xavi in the midfield.
Why do you think he's performing now?
Hold on. Emmy, let me just make the point.
Let's see if he performs next season, innit? He won't.
Exactly.
You don't even have to go as far as next season. You don't have to go that far. Let me make the point, right? There are, firstly, this stream, I'm talking about Newcastle. This is not big club behavior from Chelsea Football Club. This is embarrassing.
Ariel is terrible, man. It's terrible.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Really,
jump and pass.
Let me make the point, guys. Okay, so when we were going to the media, we were trying to force a crisis upon my club in Liverpool because we lost to Leeds at home. Internally, all the fans who don't like to shit themselves on social media, the core fans, they're fine because it's just a league in terms of 3 points, you lose a point, you gain a point, etc. Now, my point with Newcastle, why I said they are a bunch of overperforming, highly motivated players. You can't tell me that you're scared of Newcastle because you have seen a constant. Somebody is bringing up 2022 calendar. Fuck that. Calendar points. Different teams. Some teams have achieved what they needed to achieve in terms of top 4. Some teams have been relegated. So it's all nonsense when you do all that calendar shit. And that's coming from a Liverpool fan who has won the league in a calendar year many times. How many times have we won the league in the last 30 years? Once. So don't ever bring up calendar points. It's useless. My point with Newcastle is I will only lose sleep when Newcastle go against an established club for a target, not a target that we all mess up on in terms of not buying him, like a Bruno Guimaraes, who Liverpool had 2 chances to buy. If Newcastle go toe-to-toe, if Newcastle buy Caicedo over Liverpool and Caicedo chooses to go to Newcastle or over Chelsea, that is when I will be worried. But I will not be worried even if they scrape into the top 4 this year. What were Leicester able, because you talk about ownership, but it's about being established and targeting the specific players who, in my opinion, when Newcastle, because to this day, they're not a target. I watched their game against Leeds. I watched the full 90 minutes. The first low block that they have faced at home, the first time all their fans on their post-match were saying Leeds played like shit, Leeds were time wasting, the same fucking shit Newcastle did and cried back to the northeast.
I watched their game against Chelsea and looked pretty good as well. So I don't get
Chelsea. Chelsea don't play a low block. Let me finish just quickly.
Okay, no, go on then. Okay.
Against Leeds, I watched them play their first low block, and you always check the pulse of the team, because I've been to St. James's Park maybe 5 times. I even watched Michael Owen there on a rugby tour with school. Horrible game, 1-1. So I know Newcastle, I know St. James's Park, I have a lot of good friends who are Newcastle fans. So to understand the pulse of the team, my biggest disappointment for them was the fact that they called Leeds tactics shitty. The same tactics they've been playing for 15 years. The same tactics under this Eddie Howe, this Messiah. You came to Liverpool and you've been to Old Trafford and you time wasted. They have the most yellow cards for unprofessionalism. These are the stats I'm looking at. So now Leeds, the first team that you've played against them, you've played a low block. You're fighting at the end. You're getting pissed off. You're asking for creative midfielder. You know you don't believe in your team when you want creative midfielders. Let me just finish my point.
Wait, let me finish, because I'm coming
So now I'm telling you, watch them play more low blocks at home. They already didn't break down a low block against Bournemouth at home. They drew 1-1. And this game, now fast forward to this game against Leeds, they wanted Leeds to play Bielsa football. Leeds said, no, you guys are good. 2 men on Almiron. He's getting subbed off. So this is my point about losing sleep. So to round up, when they beat a established club to a target, I will lose sleep. And when they are able to play low blocks and beat them, I'll lose sleep. Until then, you think I care because you're front running a bit. We're Liverpool having a disaster of a season, and we're I think 6 points behind them with a game in hand. Come on. How can I lose sleep? I support a big club. How can I lose sleep? It's an insult to my club and our history, to be honest.
My point as the Chelsea fan here. Wait, hold on. Let me go. I waited for him to finish there. No, but I waited for him to finish. Let me make the point, right? Because obviously, Ardia's brought up the calendar year. Obviously, he's the United
allowed
fan.
me from speaking for the last 15 minutes.
We'll make sure we come back to you. We'll make sure we come back to you. But let me just address Arian while it's fresh, while the topic is fresh, right? Listen, I get what you're saying, Arian, right? But listen, as a Chelsea fan here, I brought up Newcastle in terms of teams that I think are better than Chelsea right now. You will most likely finish higher than Chelsea. Now, I put the caveat out there that Newcastle squad depth isn't great. We'll see how injuries get to them, and also we'll see if the race for top 4 is there, final 5 games, maybe they bottle it. We don't know. They've never really been in that kind of race before. We'll see. Obviously, now when RDS brought up the calendar year, it wasn't to say that, if this was a league season and a calendar year, Newcastle would have finished 4th. That wasn't the point. The point was that Newcastle aren't just a flash in the pan. They've been performing like this for a year now under Eddie Howe. So they have momentum. They are a performing team. They're not just a team that's just turned up for a couple of games. No, they're here. They're right here, and they're performing well. And they're going to be in the race for top 4, unless they completely bottle it, which I don't think is going to happen. Now, in terms of losing sleep over them long term, like for me, my point isn't that they need to go and sign a big player to prove that they're serious. But that wasn't even the conversation for me, because you've seen Arsenal go and compete for a league title and completely overtake Liverpool this season. And they've done that without having to sign massive marquee players or be a better destination in Liverpool or Chelsea or Man City.
No, but they did.
They did.
They went toe to toe with different clubs. Real Madrid couldn't sign Gabriel Jesus because of a passport issue. They
no, come on. Let's not talk about
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay. So did Chelsea want Gabriel Jesus?
Yes, we did.
We were linked, but we didn't put an official bidding for him.
That's
the
not
person
the
we put in a
point.
bidding
That's
for
not
was
the point.
Rafinha. And the thing is, we actually beat Arsenal to Rafinha's signature, but then Barcelona took him from both of us. So if you want to compare it like that, yeah, Arsenal went for Rafinha, and we said, no, we're going to take it. And we actually looked like we were going to go and land the signature ahead of Arsenal. So Arsenal haven't shown that they needed to go and surpass any of the other big giants in this league, that we can go and take big players off of you, and we can bully you in the market. They didn't do that to go and be top of the league after 16 games. So I don't need to see Newcastle do that to know that they can finish above us in a top 4 race. And this is a shit Chelsea set. So yeah, I'm not saying that I'm scared of Newcastle, because I understand where Chelsea are right now, and I understand
what's even the big deal?
Are a threat.
What's even the big deal about competing with big players anyway? Like, at the end of the day,
because you overrate scouting. That's my point. You're overrating scouting to get you to a place where you can establish. So when I heard, I think it was Emmy say, I'm losing sleep, I'm saying, okay, when a team becomes a target, Newcastle to me only experienced their first game of being a target, and they absolutely failed the first test. So I'm looking to see, will they be able to play essentially when you sign established players, right? They're ready to play with a target on their back every single game. These players that they have aren't ready to play with a target on their back, in my opinion, 100%. They're happy to do it under the radar. And Sky Sports said, once Sky Sports start gassing you up, be aware. Be very, very, very afraid. Because that's all broadcasting hype. But in the game itself, I'm saying to myself, finally, tactics are changing against this team. How do you think that was an encouraging performance against their first low block? Or are you just going to gas it?
That wasn't their first low block. It was a test, but it wasn't their first low block.
It was their first low block at home.
So we're using the caveat now it has to be at home. Again, even still before in the season, they've played other teams at home who set out to defend. Like, to be honest, Chelsea, when we went to St. James's Park, it was clearly Potter's plan was that we're going to actually be defensive.
You didn't play a low block.
It was a mid block. Again, mid block, low block, it depends how you want to look at it, these things. But we played a defensive game plan that was just to hit them on a counter. We didn't press them up high because we didn't have the legs for it. We sat deep, we tried to contain, tried to kill the game pretty much, and just look to hit them in transition. It was a low chance creating game until they go when they scored and they dominated them midfield pretty much.
By the way, another caveat. Graham Potter, I said this. I don't know what the hell. Why is this guy the manager of Chelsea Football Club?
Ariam, right now, I'm in good mood. I just don't want to run.
No, but Graham Potter cannot be the manager of Chelsea.
Oh my God, we have suffered.
This is messed
Abdullah, he's just trying to get you down, but don't.
Team Black.
I'm very surprised though. Abdullah, I'm very surprised though.
Before we took on the last topic,
I actually didn't know Leeds United play a low block. I thought they were the most offensive.
Team Black talk.
You see, when you have like 6 Peter Duries on a panel, this is what happens. Anyway, once again, I greet everyone and on Chelsea, right? Mm-hmm. On Chelsea, I mean, this situation we're in, are we 9th or 8th? I think we're 8th. Right? So
if you lose to City on Thursday, we might be 10th in table.
No, we are not.
Not even the highest placed West London team right now. Fulham are ahead of us.
Do you think I'm gonna be having a complaint against City and winning? Heck no, I'm sorry.
See, it was hard. After last night, I was just laughing. It didn't make me sad at all. I was just laughing. Anyone who saw me had me on the Twitter Twitter stream. I
We're on
was
the
just
same points as
laughing.
Fulham, brother.
Oh, bro, it's laughable, man. It's really laughable. Like, you can't even beat Nottingham Forest. Like, who are you going to win against? Like, I
We
think
we
this.
lost to them. They beat us. They beat us. They beat Liverpool.
Yeah, you get like I think Chelsea and Liverpool they are quite in a similar situation right now. And the only thing that is bailing Liverpool out is because they have Salah. Just imagine they don't have Mo Salah. Imagine all they have to do is play Chamberlain. That's exactly what Chelsea are. They are Chelsea with Mo Salah. That's just it. And so it's really sad to actually see how we're going.
Well, I mean, Liverpool are
Uh,
having a bad season for their standards, but they still have like obviously a manager who's been there for a while. They have a system in place which they've been trying to develop and improve with the signings, the likes of Thiago, trying to like kind of like adapt their high pressing football. So they're a bit different to us. Yes, they're having a down season by their standards, but they still have a relatively settled back four, like a midfield that understands what it's doing. Like we don't have any of that core in place. So I don't think it's fair to compare us to Liverpool in
No,
that
no, no.
sense.
The difference between Chelsea and
Quite
Liverpool is
far
we're
apart.
prepared.
yeah, Liverpool are still better. That's what I'm
Mentally,
saying. But we are in a similar situation.
no,
Like
no, no, not
when
similar. Mentally, our team is prepared to concede. Nobody is worried or lacking
yeah,
any. On the confidence is not on the floor. If it's even,
yeah, yeah.
remember when Brighton went 2-0 up, we went 3-2. We ended up drawing the game, but no Liverpool fan is worried if it's 2-0, 1-0, whatever,
You
because
good,
we
you
are
good.
playing in moments. Chelsea are trying to play some kind of football when you should just play in moments.
See, Eliam, see,
Wait, you can't play in moments. Sorry, King, but I think it's how can the team play in moments when you haven't got killers up front? We haven't got players with individual brilliance. Again, I point back to Man United with Oli when they had that weird season where they were second for a lot of it. Like they could do that because they had Rashford in great form, Martial in great form, players who could go and win you the game in moments. Paul Pogba in great form at times in that season, or even let's say in recent season when they had Bruno Fernandez, who could win them the game in moments. Chelsea don't have that in anybody.
Okay,
You
but
have
then
Sterling, who's a poacher.
are you
Pulisic,
asking
who's a
Pulisic?
slow,
Let's
who's
say
a slow, weak dribbler.
See,
Kai Havertz, who's an anonymous number 9.
No,
See,
okay.
These are not guys who can win you games in moments.
Are you asking Pulisic, for example, to play in moments? You're not. You're asking him to link up and play football on the left. What if you ask him to play in moments? He'll play in moments. He's a chaos footballer. He can do the moments ball, but you're asking him to try and play a bit of football. It's not. Just try and win.
See, Ariel, you guys are over-analyzing Chelsea. You guys are over-analyzing them. And I've always said this team had never been good enough. For the part, even when we won the Champions League, I just said it, like I said it after the Champions League win, that we have to move now. We have to get rid of a lot of these players now. If we don't, these players are going to have that belief that it's going to come like a delusion to them. It's going to hit them like we are the best in the world right now, and that's what happened to them. This is why Mason Mount had the audacity to demand for a 250,000 or 3,300. It should still be in probably on a loan somewhere. Like yeah, it should still be on a
I
loan
think that's a bit harsh.
in Dortmund or something. Honestly, he just came back from Derby, who bottled the top four.
Bro, relax. Be mature now.
You're going too far.
Calm down.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Mount had good
Talk.
seasons here. He just
Calm
shouldn't be
down.
the face of our attack.
Forward. He shouldn't have the time he's had at Chelsea. He shouldn't. If we had recruited,
So why is every manager
rightly,
playing this clown? Why?
because
He's the best of a bad bunch.
he's
Like
the
you
best
can't
of
say
a bad
Havertz have been better
bunch.
than Mount in that time. No Pulisic, no Ziyech, no Lukaku
See,
or Werner. It is
this
what it
is
is,
why
though.
we are having a mediocre squad. When someone like Mount is bringing out the most performances in training and on match day, this is why we're having a bad bunch of people. Where Graham Potter looks around in his training and he sees that the most bright player is Mount. Like if there's a schedule, like I saw from someone that went to um one of the training grounds and witnessed it.
Eunice.
Yeah, Eunice. He made
Yeah,
it clear. He made
yeah.
it that it was just clear. If it's clear to a stranger walking into Chelsea's training ground, it's way clear to the coach coaching them. If they are asked to hit a target on the left and the right, Mount is one of those most performing. So what do you expect when someone like Havertz is carrying the ball and Jorginho can't even strike a ball? What do you want him to do? Like, this team has been bad for a while. That's why I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with Chelsea 8th position. I can be mad, but I'm not surprised. I've never been surprised about it. The moment we got rid of Werner and allowed Havertz, Mount, Gallagher to come in to the Chelsea first team, I know there's a problem somewhere. All these players hardly make a first team for any other top four.
Gallagher is funny, man. That
Like,
you is funny.
Gallagher, man. Gallagher is a construction worker, man.
That guy is funny.
And then not just at the fact that we are inviting mediocre into the club. We've invited mediocre to Chelsea, to the Chelsea first team. It's already there now. So it's hard to get rid of because we allowed Loftus-Cheek time to bed into Chelsea. That guy should not be anywhere near Chelsea's first team. It should not. And that's what I say about the Champions League. That really gave us a false sense of hope. That's our downfall. I thought if we had lost, if we had lost the final, we would have come to our senses. Because we would have lost how many finals that season? We would have missed out on 3 finals. Yes, and then we would have gone into the window.
So missing final on winning Champions League. Which one do I choose?
No, but I think the point is that, like, if you're going to have what we're talking about a lot of here is actually sustained success, because presumably Chelsea, United, all this, they want to go to the level of, like, City have set the standard in terms of sustained success, league, Champions League competition on that level. The reality is that if it wasn't for that Champions League win, because I still remember that season, and I remember, like, Chelsea were fighting for top 4, and if it wasn't for the fact that Gareth Bale, because they lost against, was it Wolves at home, and I think it wasn't for the fact that Aston Villa, and if it wasn't for Gareth Bale doing his thing against Leicester, I think it was, they would have missed out on top 4. And then, of course, you have the Champions League final, and then they win because, Pep doesn't play a DM or whatever. Okay, fine, cool, you got the Champions League.
No. We won because we had see.
Yeah, that's an excuse. Stop using that. They didn't have a DM, man.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So you win it. Okay, so you win it. But the point is, but let me just finish. But the point is that, like, if we're talking about sustained success, okay, you won.
You're selling me. This is a Man U fan trying to sell me.
You won. You won the one-off game in the final. Fair enough. But the reality is.
Bro, come on, man. Bro,
but the point is, your league performance wasn't.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I get what.
Let audience land. Let him
finish. Let him finish.
Go on.
No. I was the one making points. He's just trying to and I understand.
Yeah.
No. No, go on. Finish. I remember all my point. Go on. Summarize it. Just 2 seconds. What I'll just say is, ultimately, it says, like, if you want to keep a stack, Chelsea have not been good in the league for years. So when we're talking about, we're reacting right now to Chelsea in the league. Forget about Graham Potter could go. So if Graham Potter goes on a run wins the Champions League, then is everything that we're saying irrelevant? The Champions League hasn't started yet. So the point is, we're looking at how Chelsea have been in the league, in the Premier League, and the reality is, even under Tuchel, Chelsea in the league were not good. So you're now giving that squad to Graham Potter and expecting him to perform wonders in the league when the last couple of seasons, 3 seasons, they haven't been good anyway. So what are we expecting here? That's the ultimate point to make. And the reality is that other clubs, at least in the league, the United, potentially United, are improving. That's all.
There's nothing to be. There's nothing to be.
If you just want to be a tournament, Champions League knockout coach, then that's fine.
There's nothing to be antsy about here, ladies and gentlemen. In the midst of our chaos this season, if what's his name, Graham Potter can win us the Champions League,
I swear I will lose my train of thought.
It's not a bad problem to have. It's not a bad problem to have. Just because we are tanking.
Blue Eyes, that's impossible for this Graham dude.
Bro, it's not. It's just a Chelsea thing. It's a Chelsea thing to do to win in this chaos. Like we're a team
Professor Potter.
We thrive under chaos. Like that's Chelsea, man.
No, but this guy Potter, he's not
Did people think Di Matteo would win?
He's not a Chelsea brand.
I love
Look at him.
I don't think Chelsea thought Di Matteo would win, so you never know.
RDS. See, let me explain to
No,
you.
but
Chelsea
Di Matteo is Chelsea
a club.
brand.
See, Ariel, don't come with this philosophy. Don't come with this. Don't come with this philosophy.
Honestly, it's pissing me off seeing Graham Potter there. I'm like, who is this dude?
The guy cannot coach. The guy doesn't know how to coach.
Him like random because Steve said there's gonna be an emergency talk tomorrow.
Forget emergency talk.
Emergency talk in the morning. He could stay or he could go. Let's see what happens. Get ready for that Romano. Get ready for that horny.
He's not
don't remember anywhere, I told you
brother.
First. Watch.
He's not going anywhere. Absolutely,
like, they'll sack him.
He's not going anywhere. If they sack him,
why is he getting called in for emergency meeting at 7 a.m.? Please tell me that.
They just want to discuss how to.
No, not at 7 a.m. Last time there was an emergency meeting at 7 a.m. They got sacked.
They want a breakfast somewhere in Spain.
No.
See, these guys.
You think the players are being told not to turn up for training? What's that saying?
Wait, Mr. Co-host. So you've seen this news, right? So I've checked online. I've checked on my sources.
No, it's not news, bro. I have someone.
He has sources, bro.
Someone who I'm not going to say too much. I can't say.
Yeah, of course.
You know King, innit?
I know Steve. Because forward, see, when Steve says something, I don't even need to disagree because I know it's directly from Chelsea. Direct. So when he has an emergency meeting tomorrow, I'm like, okay,
they're sacking him.
So this was my point. This was my point, right? So I checked online. I didn't see anything. Obviously, now you're saying that. No.
It's not online. I've been told direct.
I know, but Mr.
Online, why would it be online?
Guys, listen. This is my point. I said I've checked online. I'm not seeing anything. So cool. So you saying you've got the scoop? Cool. So again, I'm asking you, break down how you think tomorrow's gonna go. Like, when do you think mainstream media is gonna pick up on this?
He's sacked by 9
a.m. They'll probably pick up on it about 10 a.m. But I think he would get more time. So that's my opinion.
One thing I need you guys to know that the media is also trying to protect themselves. What if they bring out the fake news? What if the news was fake at the end of the day? Then that destroys their credibility. So at the end of the day, they can't just bring out the news because they heard it somewhere.
What?
So probably at the end of the day,
when Tuchel got sacked, no one knew, but I knew 2 hours before.
2 hours.
Thank you very much.
It told me because Steve told me Tuchel is getting sacked. I was like, excuse me. And when I woke up, I was like, excuse what? Because Steven was sending me. I was like, why are you sending me what was going on?
Graham Potter is not getting sacked. The reason is they are not going to hand over £60 million to him in just 4 months. That's
they're billionaires. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
you think they care about that?
They have money.
If you say that,
King,
what about? See, that means Scott. Wait now.
Okay, go ahead.
That means all these Scott McCauley, all of the players he's trying to sign, they will put on hold, and then they'll bring in a Benitez or some dude, and then bring in his recruitment team and start again, and then we continue to struggle between 8th and 15th in the league. Bro, there's no solution to this team than to be patient right now. This team is not good enough.
Graham Potter is not the solution.
Graham Potter sits there. He's scared to tell a player what to do, brother.
No, he's not
clown.
He's not scared.
Why does he sit there? Why is he not telling players, move your fucking arms, do something, man?
Kid Black, the guy.
Bro, he's
a clown.
He has masters in emotional intelligence.
I don't give a F.
He's scared.
I don't give a fuck.
He's scared to go in the dressing room and say, "What the fuck did you do on the pitch?"
Get you out of my club.
Do you have master Abdullah? You need.
I have bachelor's degree in civil engineering. So what else?
That's why you are this aggressive. Someone who has masters in emotional intelligence. You cannot ask him to be shouting on players.
Human resources.
God, man.
See, it's
Just,
not. See, this is not
players look at
BSC
him and
human
think, "What the
resources
fuck? Who the fuck am
in
I
last
playing for?"
We have suffered, man. Slash time. We have suffered.
See, guys, relax. One thing I know is this team, at least 6 of those first team players are not good. See, I'm not qualified. Lord degree. We are talking of emotional intelligence. Do you know what that is? I only found out there's a course like that when Graham
Nice.
Potter got. I never knew.
Andrew, nice, man.
I
Yo,
never
Andrew's
knew
a
there was
lawyer,
any.
man. Nice.
Yeah, he's a nice.
King, you know the problem.
Nice.
Brighton don't miss him. What does that tell you?
What?
Brighton don't miss this guy.
No, they don't lie. They're just it's just tribalism. They are not happy.
They are above you.
Yeah, they don't
No,
miss
they
him.
are
That's
below.
a very
No, they
good
are below
point.
Chelsea. Arium. They are below Chelsea.
They're joint.
De Zerbi, in my opinion, is already a better manager than him.
He is not Arium. Please keep quiet. Just keep quiet.
So.
And Klopp is not an elite manager. So just
Brighton are 1 point behind us. What does that say?
I don't even understand why Arium is speaking here.
Geez. Shots fired, man. Shots fired, man.
Look, I can't be antagonized. I can't be antagonized.
You just signed Cody Gakpo when you have Darwin Nunes, and that's 150 million
Gakpo is
pounds.
gonna flop. Don't you worry. Watch.
So
what
is
we
he
can
saying
do? We
here?
can do the tit for tat. You have to compare wingers
And
and
at the end of the day,
strikers,
we both have to struggle
Gakpo
to
won't
finish
work
in
in
the
the
top
Premier
4.
League.
You know,
So
Stephen, I actually agree with you. But I'm not going to be antagonized because somebody's comparing strikers.
No.
Why wouldn't flop, Blue Eyes? He will flop.
Why wouldn't Cody Gakpo walk in this?
Watch and see.
No.
Clip this right now.
Let's move.
No, he's not gonna. I think he's gonna bang goals. I think he's gonna bang as much as.
I think so too.
No, I think
it's gonna be the new Nunes who can't score a fucking goal.
No. It's not. He's not. He's not the
needs
type
2 own
to
goals to win a match.
No.
I think he's the new man.
He's better at finding. No. He's better at finding
better
the
relax
spot.
there, man.
I'm telling you, man. Listen,
it's good. It's good.
You see the way Klopp.
Let me just finish on.
Look at Nunes. What a shit player he is.
This was Gakpo.
I swear I've not spoken for 2 minutes on Chelsea. I think I will just end it.
That Gakpo.
Just continue.
You're wrong, brother.
Is it true now? Steven,
I'm coming to
trolling. I'm trolling, bro.
Steven, I know.
Let me troll.
Somebody call him Baba Shile. Somebody call him Auntie Shile. Somebody even call him Grandpa Shile. So I know
he's coming, brother.
He's turning tomorrow. So this guy, what's the latest on this guy?
The latest is that it's advanced talks, and it's about we're not activating the release clause. They've agreed, and we're getting it for cheaper.
But it's probably a bulk payment, though. We're paying everything else.
We're paying installments.
Okay, because of FFP.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Todd's done the business, man. Wow. They said they didn't want to sell, and now look, my brother is coming.
Yeah, but I heard Benfica is giving him an improved.
No. He told them he wants to leave. He wants to go to Chelsea. He's told them.
What are they?
And let me pay his last game.
They just signed him to a contract less than how many months ago.
Yeah, but let me tell you something.
They've already got a replacement, Blue Eyes.
They've already got a
replacement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, my problem is this, ladies and gentlemen. We as much as we need midfielders, right? We need link players.
We don't need Jorginho. We need a better.
Can I just finish? Let me just finish.
You guys did not allow me to finish here now. Over 30 minutes.
King, go ahead, brother.
King, go, brother. Go.
No, continue. I will just keep interrupting everybody that comes in. That's my job now for tonight. You guys can continue.
No. Let finish.
No. I'm not making any point anymore. Just anybody that makes a point, I'll come in and
Kim Black, talk about
I'm not talking
about Fernandez. Talk about Enzo. Go ahead.
What
I wanted to say is just simple.
Is this one of many signings for this.
It's going to be only one midfielder in Jan.
How many signings are we making this January?
Wing back and a striker. 3.
3. So we already
We signed 3 already. We signed 4, so another 3.
Who's the 4th one?
We signed the guy from RB Leipzig. He's coming in the summer. We signed the guy from Monaco.
Okay.
We signed the guy from Brazil, and we signed the Fana.
So and Enzo Fernandez will join also too.
Oh, okay. So there's no more signing coming in.
Unless a
Saying that
deadline
we
day
signed
comes
for
up.
Enzo, and we're also going to sign a right back. As well.
Yeah, we're looking at the Celtic right back.
Yo, listen, man.
Ivanovic.
Yeah.
Apart from Abdullahi, I won't listen to anybody talking to me about Enzo Fernandez because all of you guys found out about Enzo Fernandez.
I've been watching him.
Abdullahi, tell them when I told you about Enzo, bro. Tell them when I told you about Enzo.
See, the problem with it is when I talk about Enzo, people say I overhype him, and it was Cow that actually
Blue eyes.
because
This
Cow
is
was
a Luka Modric in the making. This is Blue eyes. I know you don't agree with the general consensus.
This
That's
guy
because
will
you're not
score
taking your time.
goals as well.
But you will change your mind. I can guarantee you.
No,
that you
he's my guy. No, listen. I told you guys. The only time he convinced me so far in everything that I've seen
He's
from
my
him
new Cesc Fabregas.
is in the finals. That was the
as
only good game he had.
DM.
As a DM, yeah.
How about against Mexico?
Oh,
That
my
didn't
goodness.
impress you.
That was a good game. That was a good game too. But again, like I said, there's a difference between you want midfielders and you want link players. And I don't think this guy is a link player. This guy is an amazing midfielder. But I don't think he's a link player. He either operates deep or he operates at the top.
Okay.
So what does link?
Wait.
Player?
Link is somebody like in my mind. Link
Odegaard.
Yeah, the Odegaards of the world, the Alexis.
Listen, forget it with Odegaard. The Odegaard that was invisible before he came to Arsenal. Let's just forget about that one.
Let's just say like a one matter. Let's say like a one matter.
Yeah. Juan Mata himself, I didn't even like him at Chelsea, man.
What?
No, I'm telling you.
I didn't. I loved his numbers, but I don't like him as a player. I never liked him as a player.
King Black, who do you like?
If I like him as a player, like
who do you like?
I've watched quality midfielders that have more to their games than just one thing. See,
like Kovacic, right?
You need to have more to your game. No. Kovacic has one thing and one thing alone.
Hey, respect Kovacic.
Yeah, he's good and he's really, really good at that. And he's one of
so many. Did you see what Kovacic did today? He made a stupid pass when he could have fucking played it in.
Just like everybody in the team who making stupid passes. I don't know. Why is he a target? Why is he a target?
Guys, my take on this guy on
Swiper, no swiping.
Enzo. Wait, Ariel, because I watch him in River Plate and Julian Alvarez.
You don't need to watch. You don't need to watch him for 38. I think this is what Chelsea fans some Chelsea fans try to do. They say you have not. They say they're acting like you have to sit down with someone that plays in Rio Ave in Portugal and watch every game 90 minutes for 38 games to be able to make a judgment. No.
Yeah, but King Blank, hold on.
Papa,
let me indict you now.
We didn't need a large sample size of football in an under 20 to realize how good Messi and Mikel was. How many sample size did Man United or Chelsea need to put in a bid?
But you don't want Joao Felix. But you don't want Joao Felix.
Joao Felix has 4 years.
Don't need another Havertz. Come on.
In Atletico Madrid, and he has done nothing. There's a larger sample size to see how
this the shit Havertz, man. Come on.
And he has not been that. So
if Chelsea doesn't go and get Felix before this January is over,
I'd rather get Griezmann.
We're not getting him.
I'd rather get Griezmann instead of Felix because Felix is not as good as Griezmann. He has never proven that he is.
Are people disrespecting Felix?
Don't mind this.
It's just another Havertz. Come on. In 2023, we've already we've got Havertz we need to get out, but we've just signed Nkunku.
Thank you.
He's a similar build and profile to Felix, but he has the physical attributes to work in the Prem, unlike Felix. So again, I think Felix is a talented player, but there's not a need for Felix when we've already got Felix.
Guys,
that makes no sense.
I want to say something about Enzo because I want everybody to talk. Some people haven't had that discussion, and I think some will have.
Abdullah, you can talk on Enzo, but just tell the people when I told you about Enzo, bro. I told people about Enzo from day. I don't want to hear this World Cup hype, but I was on him from day.
Because when I look at Chelsea midfielder, and in terms of because Blue Eyes was saying we want someone that's gonna link the ball towards like being a link up. And Blue Eyes, this is the breaking news. Enzo Fernandez is the guy. If you're looking for a link up, because you always say something when I kind of like you say.
I think Enzo is a deep line.
Wait. Oliver, wait, because Blue Eyes always he always make a word by saying, is it show for player? How do you do this word where you give him midfielder the ball, you look up and he pass? Fernandez is that guy when you look up.
See, we have been reduced to mediocre. For any Chelsea fan to come against signing this guy, I don't want to hear any Chelsea fan talking.
I don't think anyone will want this player. It's going to be a breath.
I like how you started your statement that we have been reduced to mediocre. That's
yes,
true.
when we have been living with
King Black as much as we want quality players.
Jorginho is
the problem is just sounding like he's going to come in and hit the ground running. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong. We want him.
How would you know any player in the world?
It's just the way you. I think you're overhyping him too much. I think
how would you know that? If Haaland comes to
Chelsea? No. Like I understand there's a risk for everybody, but it's just the way you're going about it. You're sounding like as if he's going to make Chelsea be that great team.
It will make us much.
It will improve our squad. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, but I think
it will improve our build-up. It will improve our build-up play. It will improve our passing and creativity. What are we saying?
But also consider factor of adaptability as well. Like I want to
what is he adapting to? And tell me what player.
Black, don't talk like that. Come on. You know players come and struggle in the league.
Tell me. Do you want me to start mentioning players
what's the meaning of adaptability?
Where this guy have come from?
What's the meaning of adaptability? You come into a new league, new culture.
I'm talking about top class players.
It doesn't matter. Veron struggled in Man United. What do you mean by
okay? But was Veron top class?
What was Veron top class?
Don't say that
I'm
loud.
asking you a question.
I don't want to go into that argument, please. Sebastian Veron.
So how did the culture, language, and everything not affect?
It does. Adaptability. You struggle to adapt. We're all human beings. If you go to a new country, won't you adapt? You adapt. Like, come on, bro.
How did Bruno Fernandez come in and within 12
you're
months?
just calling. That is just one of the few ones that succeeded. But in general, people take time to adapt.
Wait. Now, how did Bruno Fernandez come into Man United? Man immediately made them 5 times better. He had more numbers than Pogba.
Bruno na player now.
He killed it. He won the captain armband within 12 months.
Sorry, that is just.
I'm sorry.
One good instance.
No. You can't just say one example.
The same Luka Modric you are praising today. Why did he struggle when he went to Spain in his first season?
No. You are just going to another example. Let's stay in the Premier League. Let's stay in the Premier League.
Relax. There are a lot of players that have struggled.
Relax.
If you feel there's no adaptability,
you are going to Spain.
Easy. You don't know. I'm sorry, Abdullah, please, because I don't like when people do this.
It's okay. Like if you feel there's nothing like adaptability in football.
Abdullah, please. I don't like when people do this. Let's stay in the Premier League.
How many South Americans?
Kulusevski. Why did he play instantly well and help Tottenham finish top 4?
Okay, you are calling the very few players that have done. I'm not saying
I can
all
continue
players.
for 30 more players.
It's okay. And even Kulusevski, is he really up there? He's just 21. Like this is one of the few players that have done good.
More in the Premier League.
I know. Listen to what I said initially. I said there's a concern about adaptability. I'm not saying he's definitely going to struggle. No.
Oluwaseun, something you need to understand is when the player
adaptability. What kind of analysis are we doing?
What are you guys talking about? No. You sound like everybody that is signed in the league. Okay, just give me a sec.
These generalizations, man.
It's not generalization, it's fact. That's one thing they consider when you talk about signing a player. Some players adapt very fast than other players.
Yes,
it's
I
agree,
but
these are pundit points you are making. These are pundit Jermaine kind of points, bro.
What?
Yes. All these Jamie
Carragher. Let me say something.
This is top sports analysis.
Let me say something.
Wait. Okay, hold on. When Didier Drogba came to Chelsea, why did he take him a while to acclimatize?
This is now a striker.
Hold on, calm down. You know, why did he take him time?
A striker. See, okay, let me. Okay,
the striker is what?
Let me give you an instance. Let me give you an instance. Right, we are Chelsea right now and are in dire need of a midfield revamp, and we are getting one of the top midfielders right now. So you cannot tell me he's going to need time to adapt at Chelsea. He's not going to need time. He's not Billy Gilmore.
Okay,
I
get you.
He's not Chukwuemeka.
It's okay. I get you. I'm just happy that we are having this conversation now. It's fine.
He played. See, what club did he move to Benfica from, Abdullah?
River Plate.
Can you mention 5 players?
Only 2 I know. Julian Alvarez and them.
No. I'm telling you, old school.
Hold on. You see, when you talk sometimes, you also need to be holistic.
Pablo Aimas. Do you know the players that played in that club? Do you think he's a player where Chukwuemeka?
It's not about the club. This is about human beings.
Oh my God.
Kaka went to Real Madrid. He didn't perform. Why? Because you know why? Are you telling me Kaka was not world class? Kaka was the best player of the year that season.
Let's not go to Kaka from.
He struggled to adapt in Spain, and it's reality. Why is that hard for you to understand that players are different? Why is it a problem? Like,
guys, wait,
I'm not saying Enzo is going to flop. No, I'm just saying I hope
want everybody to have that discussion on Enzo.
And London. That's all.
Forward, Enzo Fernandez.
Listen, I ain't got to say too much on the guy. Innit? He's a baller. I was powering him from the start of the season, which is when I first came aware of him. Always been balling for Benfica. I said that we should go in for this guy while he's still cheap. Then Benfica decided to raise his contract to a release clause of 120 million. Kind of spooky. But then he went and bought it out the World Cup. He literally changed Argentina's entire campaign. Coming in that second game, was big against Mexico, scored a great goal, and didn't look back ever since. And he showed his versatility. He's able to play in the box-to-box role. He's able to play as the deepest, as we saw in the final. He's great as a left centre mid. I think that's where his best position is. So I think he's a fantastic player. He's a good signing for us to make. Again, like I've been saying, I think since 2017 we've only signed 6 midfielders. And those 6 midfielders are Drinkwater, Bakayoko, Kovacic, Jorginho. Then it is Saul and Zakaria. And Kante was even before 2017. So those are the 6: Bakayoko, Drinkwater, Jovic, then Zakaria and Saul, who are loans. That's literally it. Other than that, everybody else has been like an academy product, and that's literally it. So we've been crying out for investment in the midfield. This is great. We're gonna get an Enzo, brilliant. And again, I think in general our midfield also needs like a more physical defensive midfielder to be the anchor, because like somebody said earlier, I think Enzo is a deep line playmaker. He can play in the pivot, but he will need somebody alongside him.
No,
You
can also play. No.
I think you're underestimating.
It's a DM, and it can also play as a deep line midfielder. When you're talking about natural DM,
I think they're just judging him on his size, the size of his body.
And this guy is very physical.
He's more
physical. Forward. Remember, it's from South America.
Don't assume what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, and then you can make a judgment after you listen.
Why did you come to a conclusion that he needs someone to play beside him?
Okay, listen, and maybe you'll understand why. So I'm not saying that he's not got the physical strength to do it, because I'm beyond that. I'm beyond thinking that you just need to be a certain profile. No, I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying what's best for him, what's best for Chelsea, what's best for teams that we see win Premier Leagues consistently, is having 2 players in that position who can work in tandem. Again, we look at Man City, they've had Rodri, who's been partnered up with the likes of whether it's been Gundogan or whoever, Bernardo Silva, and are going on to challenge for the league titles and win league titles.
They play.
Liverpool do it with Fabinho and Thiago, or Fabinho and Henderson.
They don't play a double pivot, bro.
But this is the point I'm trying to make. Whether it's a pivot and whether it's one that's sitting as the deepest and then one who's a bit of a box-to-box alongside him. Again, we saw that with Jorginho and Kante. I'm saying that if Enzo's going to be in this hypothetical situation, if he's going to be our Jorginho, where he's the deepest, okay, then you have more of a box-to-box destroying midfielder alongside him, who maybe you can also get goals, you can also get forward.
Well, like a Wijnaldum.
That's another example. Again, that's not one that I would use, but that's an example of somebody that you could use this. So that's the point that I'm making. And again, I'm saying that person,
I would prefer it to be somebody who's a bit more physical. I'm just saying that's for my preference because again, if you look at every single team that's won a Premier League title, they've always had like a Gilberto Silva type or Vieira type or like a Makelele that we've had in the past. They've always had somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying that I want. Again, you guys can judge it however you want. And the last thing that I want to say is, again, I don't like the January transfer window in general.
like
a team like Chelsea that needs to rebuild. Let me just finish. I said I don't like the January window because I like to make signings that are important. I don't want to see any more Aubameyang type signings, Zakaria type. So I don't want to see any more short-term signings. No, I'd rather the season implode, use the youngsters, and let's actually buy players who are going to improve the squad for the long haul. Enzo does that, which is why I'm happy that you bring forward a summer target, which Enzo was. You bring him now. That's great. Because we saw Liverpool last season, Diaz was a summer target. They saw Spurs sniffing around. They're like, Spurs, hey, no, this is our guy. We're going to get him now. And look at the impact that he had. And we even saw Spurs when they got Kulusevski last season. Look at the impact that he had. So if you get top players who are actually summer targets in January, I'm all for it. If they want to get Enzo, great. If they want to get a replacement right back, that's fine because we should have addressed that in the summer. But I don't want to see us now going over the top and getting all these
if you put
players
Enzo,
just to be a stopgaps. I don't want any of that nonsense. No, get players who are necessary.
If you put Enzo Fernandez next to my big auntie and tell him to run, my big auntie will be. This guy has no pace. That's my problem.
You've not watched.
No. Hold on. He's a fantastic operator.
He's not just a pace and power merchant. He runs.
This is what I want
he
to
runs
hear.
when he's supposed to run, and he stops running when he's not supposed to run. Simple as that.
He's got.
But he can run. He has that. You don't make it into that whatever team.
I love that answer.
You don't play it. If you watch Benfica play, these guys don't. They don't stop running. There's no lazy auntie like Jorginho in their team. They don't have that. They're all
as
engines.
soon as you hear pace and power, you know this guy cannot run.
No, he doesn't run aimlessly. That's what I'm saying. People like Conor Gallagher, they run aimlessly. They are aimlessly running around the pitch.
This guy's. I just don't want.
Do that.
This guy looks like somebody that will get
your target, and you.
This guy looks like somebody that will get bullied in the EP. This guy looks like somebody that will get bullied in the EPL.
I don't think
it's the same thing. You could have said the same. Oh, he did it.
I don't think
no. Bernardo Silva, the difference. Hold on, let me just answer that question. Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva has a different kind of strength. His strength is.
So have you seen the kind of strength that Enzo has?
Yeah, I know the kind of strength.
How? You don't know. You don't know the kind of strength he has.
Let me tell you what he does. And he does it really well. Enzo is a guy. He's not short. He plays very close to. He's a short circuit player. Give me, I give you.
He's not Jorginho. No, he's not Jorginho. No, he's not. No, that's not him.
My problem with Enzo, if Enzo beats a man. And
you are just
hold on now. Let me just finish now.
I understand where you are coming from.
Let me ask you this question.
You know the position. You know he's a complete midfielder.
21, right?
Yes, he is.
So let me ask you, what do you think he's
Luka Modric was a complete midfielder.
Wait, hold on.
Let me just finish.
Black, we know you like this player. He's good. Yeah, what are the things you feel he can improve in his game? I'm just curious to know.
This fish market.
Let me tell you. No, I want to answer that question now. Let me answer that question.
He asked me now. I thought he asked me.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he asked both of us. Yeah. Speak. Oh, God bless.
Listen, King Black, really quick. I'm not saying we shouldn't get Enzo Fernandez, but I find it very bewildering that Chelsea fans are chomping at the bits at the mention of Enzo Fernandez. But when you look at the length and breadth of other people that we look at, we're not even considering them half.
Yes, that's how it's supposed to be, because we are not tribalistic Chelsea fans. We understand talent when we see one. We are not tribalistic.
As soon as we watch Enzo Fernandez, anyways, people say See. Go ahead. Yeah.
I know you are threatened with the fact that you know that Jorginho's position is in dire danger.
No, we need to replace Jorginho's position. That's not
he was terrible today.
And number 2, we will likely not sign Declan Rice, which is another guy of yours.
I
like Rice. I'm not even going to hide about it. I like
You
Rice.
have to move on from Jorginho.
But like, in as much as I love Rice, I won't advocate for him. We advocated for Enzo. Saying
but just because we got Enzo, why can't we have Rice as well? Why can't we have Rice and Enzo?
No.
We can have both.
Christopher Vivel said, I think when he came in,
he doesn't fancy Declan Rice.
We should put
you are going to buy Rice. Abdullah. Let me tell you,
he doesn't fancy. Maybe he can come on the free, but
even if we get Enzo, we still need somebody else. Now, I'm not saying
we are going to buy Declan Rice. Let me tell you.
Forward. We just chill. We could end up having both if we want. It just depends. We could end up having this guy, Cardio Kone. Have you seen him ball? He's a proper player. Yeah, he's a proper player. So
chill. I've been watching him for 2 years. He's chill on proper player.
You are not watching him for 2 years. Stop lying, man.
Who is lying? I've watched.
You are telling me you watch Mönchengladbach's game 90 minutes for 2 years. That's
2 years. What was his last game? What was his last game?
You cannot watch Liverpool after 90 minutes, come online and analyze, and go and watch Mönchengladbach, and then watch Bayern Munich.
Are you telling me what I watch or what I don't watch, or how I spend my time?
It's basically impossible.
How is it impossible?
Stevie. Really?
If you are scouting,
come on. Let me ask Stevie.
You are not a scout. If you are not a professional scout, and even if you are, you don't have the time. You don't have the luxury of time.
No, Black, you can't really tell what is.
I am telling you, my brother. You
might not have that time, but other people might have the time.
I'm sorry, it is impossible for you to watch like 40 games in a weekend and watch it 90 minutes. It's impossible physically. We have 24 hours in a day. What are you telling me?
What tells you that?
You can't come online and cap.
It might not be watching the full EPL games. Like I'm not. He
said he has been watching it for 2 years.
It's possible. Like it's like you're saying. So
that means he has been focused. Unless you were assigned a job to focus on.
So when he says he's been watching
wait. Let me just dead that shit. Let me dead it. You can't tell me you have been watching him for 2 good years. It's not you don't work for any company.
No, you can. No, you can.
How?
There are fans that will tell you have been watching Ronaldo.
Is his family member?
There's nothing wrong about that.
No. Ronaldo is a big star. You can watch him. You have to watch him. Is a focus.
Okay, what if someone tells you they've been watching Chiesa for years? What do you say about that?
It's just like say
you've been watching Chiesa for years. There's nothing wrong in that.
It's just like someone telling me that he has been watching Julian Alvarez for 3 years.
No, I mean Chiesa. What's wrong with saying that?
Except he's a football scout.
He doesn't have to be a scout.
Who has a focus on South American football? It's basically physically impossible.
No. So what about those that have been watching Tchouaméni before he went to Real Madrid? What's wrong in that?
Bro, as soon as Chelsea got linked, I have been following Tchouaméni as well. Before he even moved to Real Madrid.
Yeah, but there are fans that
Chelsea never got linked. If Chelsea never got linked, I'm not sitting down.
That's a clear assumption, King
bro.
There are people that have special talents on players and they're just focused on them.
Stop, King Black.
Abdul, you will not take a time.
No, King Black. That's generalizing. You don't do it.
King Black. This is the scenario. King Black, wait. King Black.
You are professionally a football star.
No, you don't have to be a scout. Come on, King Black.
King Black.
Okay, tell me the deep line playmaker in Rio.
No. King Black.
Okay. No. I want to ask.
I don't have to know all the playmakers. I might have a preference of soft spot for a certain player.
Then I have right back. Who is the backup right back in Palmeiras?
No,
I don't watch Palmeiras. I don't have to.
Okay, now telling me
because I don't have any special spot there.
And someone tells me here that he has been watching the guy for 2 years, I would say
there's
you are
nothing
lying.
wrong in that statement.
It's possible, King Black. It's
now.
possible. It is
There's nothing
possible.
wrong in
Okay,
that.
Abdullah, I'm not gonna talk again. Or somebody call me a liar. I'm not talking again.
No, don't take it
No,
offensive.
you can
Sorry,
lie.
don't take
You
it
can
offensive.
lie.
No,
Lying
don't
is
take it
not a crime.
offensive, bro. Don't take it offensive.
Abdul, speak.
It's not even an insult. You can lie. Feel free to lie.
No. I guess that's not what you meant.
now.
What you're trying to say is like he hasn't been focused on the player, and maybe he took it offensive.
It's basically impossible. Kadiokone is not Drogba. He's not.
He doesn't have to be Drogba. Come on,
I'm sorry.
Wait, Abdul speak.
King Black, where's this energy from? Calm
He's
down.
not allowing people to
What's up?
speak. Man. No,
But you're not allowing me to speak
Where's
as
this
well.
energy from this night?
So we just keep going.
Bro.
Let's just keep it going this way.
Abdul,
man.
If you attack Enzo, King Black comes for you.
King Black, just check a chill pill. Like, just chill.
If you attack
Enzo, your energy is so intense today, man.
Abdul, you want to say something? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, what I was about to say.
No, I hate it when like someone who hasn't been signed is being called crap.
No one is calling him crap.
No, he said he has been crap for 2 years. That he has been watching him. That's why I attacked him.
Who's been crap, Enzo?
No, the guy that I mentioned his name.
The Kuna guy. Oh, he's talking about.
No, he said he should chill. He said chill that he has been watching him for 2 years. He doesn't.
No, he said he's been bang average. That he has been watching
that doesn't
him
mean
for
it's
2
crap.
years.
Bang average means he's not elite player, world class.
Yeah, but King Black, I heard you the other day. You were going crazy and calling Joao Felix crap.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you give him a chance?
I was having that debate with you. You said it was crap. Like, why did you come to Chelsea?
You're shouting and screaming and shouting about Enzo Fernandez that we're not giving him a chance. Meanwhile, we have a Joao Felix who has proven kilometers in top flight football.
I don't care
about your kilometers. If you are a good car, if you're a great car in a great condition, I don't care about the kilometers.
Of course.
If the kilometers is not way too much, like them Jorginho's kilometers, if the kilometer isn't too much, I don't fucking care.
But hold on, King Black.
If the car is in a great condition, you need to consider the car.
King Black,
it doesn't matter.
Hold on. In as much as Enzo is a young player,
I would rather have
do you find him more sought after than Felix?
200,000 kilometer of a C300. I still rather have that. I'll still rather have that over a 10,000 kilometer Toyota Camry.
Do you find Enzo more sought after in the world of football today than Felix? In as much as yes, he had a good tournament. Do you find him more sought after according to
of course, Enzo is the new chick in town.
Yeah, I know. He's like Mario Götze as well. He had a very good tournament. Oh, sorry, it was good.
Thank you.
Was a good player in the 2014 World Cup.
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean he's going to come out being a fantastic player.
Things
can change.
My brother, preach.
Things can change.
Okay, King Black. This is what the people in the chat are saying. If Chelsea sign Enzo, King Black will get 2 commission.
See, Andrew, guys. See, I don't care whoever comes to Chelsea, right? But my problem is Chelsea fans are very tribalistic. If this was Declan Rice being linked to Chelsea, Blue Eyes will never come here to talk down on the transfer.
But because they've seen Declan Rice play, that's why they won't complain.
That is what I'm saying. So what is the job of a scout if everyone has seen the player?
That's true.
So it's all about risk as well.
Wait. What is the scout's duty if everyone has seen him play?
King Black.
Thank you.
King Black.
There's no response. There's no response. Of course.
I want to respond.
Of course, there's no response to the question. Everyone is just trying to jump on the gun. Okay, let me jump on the bandwagon. Okay, this is the topic that is sweet. Let me jump on it. That's what everyone is doing. Look at SSB. If I was talking about the Clarice is the best player in the world now, he will come here and be hyping me and we say,
is this true? Steven, is this true? He came to the match today, Christopher Vivell.
Yes, he was there. He wasn't very happy, brother.
Lord help him. This is the news.
He was shaking his head at full time.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about this man. What's his name again? Vivell, right?
Christopher Vivell, yeah.
Let me talk to you.
Some people must have been watching him for the last 2 years.
Let me talk to you about Vivell a little bit. I'll give you my opinion on Vivell. Here's the problem with Vivell. It's not a problem, but here's
Here we go.
No. Here's the outlook.
SSB, just to answer SSB. I've been watching McAllister before the World Cup, and I've said it on Twitter Spaces. Just that Twitter and YouTube are quite different audience. I've always wanted McAllister at Chelsea before the World Cup. I've wanted him. I know a footballer when I watch one.
Black, I know you. I can testify to that.
I've been watching street. I know a street footballer. Close control is one of their best attributes. When you see a player rise, all these Brazilians, that's why they have it in a bunch. Not
well, I think back. How long have you been watching McAllister?
Blue eyes, go on. What are you going to say, brother?
I've been watching him. I've been watching McAllister.
Oh no, trying to say about no. I didn't listen. I'll be honest with you. I saw McAllister.
I'll take McAllister anyway.
I paid attention to McAllister in the World Cup, and he caught my eye. That's it.
The World Cup.
The World Cup now I might know the guy. But again, back to this Vivel guy. I want to talk about this Vivel guy really quick. It is a fantastic thing that we got Vivel. Let me ask the panel a question. What is Vivel's title?
Technical director.
What does technical director technically mean?
I think he oversees transfers and
that's Milano's role. I think something similar to Milano's role.
Thank you. Yeah, so
Fernandez was similar to that.
Is it fair to say that he's the head scout?
Yeah, he's a scout.
Not really.
Not really.
But they're bringing Michael Edwards also in June, so that one could be.
I don't even care about Michael Edwards, man.
Yeah, let's just talk about this now, man.
So let me ask you a question. So do you think it is this Vivel's ideas that will come before Graham Potter, or Graham Potter is the one that goes to him with his idea, and Vivel now builds the dream for Graham Potter?
I think he just needs to sit down and ask each other some questions. He needs to tell Vivel about how
you're not answering the question. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm. You're not answering the question.
What's the question?
The question is simple. Is it Vivel that goes to Graham Potter and says, this is the kind of players we're going to get, and this is where we're heading for in the next 5 years? Or is it Potter that goes to Vivel and says, these are the players I want, and this is when we need them now?
Talks to the guy from Brighton, and then the guy from Brighton reports to him.
You are making it seem like it's a government work where someone will go to someone. It's a teamwork anyway.
Yeah.
Blue eyes.
Both of them will come together and discuss.
God. I'm not listening.
No, I think. Let me answer your question.
Hold on.
I'm answering this question.
No, King Black. At the end of the day, both of them will come together. But
yes.
I want you to answer the question.
Blue eyes.
Who do you think?
Blue eyes. I think what you're saying is actually what I normally have a problem with. What you're trying to say is who is answerable to who.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what I say. Okay,
that's where the problem.
I just told you.
Now that's what the problem is, because number one, this guy is in a bigger position of power than Graham Potter.
No, but the problem
is less dispensable.
No. But the problem is The problem now is, I love that point that you brought up, that he's less dispensable. Yeah. But if Graham Potter allows himself to be less dispensable than Vivel, then Graham Potter doesn't belong in this job now.
Yes.
This is why I say, hold on. This is the reason why I say we need coaches that are politicians as well too. Because I think Vivel is going to want to come in, right? Vivel, if I'm Vivel, let me actually act like Vivel. If I'm Vivel, I'm going to want to come in, and I'm the new sheriff in town. If I'm going to go to, I'm actually going to Graham Potter and tell him we're bringing players. I'll actually try and Graham Potter. I'll bring players that he doesn't want, because I want to see the kind of guy this guy really is.
So Blue Eyes, let me tell you something about his role. If Graham Potter is going to be sacked, it's going to be because Vivel doesn't want him. It's going to be because Vivel
he didn't even want Potter in the first place. Let me tell you that.
It's going to be because because Vivel thinks Graham Potter isn't good enough for the job.
Yeah, but it is Graham Potter. That's why I said, hold on. King Blank, you're absolutely right. But it is not Graham Potter's job. That's what I'm trying to say. It is Graham Potter's job to make himself indispensable in the food chain, because right now a food chain has been created.
Can Graham Potter do that?
Yeah, if he can't do that, then he doesn't belong in the job area, my brother.
He doesn't belong in the job anyway.
This guy,
That's what I'm saying. If he cannot do that, because that is the kind of leadership we want from a coach. And this is the reason why I say we haven't had a coach in a long time. I don't need an X's and O's guy. I need a guy of influence so that, like Greenbank is saying, Christopher Vivo cannot just throw him under the bus.
But shouldn't it be the other way around?
No.
Guys be answerable
should
to
be.
the manager.
No, but it should.
What do you mean?
Should
No.
be.
You are sick in the head, Andrew. That's stop. Andrew,
Guys,
stop.
it should be these guys answering to Graham Potter. It should be Graham Potter telling them.
A football's technical director is bigger, man.
No,
not
it's
everywhere.
Why? Because they call it,
No,
What do you mean? Because they attach director next to the name. Because they attach director next to the name. You think it should be bigger?
what's his name? The guy at Madrid, the sporting director at Madrid. What's that guy? What's that guy's name?
They don't necessarily have a sporting director.
Is it PSG who has this big guy? Is that Abdullah?
What the hell?
That's Abdullah. Added himself again. Abdullah has been hacked.
Abdullah, there's two of you.
I want to take out some. I'm trying to do something. Go ahead, keep talking.
They have hacked Abdullah. That guy at PSG. What's his name? The sporting director. He could get the coach sacked. He could get the coach sacked if he wants.
What about Man City? What about Man City? Are the directors there not answerable to?
Exactly.
No,
they have more than one director at Man City.
I think Pep is Pep is just the biggest thing.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. In real, I think if we're to follow it, I think the better option is to make the guys answerable. I'm not saying Porter in particular, but they should be answerable to the manager. The manager should tell them, "I need a left back. Give me a left back."
Exactly.
They should look for a left back for the manager. It's not them saying like, "Oh, we have just signed this midfielders."
It depends on the track record of the coach.
Preach.
No. It depends on the track record of the manager.
Well, Paul asked for a left-sided centre back, and he's given it. So,
but let me tell you something. King Black. It's not whether it's up to the coach or whether it's not up to the coach. The coach has to build that tough skin. The coach has to build an political influence as he grows in this role. And if
as an English person, why do you expect that from an English person, man? An average English person is all about politeness, respect, and
okay, I'll let the English guys jump in. I'll let the English guys jump in that comment.
That's just an average. That's just it.
I'm not English.
You don't want to hurt another person's feelings with your actions. They hold that to a high esteem. So you are not going to get that out of Graham Potter or any English manager. Really not.
Because listen, I need somebody. All I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen,
it's all about crying, silence, and all that. That's how they live.
No. I need somebody that will also stick a broomstick in the eye of Vivel. Because Daniel Levy cannot do anyhow for Conte.
Conte's off, mate.
Sorry?
Conte's off.
What do you mean?
He's quitting at the end of the season.
Well, yeah, but that's under Conte's direction.
Because he's crying, he wants more signings, and Daniel Levy said no.
So if Graham Potter goes there and is thinking he wants to be the good guy, and he doesn't want to shake the trees, and he wants to just be a system guy, he's going to get thrown under the bus.
But Blue Eyes, Levy at the end of the day still has more power than Conte. So but at the end of the day,
Conte is just the crybaby. Let's be real.
So let's just forget about the names of the coach and all that, and focus on the elephant in the room, which is the team. So all of these things are just you see. For me, I think Vivel is a very, very good appointment.
Very good,
very, very good appointment.
It is a good appointment, but what is he coming to do? You're not telling us what he's come to do.
No, we have told you like 3 times. It's just what you want to listen to. You have not heard it.
Okay.
He's coming here to oversee transfers and negotiations of year in, year out, making sure that the team always fills whatever gaps. We don't have to be in a situation. We don't have to be in a
He's
situation
doing contracts,
where
and he said
player,
players with 2 years left on the contract are not renewing. They're sold.
yeah, like just making sure that the project that maybe Todd Boehly had actually put in front of him is really, really viable. It's really, really it's something they can work on. You get what I'm saying? Like
so is that
if he wants,
is that like a Marina role?
that's like a Marina and a Menalo role and everything put together. This guy is more powerful than
He's got more brains than Marina,
the
though,
coach.
let's be real.
Stop.
And the coach, because he
Must be
he
true,
can
man. What does Marina
it's
know
true.
about football?
A lot.
He doesn't. She doesn't know a lot about
Nothing.
football. Jesse gets it. Do you know we could have
Leave
no
Marina
direct?
alone, please.
No,
I know you
Marina
fancy her, but allow it,
was
brother.
working in Chelsea for like 20 years. You can't say she doesn't know anything about football.
What does she know about football? Tell me a good football decision she's made at Chelsea. Tell me one good thing she's done at Chelsea.
Who did?
When she brought Hazard to the club, you didn't say she was a bad person.
Exactly. She's not the one that brought Hazard to the club.
No. Yeah, sometimes we give credit that give credit where it's due.
She wasn't the one that brought Hazard to the club.
Thank you very much, King. Thank you very much.
She did not bring Hazard.
It's okay.
To the football club.
Even if she didn't bring Hazard, are you telling me
No, she didn't.
She didn't bring Hazard to the club.
So now you're telling me she's she had no value in any way to Chelsea. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
She was there in the picture when he signed, but it was Eminano. Thank you very much.
Why are you going to value? Why are you going to the value level now?
So you're telling me she had no value
to bring Hazard to the club.
Okay, even if I got that wrong,
no. She sold bringing back Jose Mourinho back to the club in 2013 to Abramovich. She convinced Roman to bring back Jose Mourinho.
Are you sure on that? Have you got proof on that?
She signed.
No, look at the way you signed. How was it?
And is that a good footballing decision?
Yeah, because we won the league with him.
We win the league.
On.
So what happened
like
after?
This, bro? Come on.
So what then happened after?
Doesn't matter.
So why did she want that? Hang on. Why did she want Antonio Conte as manager? And Roman said yes, it's happening.
I don't know about that side. Man.
The way you sound, like if you know things better, maybe you have been better. You go do the job up there then. Because you sounded like you're so perfect.
They are footballing people that know these things better than all of us.
Maybe they should put you in the fucking boardroom,
You sound like you know the job than them.
Let's come on, Emmy Big Show. Let's come on, Emmy Big Show. Let's come on.
They are people.
Happy New Year, my people. I'm not gonna greet Happy New Year. Wait, is that how you come to school? Emmy, is that how you come to school?
I'm always late sometimes, those kind of boys that come late, no badge in our pocket.
Abdullah, Emmy already told you he went to night school.
Exactly. No wonder.
I went to night school. We don't used to wear badge in our pocket. Yeah, we used to talk after our shirt.
That's it's like a garage boy with that. No wahala.
Anyway.
Emmy is a back sitter as well. People with sit for back.
All those people with they sit down for back.
No wahala.
Hey, I'm talking about our dear club called Chelsea, man. Because my God,
we are suffer.
Aisha.
We are suffer. When do we become like this? When do my club become
I think some people like this change in culture, which people are
be fast. Why is Ziyech on the bench? Be fast.
Why is Ziyech? Because they said he played third place match 2 weeks ago, so they said he's not fit. But Ziyech, when he came on, he was almost the best player I actually played for Chelsea. He played very well. Anyway, Chelsea's matter, man. I don't even know where to start. It's like the whole club needs a surgery. Like, where do we really start? Okay, should we start from all these new guys they've brought in, right? So the owners have brought in this Vivial guy. What was Vivial's title? Can someone just tell me?
We just explained right now. We just explained.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Steven, he said he wanted to.
This is why you should not come late.
I know. Sorry.
So, Steven, explain the title. He said he wants to know the title.
He's a technical director.
Brother. Explain to him.
He's a technical advisor.
Technical director.
Technical advisor or technical director?
Director, sorry.
I
think he has more power than Potter.
Emmy. He was at the match today, and at full time he was shaking his head.
Oh, I know. I can imagine, and I'm sure the guy will be like, "Man, this team, he just okay." Can someone just
Potter looked straight at him and put his head down.
Yes, I can already tell. Like, there's a disconnect somewhere there.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know if
it's not gonna last.
The thing is,
I would like to
emergency meeting in the morning. He could be sacked, or he could be given more time. You'll find out.
I don't think.
But Stephen, I understand you are high on emotions because you watched the game in.
I'm not high on emotions. What I've been told. I know, and the players have been told not to report for training at 10 a.m.
I get.
Wait.
The players have been told not to report to training to after the meeting, and Todd will let them know after. Last time that happened, Tuchel got sacked. So did Tuchel.
Got sacked.
Steve, you didn't say that earlier on. You just said
that's
7.
I don't like to give too much information, man. I have to watch myself, man.
Oh, that's serious, man.
Wow.
Mr. Potter is getting sacked.
He's
getting sacked, or he could get more time. Let's see.
But Stephen, it will be
because I think these people he's brought in, they didn't want Potter. Todd made the decision, and I don't think it's gonna work. These new people don't want him.
Yeah, they probably have seen some things already.
You know what we are overlooking as Chelsea's fans?
This guy deserves
we are overlooking that. I think the process of the takeover is still ongoing. We thought as they just announced the takeover, that was the entire whole transition. That was the only thing that was required, and that's it. I think the takeover is still ongoing. They're still removing people, putting people in place.
Oh yes, that will happen for the next 1 year at least.
Yeah,
but if you've been in any company where they do a merger or an acquisition, it's going to be a constant process. People are going to try they start from the top and they will go all the way down through the grassroots, right? So every layer of this organization is going to be touched by they call it restructuring. There's going to be a lot of restructuring. There's going to be some arms of the organization where they'll deem it as redundant, or they want to improve that particular arm, right? So they will either bring their own people or just consolidate the people that already exist. So there's going to be a lot of shakes everywhere. It's still happening. It's going to, but we cannot say, because the restructuring is happening, then the football on the field should be that abysmal. Or
Emmy, my question, because I asked Steve about it. I said I told Steve if you are
Abdullahi, one thing I forgot to say, they're looking to bring in new physios, and remember the lady who
Eva Camelo.
She could be coming back. She's holding.
Finally she's coming back. I'm happy she's coming back.
Abdullahi, which are you happy? Hey God,
I need to be happy because our physio has been abysmal. Let me be happy. Somebody
was that lady available when we had Ajan Robben, or was
she was available on that? She was available on that. It was Ose. She has the club with Ose. She has been there for a very long time in the club.
But we had Robben.
No. Wait, hold on. They hired that Camero after Jose got sacked the first time. So, even when we had Robben, she was not there. She was not the head doctor. I think she got. Yeah, she wasn't there. I think she got in after Avram Grant's that 2008 season. After Avram Grant, I think that's when she started, and she was there till 2014, 2015, 16. So she was there for 8 years.
So I just want to ask you guys this: do you think any coach now with this current Chelsea team does better than Potter?
Yes.
Absolutely. 100%. 100. Stop.
Yes.
Stop now.
King Black.
Okay, name 5 coaches.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Wait. Let me analyze.
Before Tuchel got sacked, where were Chelsea in the league? Where were they? How many points went off the top 4?
When what? Sorry.
When Tuchel got sacked, how many points?
We're just 3 points. We're 3 points. We're 3
now
points.
Now look where we are.
No.
Yeah.
How many games have we played then? No, you can't say that. You can't use that metric.
Games. We have played 6
You
games.
can't use that metric. Okay,
Why?
we played 6 games, and then we have played 20. How many games now?
King Black, see, 16. We have never gone 1 win in 7 Premier League games. Wait, hold on.
There was 18 points.
Did you know we never lost to Nottingham Forest in 26 years?
King Black,
look
King
what
Black.
happened, man.
King Black.
But have we lost to them now? Have we lost to them?
Look at the result. Come on, we should be smashing them.
King Black.
No.
Chelsea.
Did we smash Everton's on the 21 side that we played with Tuchel?
So if Tuchel was still here, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
We would be worse than where we are.
No. That's not true.
Pulisic won't be putting this much energy.
King Black
King Black.
There's Wala don't do Black. King Black,
terrorism football.
King Black. Let me
Wala
don't do Black. King Black, let me take
King, I remember you the one on Twitter trolling for Potter to come to the club. Let's not.
Yes, I wanted him to come. Yes, absolutely. I wanted him to come.
King Black, this guy's been an absolute disaster. He's been an absolute disaster.
No, he hasn't.
King Black. Wait. Let me read out the numbers. No, wait. Let me read out the numbers.
Before you read out the numbers, wait.
Let me read out the numbers.
Let me just say something.
In 7 games, in the last 7 weeks, Ariam,
away with it.
Ariam, wait. Ariam, in the last 7 Premier League games, Chelsea has won only 1. Let that sink in. I'm not talking of all competitions because then we'll include the Man City loss in the Carabao Cup and we'll include the other ones too. In the last 7 Premier League games, we have won only 1 game, and that was against Bournemouth 2 days ago or 3 days ago.
Listen, I'm not disputing anything. I'm just saying I understand King Black's emotion is he doesn't want the players to get away with it. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are peppering over the crowd. You guys are trying to downplay how horrible.
King Black, let me tell you something.
The level of footballers.
I'm not saying he's right or he's wrong. I'm just saying his emotion that the players are getting away with it. That's all I'm saying.
They are getting away with it. Year in, year out.
King Black, you cannot change an entire thing.
I got to the crux of King Black's emotion of today. He doesn't want the players to get away with it. I get it.
But you cannot change all the players.
Imagine having 6 McTominays in a Man United team and you are putting the blame on the coach. The quality is not good enough. It's not good enough.
It's not true, King Black, because those players played in the World Cup and we also how good some of them were. Pulisic, Ziyech. Yes.
Was he not good? Was he not decent today?
Who?
Pulisic. Was he not decent?
No. Not really. No. Pulisic was lost.
He was decent. He wasn't
horrible. He was horrible. It was horrible.
He should have scored that goal.
He lost the ball so many times.
Come on, he should score that.
Wait, you watched Pulisic 3 times in the World Cup, 3 games.
No,
because I think he missed. No. He was injured on the 4th one, right?
No, he played the last game against. He played the second round game against who they play.
He was taken off the field in
Netherlands.
No, he played against Holland. He played to the last minute. Come on.
What game was he injured? What game was it? I know
it was against England. I think it was against England, but he still played.
He played every game.
I think King Black is right. I think he might have missed it.
He missed nothing. He didn't miss anything.
No, he didn't miss any
games. He played the
He didn't miss anything. He got injured during the game, but he played the next game, bro. Stop again.
Yeah, no, you're right. He played every game.
Because he got smacked
in the balls. He started every game.
So
he did. I checked it. He started every game.
So the best
he started every game.
So the best he did in that World Cup was hit the crossbar.
No, he scored.
Now, King Black, now you're being emotional.
He scored the goal. He scored the goal that qualified them. It doesn't matter.
Against what?
It doesn't matter.
He was a talisman.
Got injured in the balls, bro.
What was the most important?
He had a good tournament.
We don't get problem with King Black.
King Black, you're trolling, man.
I'm sorry. He did nothing in the World Cup.
Don't say that. No.
Absolutely nothing.
No, you can't say that. I'm an American. We are mostly on this stream. On this stream, we are mostly Americans,
a player
and
that
we
made an
all
assist in the first
know what he
not
did.
in the second game.
Yeah, it was his goal that qualified America to the next round.
In the first game as well.
Yeah, he also had the
talisman. Was the best player for the United States,
and he got 2 players of the 2 player of the games in 4 games.
No, but Emmy, give his emotions some credit because he doesn't want the players.
No, King Black cannot get away with this one now.
No, but he doesn't want the players to get away with murder.
No, but
you
there's
cannot
no.
tell me Pulisic has spent all years. Wait, Emmy, enough.
By the way, Emmy, I agree with you. Graham Potter has no business in that job.
You cannot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Potter is not supposed to be Chelsea's coach. Potter cannot be Chelsea's coach.
So because Boufal balled out for Morocco, Pep should sign him to Man City.
Nobody has said anything like that.
I don't even understand
about Enzo as well.
He played well in 3 games.
No, hold on, King Black.
No,
what
he did at Benfica.
Man, King Black, you can't diminish. You can't diminish. No, you cannot.
Before he got to Benfica,
what did he do? Is he the best player in Benfica? Is he the best player?
Is the reason they are top of
is he the best player in Benfica? Is he the best player there?
In the best player. He's the best player.
So he's a talisman. They're telling me now he's a talisman.
Watch the Champions League.
He's the best player. Why are you using English again? He's the best player.
This was a talisman.
So because having a good spell in Champions League means he's the best player. Giroud had a good spell in Champions League when we won it. Doesn't mean he's our talisman.
The level of football analysis is getting low.
It's just horrific. He's the best player in the team, and now you're asking me if he's the talisman.
Well, you said he's the best player.
So we need to explain what a talisman is.
What are you guys talking about?
Enzo.
Honestly, what does this mean? Look,
Enzo is different from this Chelsea issue now.
I tire.
This
cannot be manager of
Chelsea. Been at Chelsea for 4 years under 4 or 5 managers. And none of them have been able to make him.
But that doesn't make
Wait, that doesn't matter.
Let me say something.
That doesn't matter. He scored in the semi-final of the Champions League. But that's nothing to say. Pulisic is a talent. We all know Pulisic is a talent. He's a talent.
He's not a top talent.
He's a talent for his age range.
What does that have to do with Graham Potter being the manager of Chelsea, which he should not?
Graham Potter, wait, Ariel, hold on. Graham Potter.
I think we are overestimating the influence of a manager in a team.
I'm saying Graham Potter is not.
Come on, man. A manager. Yes. Okay. Let me ask you a question, King Black. Wait, let me ask you a question. What does Zidane? Wait. What does Zidane do? What does Zidane do in the 3-3? Let me ask you the question first,
I'm giving you Zidane's elder brother now. Zidane's elder brother, Carlo Ancelotti.
Hold on, I'm not talking about.
Wait now. If the quality is not good there, it's not there. There's nothing you can do about it. There's absolutely nothing.
No, but are you saying our players are trash?
Why did Carlo Ancelotti not win the league with Everton?
How can you win the? When has the Everton win the league? When has the Everton win the league?
Come on, how come he went to Madrid?
This is trolling. This is trolling.
King Black. When last the Everton win the Premier League?
Blue Eyes. Now you start this, so you know that now you start that. I prefer not to respond. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes. You started this.
Tell me.
And
Blue Eyes. You respond. You started this.
After he started,
Blue Eyes. You started this. Blue Eyes. You started this.
Tell me as a footballing mind, why he didn't work at Everton.
We have suffered.
He almost got them relegated. He almost got them relegated. And that same season, he disappeared.
Right. Because I know they. I don't want to. Let me just keep short and meet my mind.
You have a figurehead like Graham Potter.
Allow these footballers, these garbage players, to get away with being mediocre, and then appoint a.
Did I not tell you, Emmy? He doesn't think the players deserve another distraction.
They don't need another. This is another distraction, so they can go on social media.
You see, I'm the one giving your points. I'm the one articulating.
And post and say Graham Potter was a nice guy. And
King Black, 1 second. I'm the one giving your points. I'm giving you support in terms of saying I recognize your points.
What are you smoking?
I recognize your points, but that doesn't make.
Andrew, I am so far. I don't even know what to say anymore. King Black is like, I don't know. King Black, wait. Do you think some Zobo or some hot coffee this night? What did they go on?
Smoking some skunk, brother.
King Black say he takes Zobo.
He's been super hyper tonight, honestly.
No.
What I don't do?
One
King
second.
Black takes some Zobo this
Do
night.
you understand his point of
Oh
view
boy,
that players
King
have
Black,
been
I would
guys
never
are trying
attack
to
Enzo.
see.
Enzo is the
No,
best
I
player in the
don't
world,
see.
man.
I'm
Enzo
not
is the
saying
best.
see if we lose out on Enzo, even if unless except he goes to a place like Arsenal or something, I would be pissed. If not, I don't mind. If you get in proper players, proper profiles, I'm allowing Vivel and these guys, let them do their jobs. That's why they get
But
paid.
are you going to give world-class
Let's
players
allow
to
them.
Graham Potter?
I'm sorry. Arteta is Arsenal's coach.
But you can't compare.
Thank you, Arium.
You
Thank
can't
you for
compare.
the awkward silence.
No,
Arium,
what do you mean?
A cone
I'm about
carrier.
to respond to you. You're
A
saying
cone
the
carrier.
silence.
King Black, wait, King Black, wait.
You're not allowing anybody to respond.
He's leading Pep
Arium,
with the Premier League
respond.
table.
Nobody can respond.
King Black,
For
hold on.
7
King Black,
points.
Nobody
King Black,
can
hold on.
respond.
Arium,
First, you call me a
respond.
liar. I should give you my White Scout login. First, you call me a liar about watching matches, okay? First.
Because you didn't watch 60 plus games.
No. I've never watched Kwado Kone. I've never watched him in my life. Don't worry, we'll move on. Right. My point is, you cannot compare. You cannot compare the culture, in my opinion, that Graham Potter can create, that Arteta can create. You don't do CV, and because you're going to go to the CV arguments of who has he managed or the no. I'm talking about inspiration. Graham Potter to
What do you mean? What do you mean? Would you say this
King Black,
when they had 10 audible games when he was playing 5 at the back with Bukayo Saka?
King Black,
would you say this?
Arium, continue, please.
No, listen. I'm talking about inspiration. Why did these players continue to follow even when they were 17th, 16th, etc.? In my opinion, he will not get that buy-in from the players in Chelsea. In my opinion.
Risky. I am tired, though. Do you live in Russia, King Black?
What is Arium saying?
Do you live with Vladimir Putin? What is going on?
Arium, hold on. Have you followed Arteta since he joined Arsenal?
Thank you. Have you been following him?
Have you
10 games without a win? 10
hold
games.
on.
He had
Black,
10 games without a win.
Arium, have you followed Arteta since he joined Arsenal?
Of course.
Okay, how many times have there been calls for Arteta to get sacked before this season?
I would say the biggest ones were when they lost 3-1. Obviously, I'm not just bringing it up as a Liverpool fan. Generally, it was really, really bad. We beat them 3-1, and their fans, to me, were disgusted and really, really had enough. It was even worse than the Europa League exit. It was even worse than that one, in my opinion.
Did you know
but
that
wasn't one isolated scenario?
Do you know they played 5 at the
multiple
back
losing streaks
Saka
where they
at
wanted this man out? So
no, but you're not talking about the players, though.
What players?
It was never for, in my opinion, it was never for a lack of. It was never. Do you remember? Okay, do you remember when Arteta initially went 3 at the back?
Yeah, he was playing 3 at the back with Saka, with Bukayo Saka in wing back.
He was playing. So my point is that shows. Let me finish. That shows buy-in.
But he was clueless then.
Just let me finish. That shows buy-in. When you see Raheem Sterling, yes, completely different player in terms of one is an established player, one is a young player. But when you see the likes of Raheem Sterling, people are talking about why is this one wing back? Why is that one? In terms of how they're performing the position, that shows to me that there's no buy-in from the players in Chelsea for Graham Potter. That is my opinion, objectively.
And that's not
my question to you is who's gonna wait?
If you watch
King
Arteta.
Black, hold on. This guy just made a point for. My question to you, Arium, is who do you think is gonna buy more? A young buck who hasn't started his career and is looking to
I
build
made
a career,
that point
or an
already
experienced
now.
player? So why are you bringing it
So
up?
why are you blaming the
So
coach?
why are you blaming Potter when you know what the answer to
And
your
you're
question
trying
is?
to tell me about emotional intelligence of Arteta.
Wait, you literally said
who said
you're going to get the
emotional
buy from the young
intelligence?
player. So
No,
why are you blaming Potter for Sterling not buying in?
Emotional or something. The way
My
Arteta
point
was
is effort level, right? I don't believe that in a club like Chelsea, you will ever get the buy-in. And you may say it's a bit of a biased decision, but I don't see this guy as a manager of Chelsea Football Club. Absolutely
the same way Arsenal fans didn't see Arteta as the manager of Arsenal. And now they are 7 points leading the league table.
But Arteta at least was
with Antonio Conte, with Pep Guardiola, and Jurgen Klopp below him. Can you deep that?
That's a
So
separate
please.
point. My point is that Arteta, to me, at least in the end,
at least in the end,
you're not there.
So
in
have
the,
you
behind
waited?
the scenes.
Why can't you wait till the end to see what's going to
No,
happen?
okay. You're not there. Let me finish. You're not there behind the scenes. Neither am I at Arsenal. But I know that he at least comes from a place where he can call himself a philosophy merchant. What is Graham Potter's dying by biblical philosophy of how he wants to play football?
What are you saying, man?
Aram, you did not hold on. Aram, you did not just ask that. I'm sorry.
Suffering and smiling philosophy.
Don't be disrespectful, guys. Come on,
look, man. He said he's coming from a place that he can call himself a
don't be disrespectful, man. What do you mean? What is?
He's never coached a football club ever.
Oh my days, man.
He's never coached one football club.
You cancel yourself with that statement, right? I'm sorry.
Are you coming to drop a howler?
I'm saying that. How can you tell me? What evidence do you have of a philosophy that, or a hill that he will die on, Graham Potter? What hill in terms of philosophy that
what evidence? What evidence do they have before hiring Arteta?
Aram, you're still asking. Oh my day, you're asking for evidence.
Asking this question.
Wait, you're asking for evidence.
No, I'm not asking for evidence.
Are you really?
I'm saying that when you pitch, you want to convince. Do you think that Graham Potter is convincing? That's all. You can have a small
let me answer that question, guys. Wait. Let me answer the question.
Okay.
The problem is,
let me just answer this. Let me just quickly say this. Sorry, I'll go on mute. You can have a small sample size or a big sample size. You can call the sample size harsh if it's small. But I'm asking you, do you find him convincing? That's all.
Okay, Ariel. For me, because the way I analyzed both players and manager is different. Everybody have different opinions. But wait.
The fact that we have
Wait, King. The problem is
walking into Chelsea's first team.
Wait, the problem is in terms of charismatic and the stuff he thought convincing for me, it doesn't look convincing because a manager like if we're talking about because when I remember when King, I remember when Zinedine Zidane was the manager of Madrid then. Vinicius was playing as a wing back, and Vini said something, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, okay, I'm listening because he said when he was playing on that Zidane, he was playing as a wing back. He said he doesn't like it, but he buy into what Zidane was doing because he said I comforted Zidane. I told him this is not my position. I want to play on the left wing. But while you play as a wing back, but Zidane said, yes, it's not your wing, but I want you to buy into what we want you to do for the moment, not for the future, but for now. That's what it seemed. And he said he did it, but it's not his position, but they tried to do it. But when Ancelotti came in, Vinicius came out and said Ancelotti coached him. He coached him one-on-one and tell him, this is how I want you to play football. It's different in a different era under Zizou.
Why did he not
now we can see the changes on Zidane.
Why did Ancelotti not do the same thing with Richarlison?
When Ancelotti took over from Everton, you know there's a difference between Everton and Madrid. There's a difference.
What happened?
Wait. There is a difference because he improved. Go back and watch Ancelotti. He improved. He improved them.
Do you know where he left? Do you know where he left Everton?
Yes, I know. But there's the difference is Everton is different than Madrid. Madrid has an ambition to win.
10th with Everton. I'm sure they'll be happy.
Yeah, he finished 10th. Yeah.
I'm sure Everton will take 10th. So.
See, the thing is,
because there's a different ambition. Madrid has an ambition to win every day. They want to win the UCL and the La Liga. But Everton doesn't want to win. Everton just like a mid-table team.
Hold on.
They spent big money. He came into a club. They invested big for him, and then he flopped. They didn't make you
Everton. Come on.
What is Everton?
Okay.
We said the same thing about Newcastle.
This Everton.
But now look at Newcastle. I don't get it. You guys just put managers in a god mode and just ignore all the players.
No, King. I get what you say, King. Wait. See, King, you know me very well. I get what you say when it talks about players. But my issue with that is, King, wait. I said something before you came, and I'll say it again. Player like Mason and Kai. Wait. Player like Mason and Kai, they have a different role to play. Wait. They have a different role to play in the team. And I said it before you came in. Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho, if they're the manager of Chelsea Football Club, Mason Mount, an American endorsement and animal reproductive system will not start. And I repeat myself, those three
My brother, see,
would not
Abdullah,
start under those two managers. They'll bench. That's it.
They'll be on loan, brother.
Before you speak, can I just come in? If that's all they had when they are Chelsea, they have no choice than to start them. If all they have, if Pep Guardiola and whatever names you call, if they come into Chelsea, this is what they have in front of them. They're going to pick the best of this terrible bunch, and Mount is going to be part of them. We're not going to deny that. He ain't just good enough. What's the point?
Man, listen, I'm telling you, Abdullah, if they sack this fight,
don't worry, we are going 7 hours. It's a new year, so don't worry. This is a Chelsea talk. It's 7 hours. Don't worry.
Let's if they sack this manager,
let's face it.
Don't hate the players more. Don't hate the players more. Okay.
Potter is not getting sacked, but something I need to ask some people here is, are you not tired of seeing the same movie?
I'm really tired, my brother.
And getting to the same goddamn end.
My brother,
how is it that y'all let the players get away with all this shit?
Did I not tell
you? You keep talking about
we don't even have a defensive midfielder.
That's the thing. That's the things that annoys me about Chelsea fans and a lot of people on this stream today.
I told you, these guys don't want the players to get away with this.
The same thing.
Eddie, we have not signed a right back since 2012.
No. These guys are saying the same
That's
thing
20,
they've been
20
saying
years, how many years
under
ago?
Di Matteo. Go back as far as AVB. That's when all this has started. The same thing, and you end up in the same place. And you also want to sack the manager.
We have suffered in early 2023 now. We are talking Chelsea.
This is what I'll say. As far as the Graham Potter conversation, guys,
we have suffered.
As far as Graham Potter conversation, I'm not going to say he's the answer, but let's face it, give the man time.
For what?
But hold on.
Not good enough.
No. Oh, hold on. Come on.
Come on.
Okay, one sec. Because Yasser Said started talking about this before. Because you guys need to get away from this passion merchant of coaches that you want. Yeah, Potter's too nice. He's too this. He's too that. How do you know? Have you worked with this guy on a daily basis?
I'm tired, dude.
Would Harry Potter get another job at another top 4 club?
Bro,
no.
Steve, hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm tired of this narrative. Oh, he's too nice. He's too this.
Because he's not screaming on the sideline.
He's scared to talk to tell a player what to fucking do. Come on.
I'm sorry, he's not. He's not.
He is.
Right. How do you know that?
I watched it with my own fucking eyes in the stadium. He was sitting there and just clap. That's it. That's all you get from him. Come on.
Okay.
Eddie, I get what
every time I watch the bench and I zoom in with my camera.
I get what coach is saying. I get what coach is saying.
Abdullah, one sec. Abdullah, please.
Right.
At full time, I zoom in with my camera, and the players sit on the bench and they sit there for 2 minutes and look at each other and shake their heads. What does that tell you?
Shit.
I saw you because I watched on Sky Sports. I was like, excuse me?
I saw that from Sterling today. Yeah, I did see that. But
even Chalobah, and he didn't even come on. He was doing the same.
Okay,
like, look,
Steven.
what's this?
Okay. Can someone tell me
how's he not getting buy-in from Chalobah?
Guys, okay. Guys, can you tell me the one player that's improved at
Chelsea?
Chelsea?
It's better than Koulibaly, though. So
hold on.
What are you saying?
Can you tell me the one player that's improved at Chelsea?
He is.
Guys.
Koulibaly's shit. Let's be real.
Oi, guys, come on.
Easy.
Guys,
watch him live and come back to me.
My days, man.
Yeah, shocking.
One sec.
Eddie, go ahead.
Since Conte, can someone tell me any player that's been developed by a manager at Chelsea? Properly developed to a world-class level?
Reece James.
By who?
Reece James wasn't developed by anybody, man. He's as good as he's been playing. And he has always been like that.
Thomas Tuchel improved Reece James. Let's not lie.
Okay,
I'm
Thomas
sorry.
Sorry, apart from Reece James, any other players improved? Oh, no, don't worry.
No problem. Nobody has improved.
No, you're telling me in the last 4 or 5 years, Chelsea have had 3 or 4 managers and none of them have improved any players.
Yeah, but
what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Since Sarri,
that means Reece James is just good and others are not.
I'll tell you what my conclusion is. These players are not coachable. I'm sorry.
They're not coachable.
These
I said
players
the
are
same
not
thing.
coachable.
You cannot
They
make
want, and I'll
Jorginho
give you, and
play
I'll give you
possession-based
and I'll
system
give
high
you
line.
the
It's not
one,
going to
the
work.
one thing that explains that as well.
Oluwa, why do you come back? Oluwa,
Since
you like violence, and why do you come back? You like
No, I've been
violence.
there.
Guys,
I went out mistakenly.
You want to be like Kim Black, Abi? Is that yeah?
No,
I'm asking Kim
no.
Black. Do you
I'm
drink
quiet
Zobo
tonight.
or
No.
hot coffee this night?
I didn't
I'm
drink Zobo like
suspecting
King
you.
Black tonight. No.
Okay. Go look at the history of Chelsea managers, but I'm just gonna pick it up from Sarri coming. Yes, he came in, spent 1 year. Yeah, he was supposed to change things.
Yeah,
but
Rudiger too was also improved by
the
Tuchel.
closest-
Eddie was improved. Rudiger was there. Rudiger and
Yeah,
James.
but that was see. Okay, cool.
Mendy too.
Brugge and James,
Mendy
cool.
too. Put Mendy there too. Shameless,
Okay, guys,
shameless
but
Chelsea
guys,
fans.
this is not the point. If you're only
Mendy
picking
was
3
a
players,
honeymoon's
guys,
season, brother.
I don't think you understand how mad this is that you're only picking 3 players. Go look at Liverpool. Go look at Man City. How many players get improved there? But that's the problem with Chelsea at the moment. Chelsea in the past don't hire coaches; they hire tacticians and people who are going to do the job on the day. Are they worried about improving players? Hell no! I don't care if you improve. Why is it that Mason Mount has played 5 different positions in the last couple of years? Because the key is not to improve him. The key is to use whatever skill set he's got to help the team and the management at that time. The only manager who was hired to actually improve the style and give us a project was Sarri, left after 1 year. This guy is only the second guy I've seen come in and do that. Tuchel wanted to do that, but he came in and what did you guys tell him? You've got to win as soon as possible. He gave you all the Champions League. And then one season later, Eddie, when things were going bad, I heard people on this panel asking which attacker did Tuchel improve. You were asking the same thing. You want these players to be coached, but you don't want to bring in a coach. You want to bring in a tactician. You want to win today. How do you know? How well did GH perform at the World Cup? How well did Pulisic perform at the World Cup? Because this World Cup is not about coaching. It's about go do this on the day and get out. That's it. Most Chelsea players performed at the World Cup. Why is it that they can't bring that to Chelsea? Because they do not want to be coached. What do you expect Potter, who is a coach, who requires time on the training ground? We've already said one thing was against him before. He has to play 2 games a week. Whether you believe that or not, that is a factor that affects him. But you don't want to give him that, that's fine. I'm not saying it's the answer. He might not be this world-class manager. I'm not saying give the man time to work on the training ground because he's a training ground manager. And he's working with a lot of players who are used to just shuffling and changing positions.
And all of them want to play. And all of them want to play at the same time. You're making it look like it's going to be easy for any coach that comes here. Okay.
Y'all have seen this movie way too many times. I don't know what, man. Some people make me sick, man. I'm sorry. Yes, you can say Potter might not be good enough, but give the man time to do what he needs to do.
Okay,
we ain't even seen nothing yet.
brother.
Because he doesn't scream
in
on
Black,
the sideline.
in as much as we understand you want Potter to be given
How are you
more
going to
time.
give this man less time than you
Sorry,
gave Lampard?
brother, that's true. Sorry, let me I understand you want Potter to. I know you want Potter
all
to stay.
along, and these players did not improve.
Yeah, but you want Potter to stay. That's fine. But the reality is,
and they still
there are other coaches that will do a much better job in this.
There is no
spell.
coach. There is
That's
no
not
coach.
true. Why are you speaking like this?
Okay.
Are you telling me this can be better in any way?
Hold on.
These players were not good under Tuchel. You still utilize them to get Champions League. What's your point?
That's
sounding like nothing can be done with these players. That's what's true. We might not compete we might not compete with Man City, but we will get more points than this, and it's the truth.
Olua, you see, this is what I'm saying. Chelsea fans,
when you keep saying we can't be better than this, I don't understand.
We lost.
People in the chat like the video, like the video. New
year.
You
tell me no other coach.
Calling Chelsea like
You're
that.
telling me if Pep is our coach, we won't get more points than what we have now. What are you talking about, bro?
King Black, I got this one.
You think
Olua,
Pep
let me give you
can
this.
play with Loftus Cheek or Gallagher?
That's not the point. Yes, you might not get the best of them, but we have more points.
Pep played Sterling 15 times only in a season. Last season.
Bro, this Sterling you are saying is not good enough. He had his best spell under Pep.
King Black.
See, Ferran Torres did not get a second chance under Pep, man.
Ferran Torres was still scoring goals.
That's not the point. King Black, you're missing the point.
You're missing the point. You're not getting what I'm saying.
Olua, I submit this to you. If Antonio Conte was Chelsea's manager, Chelsea be in a better position. But how does that improve Chelsea? Can you let me know?
Good, I agree. It might not improve Chelsea on the long term, but I'm saying Potter needs time, but let's be real. There's some mistakes
Yeah,
in Potter.
and I
needs to improve
agree
as well.
with you.
I want
He's
to give
gonna
him time.
learn.
I'm not saying fire him, no.
Yeah.
But let's not sound like he's the best and he has to stay there.
No. I'm not
We
gonna
can't be
say he's the
mediocre.
best.
Come on. Like someone gave a stat.
Conte
One is 7.
will not do
That's not
jack
good enough.
shit with this Chelsea team.
Nah.
I
disagree. I disagree with
Even
you.
under Lampard, we didn't have 1 in 7. Please.
He's not going to do nothing with this.
Lampard
with
was
this
a
team.
rookie. We didn't have 1 in 7.
Number one, he had an injury. If Antonio Conte walks into
On
a
the
team
Lampard, at least our
injured,
players were
with an
scoring
injury
goals.
prone, see, go and check Thomas Tuchel's. Take time and watch the games that you're praising Thomas Tuchel about. Was when we had a fit N'Golo Kante and when we had a fit Reece James. As soon as those two players got out of his team, he became clueless too. Ben Chilwell, N'Golo Kante, and Reece James. You take those 3 players with Rudiger out of this team, we are finished. I know what I'm saying. We are levels below without those players in the team.
But the same Tuchel we talk about, he was playing with
he
the
didn't do
garbage
nothing. He didn't do nothing.
We still got to 4th. What's his name? We got to 4th, yes. We're not this awful.
And with James playing.
Guys,
Reece James was also injured under Tuchel. Let's not sound like
He had Rudiger. He had Reece James. He had Chilwell. This guy.
But like King Black, based to regard to what you said, you are saying no other coach can even make Chelsea a little bit better.
We got spanked.
Is that what you're saying?
We say it's a preseason. I remember then when I was complaining. I said
no, King Black. Now come on.
They said it was a preseason. It was a preseason. We played 3 games in preseason. Arsenal spanked us 4-0. We lost to a Brazilian nobody. And as soon as N'Golo Kante came in, what happened? We started winning. We won. We beat Udinese 3-1.
Bro, like you're sounding like when Kante played last season.
Wait, Oluwaseun now. Wait now. We came into the Premier League. We started flying. What happened when N'Golo Kante got injured at Tottenham? We were dead. And we never rose. We were dead. Yes, as soon as he got, you see how we played against Tottenham? It's one of the best games we've played so far. And what happened? He got injured. As soon as that, it was finished. And go look at Thomas Tuchel. It was clueless.
Eddie, there's a question to you, Eddie. The part I asked you because Eddie answered them.
We lost in the Premier League.
I'm not taking Luis Enrique, bro.
And you want to have Luis Enrique here so that Loftus-Cheek can become prime Iniesta.
If y'all talk about sideways, y'all talk about sideways passing and you want Luis Enrique.
Yo, King Black, I just went to go and check the facts, so I don't think that's true.
It's true, bro. It's true.
Can I read the facts? Under Thomas Tuchel, when Reece James was not there or injured in the 21-22 season, he had a red card suspension at home to Aston Villa. You won 3-0. He wasn't available against Southampton. You won 3-1.
Was Kante playing?
You said Reece James. I'm just talking about.
I said N'Golo Kante. I said Reece James and Ben Chilwell and Rudiger. You take off those 4 players from your team, you are far weakened.
When Chilwell and Reece James got injured last season, when Chelsea on top of the table?
Yes,
I can see here.
How did that end up?
And N'Golo Kante
you lost. The last time you were top of the table was game week 15 last season. You lost to West Ham 3-2 away.
All I'm saying is where did Chelsea end up at the end of the season? They were on top of the table prior to those injuries.
No, I'm just trying to address his point. And that game, you had Reece James playing, Christensen, Loftus-Cheek, Jorginho, and you lost this game 3-2 to West Ham. And then Reece James next got injured. You drew with Liverpool at home, and it was Kovacic and Pulisic scored, so you didn't lose. You lost away to Man City 1-0, fair enough, they won the league. You beat Tottenham at home 2-0 without Reece James, with Aspilicueta, Jorginho, Mount. So Kante wasn't there, you won. So Kante and Reece James, and you had someone called Sarr at left back, and you won with Thomas Tuchel against Tottenham.
Oh, that's okay.
And that's not. Keep going.
No, I'm giving you. He asked for the facts. I'm giving you the facts.
No. You
beat Crystal Palace away 1-0. Let me check who was there. That was with this same guy, Sarr.
Okay.
Oh,
Check the midfield and
Jorginho and Kovacic.
okay.
So I'm just saying, it doesn't seem like what you're saying is stacking up. If Thomas Tuchel was winning games.
I'm not the one that wanted him sacked, man. All y'all that wanted him sacked, talk. Apparently Tuchel was winning games. I wasn't hearing this before, man. But y'all
No,
talk,
King
man.
Black, you're right. You beat Newcastle 1-0 with Kante, yes. And Chalobah right back.
Okay.
So my point is just like, you can't just say that Potter has injuries.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Bro,
Come
take away
okay.
Mateo
Hold
Kovacic,
on.
N'Golo Kante, Reece James, Ben Chilwell from this Chelsea team. I'm saying it again as a Chelsea fan. We are just not better than a championship team. We are really, because that's the whole spine.
But what does that have to do with whether people think Graham Potter is good enough or not? If they don't accept,
you cannot know if
point.
But saying that Tuchel should have stayed when he couldn't cope with the injury situation.
I didn't say anything to do with that.
Well.
I didn't
This
say
has nothing to do with Tuchel. This is about Potter. We're saying other coaches can get better.
But I am saying there is not enough sample size to
what does
judge
sample
this
size have
guy.
to do with this? We're saying Potter is not pulling his weight.
Enough games, and there is not enough players.
Look, brother.
In his disposition.
Look.
Okay, King Black, but I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far. I'm saying that it is fair enough. The same way I recognized your point and made it clear I recognize your point about, you, in my opinion, it's valid to think the players don't deserve a distraction. They don't deserve somebody to take the blame. They don't. I recognize that point outwardly. But is it not fair enough for other people, fans of your club, to think Potter is underperforming? Yes or no?
I think it's just maybe not.
Look, okay.
I think it's the lack of awareness. It's the lack of awareness of the fact that we have a mediocre team. And you expect a coach to magically turn us to title contenders? Like,
No one is saying
nobody said that.
No one said that. We are saying playing better is what we are asking for. We're not saying we want to compete with this squad.
No.
Lampard plays with
playing better. Get
Lampard
results.
plays with younger players.
Okay. Aram and Olua, hold on.
Football without results.
Eddie.
Blue Eyes made a point.
I get where you're coming from.
He said, I'm not conceding. Like, maybe the manager does something where you can see, okay, I'm not conceding, or I'm not. Just get results.
Yeah,
simple,
okay.
simple.
Okay, Aram and Olua, I get where you're coming from. But that's where I'm trying
Blue Eyes,
to
me
explain.
and you, we understand each other.
That's where I get where you guys are coming from to a certain level, but I don't think you guys are getting because you guys are speaking in a different way to what the expectation is. Now, the answer to this whole thing depends on Boehly, right? Because for me,
Eddie, I've heard you talk. You're very level-headed, but you're too much big picture. Too much bigger picture. Eddie, I've heard you talk many times. You're very
as a
level-headed.
Liverpool fan, it's
You're
actually
very level-headed.
ironic.
It's actually ironic. You guys keep banging on this point of instant result.
Just
No one is talking about instant result. I'm just saying Chelsea need to play much better. We don't have to be competing for the league. No. But come on, this is Nottingham Forest. This is Bournemouth. I was playing Chelsea.
The same Nottingham Forest
beat
Liverpool. Should you sack?
Let me give you an example. Hold on, King Black. Liverpool played against Leicester City. They didn't play good, but they still won. They're not terrible as we are. I can understand sometimes.
Did you watch this? Did you watch 7?
But with Chelsea,
did you watch the 7-2?
That's the one off. You see the difference. See, ours is too much. One is 7 games. You have only won one game in 7.
Did you watch when Virgil van Dijk alone got injured? Only Virgil van Dijk.
But what?
One.
I watched it. How many games did they lose? How many games did Liverpool lose that season?
What?
How many games?
7 games.
Good. How many have we lost this season? How many have we lost this season? Tell me. You talked about Conte not playing for Chelsea, right? Van Dijk wasn't playing for Liverpool that season. They lost 7 games. You have lost close to 7.
How many players have we missed? How many players have we lost through injuries?
How many players have we lost?
Yes.
Look, injury is part of the game. All these excuses of let me tell you something,
but
brother.
the excuse doesn't apply to Potter, but it applies to Klopp.
Potter is struggling. Let's be
always,
real.
It always
His
applies
tactics,
to Jurgen
his
Klopp.
sub. I want him to stay, but he's not helping himself. Don't you see the body language from the players? Like, come on. I want him to stay.
This same body language was available when
no, they were much better than what we are seeing now.
What?
Please.
Wait, did you watch the Dynamo
Under
Zagreb
Tuchel,
game
we were not
lost?
playing
Wait,
good football.
you watch
we were not
the
being
game?
smashed like this. 1 in 7. When was the last time you saw such record for Chelsea?
Let me ask you this, because you seem to know your football. What style of football does Potter play?
I'm even confused, to be honest.
It doesn't have to be based on what you've seen at Chelsea, based on Brighton and Ostensons. If you know him from before,
They say, okay, 4-3-3, or what's it called? 3-man defense at the back and wing back.
What style? Yeah, what style? What style?
Style in terms of what, pressing, or what do you mean?
Yeah, pressing, possession, whatever.
To be honest, I don't know much about Potter. I'm not even going to give you the answer.
Aram, do you know much about Potter?
I don't. I'll be honest.
Aram.
Look,
do you know much about
his
Potter?
philosophy to me is basically, I don't want to call it reactive, but it's adaptive football.
Okay.
So players it's winning duels, but it's players being able to adapt to any situation in the game. That's what I saw at Brighton.
Are you seeing that now?
How many players at Chelsea?
How
many players at Chelsea do you think are capable of doing that?
So if you look at it like a Solly March or Pascal Gross, where he would play almost like 4 positions in 4 games.
How many players at Chelsea can do that?
How many players can do
answer my question? How many players?
Chelsea?
Now
They
listen,
don't have to
just
do a Trossard job. Look, bro.
No, how
I
many
get where
players
you're
can
coming
play
from. He doesn't have
effectively
to
on the
replicate
right?
the same thing
Finish
in
well in the
Brighton.
box. Do you see the quality of goals they score?
Guys, let's not deviate from the thing. How many players?
Why do you think
do
Man City,
what
Chelsea, big
Potter
teams
requires
are
tactically?
coming for their
Because
players now?
Ariam, you described it perfectly. It's about adapting to the situation, because he changes formations depending on the game situation, right? How many players can do that? Can you just list them for me, please?
Imagine telling Aspilicueta to tuck in as an inverted, as a fullback.
I'm not hearing no players, man.
And try to run.
I'm letting him finish.
Triangles.
I don't want the
King Black,
to go crazy.
King Black, hold on. Let Ariam answer the question. Sorry, Ariam.
Professor, speak.
Come on, King Black, man.
I would say that Graham Potter's formation for this set of Graham Potter's style of play and his own way of winning games is not something that this crop of Chelsea players, I believe.
Thank you. I'm
done.
I'm
see,
done.
that's the
I'm done.
A smart
I'm
coach
done.
will
I'm done.
deploy to
If
that.
we were
A
going
smart
to
coach
land
will
on
play
a
a
similar consensus, why are we now beating around the bush?
Okay, so
no, King Black. Here's the thing here: a smart coach has seen that these players might not play a system. Then all he needs to do, if he's smart enough, is to adopt to those players.
Hell no! That's where you fail. Pep took over a Premier League winning team, and with that same team, could not win the league with them.
No one is talking about winning the league with Porter. We're saying just get
my
through the
brother.
line.
Pep came fourth.
Just win games. When you win games, you can now start bringing your philosophy into games.
Stop, Oluwa. Pep came fourth.
No, Oluwa, that's
Premier
not true.
League
That's not
winning
true.
team.
That's not true. That's not true.
Pep
Okay, you want to keep playing your style. Your style is not working. You better lose your job. You have to improvise. That's my point.
Oluwa, stop. No, he got hired to play a certain style.
But what if he doesn't have the players, like you said? He doesn't have the players.
He gets
rid. Get rid of the players.
What did Klopp
do? Is that logical to you? They'll get rid of all the players one season. Like, come on, what are you talking about?
No, how many players have we signed
because
already?
of what? The players are not playing for
you. How many players have we signed now?
No. King Black, hold on.
And we're not even in. We just got to January.
Can you count how many managers built the current Chelsea squad? Count them. We've got players that date back to Mourinho. So you don't have a squad that can play a certain style. So what style do you want him to implement with this squad if he can't play a style? You tell me, because you're smart.
Look, I'm not going to go as deep as what you're saying. I'm just trying to be,
look at the situation in Chelsea right
What?
now.
Okay, what
I
style
don't
can he
think
play?
style is
Okay,
the problem in Chelsea now. That's not the management.
What style do you think he can play? What style?
You guys are talking about style. The management just wants stability. Get us back to winning games. That's the basic priority
How
for
do
us.
you
And
win?
how
if
do
the
you win?
That's
players
not
are
a priority for you
Okay,
guys.
okay, Olua, in modern football today, how do you win games?
How do you win
Look,
games?
look at the teams on top of the table and
Yes,
explain to me
sometimes
how
you
they're
you
there.
need to do what you need to do to win. Mourinho have proven that several times. Get through the
And where's
line. When you
where's
get through the
Mourinho
line,
today?
Where's
I'm sorry,
Where is
Mourinho
brother.
now?
Mourinho
Where's
today? Where's
Mourinho now?
Mourinho
Okay,
today?
where's Mourinho today? So now
Yes.
we're doubting Mourinho's credibility. What's your
No,
point?
who's doubting his credibility?
Some
Where is he
King is
today?
asking where's
Today.
Mourinho today.
Olua,
Where is he now?
I'm
Where
not.
is he now?
Hey, Olua, I'm not gonna describe what Mourinho did 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years ago. Where is he
Eddie, give me just a
today
minute.
in modern football? Let's
Give me a
discuss football today, man. Come
Eddie,
on.
give me 1 minute, please. Just give me 1 minute. I get what you're saying. This man plays a certain way. For him to excel, he needs to play. He needs to have certain resources, certain players to play like that. I get it. But just because of the situation in time, at this situation, all we need is just stability. Maybe in the summer, you might get the players that will suit his style. But we just want stability. Let's start winning games.
Okay.
And that's
For
why
that stability to
no, King Black, hold on.
Let me finish.
Can
please.
okay, I'll give you a manager that gave you stability, and I'll tell you
No,
what
what I'm
his
talking
role
about
was.
stability is in terms of just get Chelsea to play game to
Okay.
win.
Okay.
If you can, when you start winning, getting momentum, then you can now start bringing your ideas into the way you want to play.
Okay.
Bolua, you know this
no.
smart.
King Black.
Because at the end of the day,
No,
it is
King
the
Black,
manager
I'm just-
that gets the sack before the players.
Olua,
that's the reality. We've seen that several
At
times.
Chelsea,
Olua,
add that
are
one
you?
to it. You say
Nah,
at
Olua,
Chelsea.
are you familiar with Thomas Tuchel before Chelsea?
Yeah, PSG and
Okay.
what he did in Germany and all
he gave Chelsea stability throughout that period, right?
Yeah, he did.
What happened after?
No, he got
After
sacked.
the Champions League, what happened after the because he came in January, won you the Champions League within 6 months, stability that you won. What happened after?
Come on, every coaches, a lot of coaches get sacked. What does that have to do?
I'm saying it now. I've said it before.
No, Olua, don't
Tuchel
make this
was
argument.
so lucky
Olua,
to
don't
have
make this
N'Golo
argument
Kante, Reece James, Ben
Tuchel had
Chilwell
one
for
full
a
season
couple of
last
times.
year.
If he
This
did
guy
it,
won-
we would not have won jack
Forget
shit. We would
King
not
Black,
have
forget
won
all
nothing.
that. Forget
So
all
what
that.
do you
because
recommend Potter does
Tuchel-
now? I
Tuchel
would love
gave
to
you
know.
no,
What
no,
do you
no.
recommend he does?
Tuchel
Get
gave
the
you
players
stability.
in the window sharp as soon as ASAP. It's so urgent. It's like an emergency. Call an emergency transfer meeting.
That's what they should be doing.
Bring a player immediately, but everywhere on the pitch. And when I say everywhere, right back, competent right back that can bench.
But is that
James's
possible
ass.
in January? What are you saying, brother?
What's not
Like,
possible? We
in
got
January,
four
like-
players. We got 4 players already. 4.
Well, good luck if you say so.
Say good
The
luck.
truth is, we're not
Like
seeing
bring Ancelotti to this team. He's
Potter.
not going to win shit.
Yeah, Potter is not given. We're not seeing it. In as much as
You
we
want
to fight.
will not
for
see it
it.
because we are still seeing the same set of players.
No,
Said
you know
from
what?
the words of Thomas Tuchel.
I'll just let it be. Very
From the word of the famous Thomas Tuchel, we have the same issues because we have the same players. We are so easy to play against. We are so easy to bully. From his mouth, Thomas Tuchel.
Okay. Olua, let me give you this one. I'm gonna call the starting players who started today. Yeah, let me know how many of them can make it into Arsenal, Man City, or Liverpool.
Okay, this same Arsenal you're calling today. You didn't say that last season because they're doing good this season doesn't mean this player can get there.
No,
You can talk
they're
about
doing
Man
good.
City, but not Arsenal.
Hey, come on, they're doing good this season because they've improved on that actual coach.
But don't say, this same Arsenal players you're talking about. They have not won Champions League. They've won nothing.
Olua,
So don't use them as a yardstick.
come on. Let's look at right now. Yeah, because you want a coach right now that can improve Chelsea right now. Yeah, I'm gonna call the names of the players who started today. Let me know which team they start for among those 3. Kepa, does he start for any of them?
Will he start ahead of who in Man City? No. Most of our players will start in
Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal. Any of them?
No.
Okay, Aspilicueta.
No.
Koulibaly.
No.
Thiago Silva.
I don't need to put around the bush. None of them will start.
Thiago Silva probably starts. I'll
But that's you. I won't put him there. He's beginning to decline for me. No.
So you're telling me none of these Chelsea players can make
Cucurella, you have no idea
top.
Cucurella.
They don't have to play in the top. That's what I said.
Olua said
I'm not saying they
none.
need to compete with Man
Olua
City.
said none.
Jorginho, let's go into the midfield and start mentioning.
Good. I'm not
Listen.
talking about winning the league. I'm just saying winning games. Come on, guys.
Guy, I gave you
winning
bro,
games.
I
Winning
gave
game
you
doesn't.
three. Olua, stop.
I don't know what else to say
I
anymore.
gave you 3 teams.
You gave me the best league. Then if they're better than those players, that means they should be winning.
Excuse me. No. I purposely picked that team. Liverpool are coming 6th.
Then
Liverpool
if you did
are
pick those
coming
teams, then they should be
6th.
winning the league. Then
Liverpool are coming
Newcastle.
6th.
Let me give an example. Newcastle's players won't fit into those teams, but they're winning games, and that's my point.
Guimaraes walks into Chelsea team.
Not Chelsea.
Even West,
Does he walk in Man City's team?
even West Ham players
Does
walk
he walk
into
in Man
Chelsea
City's team?
Paquetá walks into Chelsea's team. Declan Rice walks into
Chelsea's team.
Do you know how many players walk into Chelsea team? Caicedo walks into Chelsea team.
Bro,
and plays in
all
Brighton.
the one you're saying, I'm not really.
McAllister,
anyone
walks
can fit
into our
Chelsea.
team.
That's not my issue.
I'm sorry.
What
man.
I'm saying is that the Chelsea,
low, man.
I want to see my team win games. All what you're saying, who fits into this team is not my business. I'm just saying Chelsea needs to start doing better. There's nothing hard to understand there. Chelsea needs to start doing better. That's just it.
Eddie, you better relax there. Liverpool are not finishing 6th. Better chill.
No. I said Liverpool are coming 6th right now. I didn't say that you're finishing 6th. Because he said I make the best team in the country.
Good luck, man. I don't know what else to say. You cannot tell me you're happy with the position where we are.
If
Liverpool because players are not good, so that means we should be where we are. No.
Liverpool lost Thiago. Liverpool lost Thiago. What's his name? Van Dijk and Fabinho. And what happened?
Our injuries have been horrific this season.
Capitulation. And what did the manager do? He adapted, right? You just keep losing and keep hoping until those players begins to come back. It's that simple.
No. He did adapt. We went 4-4-2.
Yeah, I see that you're on the top of the table now.
Okay, you asked me a question. I gave you an answer, and then you're now saying they were not top of the table. I don't.
No,
understand.
now you are not doing as well as you should because some of your players.
But you asked me a question about adaptation.
Yeah, winning games is the point. Just win games.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You changed to 4-4-2, but
I gave you an answer.
You guys
and you're now saying we're not top of the table.
But this guy has been flexible enough. Graham Potter has been flexible enough. He's used different style, different formation. It's just not working.
Okay. I want to get away from the formation point.
3-3-3-1.
Listen, I want to get away from the formation point. I want to get away from the formation points because everybody has their opinion. Eddie, my point is, because I'm going to go to bed. My point is, right, I think it was Blue Eyes that said something about making himself indispensable, and people brought up Arteta. Whatever anybody wants to say, the evidence that we do have is that Arteta had the respect and the buy-in, maybe for monetary reasons. He scratched some backs, but either way, or maybe the young players that they believed in and the technical staff really, really believed in him, and he was persuasive, convincing, whatever it was. The owners made it clear with multiple examples and statements that Josh guy said something, be excited. He said, we really believe. He kept calling him Mikel. You know, that familiarity was there from the jump, right? Okay. So you can let me finish. You can at least respect that he had big boy buy-in from the ownership, right? And so I'm saying to myself, what example has Potter shown that he has big boy support from the top or from someone?
How is that Potter's problem? How is that Potter's problem?
I don't know. Please.
What did you say?
How is that relevant to Potter? Boehly has not come out to endorse. Okay, cool. What does a 5 year? What does a 20 million or how much did they pay to get him out for Brighton and a 5 year
24 million.
What does that say? What does that say about backing?
What does that say
about backing? 5 year deal. Tell me what that says, because unless you think Boehly is a stupid man.
Eddie, I think Boehly.
That's ridiculous.
I actually think Todd Boehly and Cole have probably started realizing they made a mistake by getting Potter. Because it's very clear When last did Chelsea win a game and you actually said, wow, Chelsea played better than the opposition? I can't remember.
Predates Tuchel. Unless you want to talk about Milan.
I don't know. I don't know about. I can't.
See, now y'all want to revise.
I'm trying to think of everybody. I'm trying to stroke. See, Potter is not good enough for Chelsea Football Club. That's a fact. He didn't have the best resume. He had just 38% win percentage in over 100 games in Brighton. 38%.
What was Arteta's win percentage before he became Arsenal's coach?
I don't care about Arteta. I don't compare people.
He didn't even have a CV.
I don't see King Black. You're good at pointing. Let me just bring this up because you always do this. You're good at always saying, "Oh, what of this person? What of that person? What of no?" Put your focus on what the subject matter is. Stop dancing around.
And you are dancing around away from the main.
I've told you the problem. I've said it that Chelsea's biggest problem right now is Graham Potter. Who do you think?
That's where you are getting it wrong.
Wait, Emmy.
That is where you are getting it wrong.
Graham Potter.
That's where you are absolutely wrong.
But that's my own perception. That's what I see.
No, that's where
there's a total. Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. But there's a total breakdown in leadership inside that team.
Who are the leaders in the team?
There's no leader. There's no
Hold on. Oh, wait.
There's been a total breakdown.
You did not just tell me there's no leadership in that team, and I asked you for the leaders who are supposed to be the leadership, right? You tell me there's no
leadership. There's no. See, let me tell you.
Supposed to do what with that information?
No, this current ownership has said that they have data, right? Let them give us the data. Let them use data to solve this problem. Because everything we all hear is before now. See, let me tell you something, guys. This new ownership has said, "Oh, we have data. We're going to use data to run this business or run this club." So far, all the data they've had has not stopped Chelsea from bleeding goals. It's even a fact. Erling Haaland has scored more goals than Chelsea Football Club in the Premier League.
So far in 2 months.
Emmy, I don't want to.
What's 2 months? Graham Potter has been in charge since September.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to defend. This coach needs to improve. It's glaring.
Wait, Eddie.
Why did he take the job?
Emmy,
since September, I like Graham Potter has been the coach of Chelsea, so this is not 2 months.
You're saying the players are garbage. Yes, they're garbage, but you should be getting the better of them.
I like the fact that you spoke about data, but where does the data apply?
There's nothing like getting the better.
It does not apply to the current team.
In your own philosophy, no coach can do better than Potter. That's what you said.
You cannot get better of players that don't want to get
better.
Hold on.
You just said that now. When he gets sacked, you see what
when the player see. Oluwa, see, it comes to an age in a player. A 27-year-old Raheem Sterling cannot be taught to do a new thing anymore. Whether you agree with me or not,
you sound like
a 33-year-old
garbage player that doesn't play football.
One sec, you guys. Let's not look. Emmy, you spoke about data. Data is used to improve the team.
Correct.
When can they improve the team if you don't give them a window?
When they have not even had a window.
Potter hasn't even had one player come in. Come on, man. These are Tuchel signings.
No, they are not Tuchel signings. They are not. They are not. Yeah, Tuchel. These are not Tuchel signings. The only two players Tuchel actually auctioned was the only 2 players that Tuchel actually had was Zakaria and Aubameyang. That's it.
And they're so world class, yeah. They perform like world class.
Yeah, they are world class.
How can they? Were they ever walk? Were they world class when you bought them?
Okay, so they're scrubs. Okay, thank you very much.
They're not scrubs. No, you can't see. You guys see.
Let's
Right,
go.
You guys should be more. You guys should be more objective, right? You guys should be more objective because you know why? I've actually talked about this for so long, and I've kept saying the same thing.
I don't
Why
know
is
what
it
he
that
was
most
planning
players?
to
Wait,
do.
hold on. Let me just ask the question. Why is it that most players Chelsea sign, we see them as fantastic in other clubs, but when they come into Chelsea Football Club, they become almost nothing? Why?
We sign
What
them when
happens
they
to
are
them?
no longer relevant.
That's not
signed a
true.
lot.
We signed
signed a
you
lot of
signed
them
you
in
signed
the
you
past
signed a Kai
6
Havertz.
years.
Wait, you signed a Kai Havertz
And it was sought
when he
after.
was generational.
Good.
You signed a Sterling. You signed a Sterling who scored. Wait,
You signed
last
a
season.
Werner was doing good.
Last season, Sterling scored 15 goals and had 15 assists in the Premier League. 15 and 15.
Fantastic. I love this
Now
question.
you're bringing Sterling in, and he has not scored.
What?
He has barely
15
scored up to
They
7
brought
goals.
Cucurella, the best player for Brighton.
15 and 15.
Guys,
Yes,
I
in
love
all competitions last season, he got 15 and 15.
I love this question. Now, Emmy, answer this for me. Pick any 5 players you just mentioned and which clubs they came from. Go look at the culture in that club and look at the culture in Chelsea.
So if you have a cultural problem in
That's
Chelsea
Chelsea's
Football Club,
problem. Don't say that's Chelsea's problem.
that's Chelsea FC problem. That's not the players' problem.
Keep saying the players are garbage. They're this. I'm like, come on.
No,
Yeah, some of them are
I
garbage.
would
I
take
agree.
it that I know some of the players are not good, but you can't pin this on the players. Your coach is clueless. How can you not have a shot on goal for 45 minutes
Keep
against
justifying
Nottingham?
it by saying that the players are not good. No matter how poor the coach is, without the coach.
You watch this game enough, right? How
you're
is
being
it possible?
fouled, bro.
How is it possible? How is it possible that you set out a team in the second half against
don't have
an
a shot on
18th
target,
place
and
game?
you're telling me no
and
coach can improve
they
on that?
had 1 shot and 0 shot on target for 45 minutes.
So
Explain
no
that
coach
to
can
me.
improve on that.
With
Is that what you're saying?
with 72% possession of the ball and 93% pass accuracy. Help me understand that.
Okay,
Help me.
wait. So hold on. Okay, now this is how I get you, Emmy.
No,
Emmy,
73% possession,
Emmy,
0 shot.
Zero
shot on goal,
Emmy, I want to know
93%
what
pass
you're
accuracy.
defending on. What are you really
Hold on.
defending?
Emmy.
I want to know what you're defending.
Did you watch
Eddie.
Spain get knocked out of the World Cup?
No, I'm not talking of Spain. You guys always deflecting.
Stop! No,
deflecting about Spain. We're talking of Chelsea Football Club.
Hold on, I'm giving you a world-class man. You're saying which manager sets his team out with no shots on target? Can you tell me how many passes Spain had and how many shots on target?
See, Eddie.
That's just one game, please.
1,000 passes, 0 shots on target.
Just one game. With Chelsea, we've been doing it, no shot on target for how many games now?
So now it's one game.
It's just one game.
Did you
Maybe
see-
Spain
okay,
gives average shots.
what they
I
do
don't know.
against Germany? What they do against Germany?
Against Germany. They won the. What was the score? A 1-1?
It was a draw.
It was draw. Is the 1-1, yeah.
So you're telling me that performance,
doesn't
our
matter how
performance is
much-
better than their
no.
performance?
I'm not saying that. I'm giving you another world
Eddie,
class
Eddie, you can't, Eddie, you cannot defend Graham Potter. You cannot defend. You cannot defend Graham Potter. Graham Potter is
but he needs to improve. That's the fact.
This is the thing.
Yeah, Graham Potter is super poor. He's not good enough.
Guys,
and I'm not just the only one saying it. Go online, go to anywhere where people talk about Chelsea, and you would see where the trends are.
Guys,
everybody cannot be wrong.
Y'all just want to hang Graham Potter by any.
He needs to be hung. He's not good enough.
What do you mean? What do you mean everybody cannot be wrong?
He doesn't need to be hung.
Wait, what do you mean everybody cannot be wrong? Didn't y'all get it wrong on Pep Guardiola? Did y'all not get it wrong on Pep? Y'all wanted this man out of England. You said your tiki-taka football does not work in England. Everyone said it.
Those are English media.
Oh
No,
yeah,
Pep-
now the English media.
Pep was always
No,
destined.
it's English media.
Pep is a genius by
Right.
himself.
I mean,
But
this is what I'm saying. I'm happy to have a conversation, but if y'all just want to bring empty narratives, we can't have this conversation.
no. Nobody's bringing
Again.
any empty stuff. But Eddie, how is it possible that you have a coach called Graham Potter who has never even attended a Champions League game? Talking about coaching a side in a Champions League.
Okay,
He's
Emmy,
never been to a
on that
Champions League
aspect,
game.
I'm not even against him not having coach in Champions League. What I'm just saying is, Eddie, do you think this is good enough for Chelsea standard?
Exactly.
Are you satisfied with this? Because I don't know what you're defending.
You keep saying, "Oh, the players."
Relax,
Regardless of
Oluwa.
the
You've
players,
asked him the
are
question.
you a
Let him
coach?
respond.
You
You've
should be
asked him
doing
the
better than
question.
this.
You've
If
asked him the
you can't do this, you
question.
shouldn't have taken the job.
Relax,
I've told
relax. You
you-
asked him the question. Let him
I
respond.
have told you so many times, this is not the level you should be at. And this is the problem. Oluwa, you said something. You said we're not aiming to win the league. You just want to get wins. Boehly brought this man in to come and help us win the league, not this season.
Which league is it?
Whether you believe it, hold on.
Has he ever won a
But
league
you would-
before in his life? What has he
No,
ever won?
Oluwa, you should ask the question
Whether you
differently.
believe-
Has he ever won 5 straight matches in his entire career?
Whether
Never.
you believe, guys, whether you believe that or not, there's nothing that explains a 5-year deal. Come on, man.
Because
5
Boehly is
years.
dumb. Boehly thought this is American sports.
Even Mourinho was not giving 5 years. Conte wasn't
Even,
giving 5
even
years.
Pep, even Pep has never
it was
signed a
stupid
5-year
decision
deal.
to do. Stupid.
Even Pep has never signed a 5-year deal in
that
his
was a
career.
stupid thing to do. Very
Guys.
naive decision. 5 years for a
How can
rookie.
you give an inconsistent manager, a rookie at this level,
5
years?
So what happens if things goes wrong?
My question, my question,
Big gamble.
Oluwa, you bring a manager in tomorrow. When do you expect him to win the league?
The question
just
is,
give it 2
No. Give me a time. Give me a time frame.
2 years.
Like for Chelsea's situation,
2-year contract.
hold on.
2-year
For
contract.
Chelsea's situation, I don't think Potter will ever win the league for Chelsea.
Oh
He
my
can never.
God, that's
Even
not
that
the
5 years, he
question
can
I
never.
asked you. That's not the question I asked you.
Like Potter is our coach right now.
Oh my God, Oluwa,
He didn't
forget
ask you
Potter.
that question.
I asked you another question. You bring a manager in today. When do you expect him to win the goddamn league with this same squad?
You have to challenge within 3 years.
Fair enough.
2 years.
So like, hold on.
I'm hearing challenge.
Can you let me
Not
speak?
even
If you don't want me to
win.
speak, I'll
2
just be
years.
quiet, man.
2 years when you put Koulibaly on a 4-year deal.
Oluwa go. Sorry, King Black. Sorry.
Good.
So who
So if
is
you
it?
want
Is
a
it the
coach to win the
coaches?
league,
Emi, stop.
So who?
Oluwa go. Oluwa answer. Let
if
Oluwa
you want a
answer.
coach to win the league, realistically, I'll say maybe 2 to 3 years with injection of investments. Ensure the coach is probably world class. You're going to inject money to buy better players.
And how much?
But regardless of the
investment have you
situation,
given Potter?
I
No,
won't,
don't give me
regardless of the
Potter.
situation, for the time being, on the short term, the coach should be doing bare minimum. Don't tell me the players are
Yeah,
not good
the
enough for
result
that.
has to
If
be
you not win
showing.
games, it's not acceptable, please.
Yeah, it's not acceptable not to beat
I
Nottingham
don't know what your
Forest. Come
standard
on,
is
man.
for the
I don't
club,
know where the
but if you come
standard
here
of
and tell
Chelsea is
me
going.
Chelsea not winning games in 7 matches is good enough for you, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Chelsea has won only one in 7 games in 7 Premier League. Eddie,
I don't care if the players are bad. I don't care about the players
Eddie.
right now.
I want you to think about this. In 7 games, which is 21 points, you've only gotten maximum point once.
Let me see.
And there are 38 matches in the league. No. Analyze
You're a
it.
Liverpool-
38
you're a
games in
Liverpool
the
fan.
league. That means
you're a
after
Liverpool
5
fan.
cycles, you're only going to get 5 wins.
One sec, Aaron, you're a Liverpool fan, yeah?
Yes, now.
How did you feel when Klopp celebrated that draw? I think it was against West Brom.
That
went to the
was
fans and started clapping.
October. That was October 2015. It was his second month, and for me, I remember at the time, I didn't really understand exactly what we were going to do until we beat Norwich. If you ever remember this game, we beat Norwich 5-4 away from home. Lallana scored the winner. That game was when I was totally there. Totally there.
This was after that draw, right?
Yeah, this was in
But I'm
the
asking
same
when
season.
when he did
I hope
that,
they start
Liverpool weren't
Potter
playing good.
tomorrow.
Liverpool weren't playing good then. Let's face it, man.
No, you can't compare this Chelsea squad to Liverpool. This Chelsea squad has been in finals. This Chelsea squad is way better than Liverpool's squad then, please. You sound like this team is all garbage. They were in 2 finals last season.
That team sucked.
There were 4 finals, actually.
4 finals. You sound like this team is
Yeah,
from
they won
championship
2.
players. Please.
Okay.
That team.
Yeah. And 2 years ago, they won the Champions League. This team is better than the Liverpool team Klopp inherited, for sure.
Oluwa, you said this team's a quality team.
I said,
Yes, they won the Champions League.
Quality.
Yeah,
I said it's better than the Liverpool's team.
It's
Better quality.
Yeah, it's better than the Liverpool team Klopp inherited. Yes.
Yes.
Oluwa, how far back do you want to go? Can you pull up Chelsea's points on the Premier League, please?
Abdullahi, man.
Points in the Premier League. Can you
The maximum we've gotten, I don't think we've gotten more than 75 points since 5 years.
No, we've not. So the most
Well-
that Chelsea has ever gotten is only 4 points in 6 seasons. The last
With
time we
this
got
game- with this
no,
squad, what have
that
you
was
gotten?
last season. That was last season. Tuchel,
Okay, that was
yes,
last season.
yes, 74
Keep saying
points
this
we got
squad,
last season.
we all agree we need to refresh Chelsea's squad. No one is saying the squad is good enough. But what I'm saying here is, listen to what I'm saying. This squad is not as terrible as you make it sound.
Exactly.
Porter
Yeah,
Porter can do better with this squad. I'm sorry, a better coach will do more than what Porter is doing. That's just my argument.
This is not a bad squad.
This is where I say you guys.
You might not be able to win the league or compete.
Olua, you are saying facts,
something.
please.
One
You're
thing,
saying
Eddie, please, I'm begging you. Let me ask Eddie something, because I like going back and forth, because Eddie doesn't get emotional, right? Now, Eddie, my thing is, when I spoke to King Black about buying and persuasiveness and convincing, I tried to make the point that it is a small sample size, so I will sound harsh on Potter. I did make that clear. It will sound harsh. But my point with Arteta, and I kept on saying about whatever it is he was saying, something must have been convincing. Now, another thing that I want to get to here.
Okay, before you continue, not really though, because he had to get rid of a lot of people in that dressing room.
No. But my point is that he convinced the most important people, right? The most important people were backing him, whether that's the young players or the board themselves. Something was keeping. It was like an immovable object in that Arsenal job. No matter how dark it got, he wasn't going anywhere. Cool. Now, my thing is, if I'm a Bukayo Saka and Arteta is name dropping certain techniques and tactics, if he holds me on my left shoulder in training and drops a name like, I did this with Raheem Sterling, I did this with Gabriel Jesus, I did this with this, these are the things and this is the result. Odegaard, this is what I did with De Bruyne, this is how we fended off Liverpool in 18-19 to win the league by 1 point. There's a certain substance to what he's saying, even if you can't see it yet.
Even as a player, you can.
One second, Oluwa, let me land. So my point with this Potter dude, what names is he dropping to this Chelsea squad that is making them wake up extra early in the morning?
No, it doesn't. Okay, wait.
Is he going to talk about what he did with?
Okay, yeah. Hold on. He doesn't have that experience,
and you can't say I'm trolling.
Why? No, you're not trolling. That's fine, but he hasn't been in the position to have that experience. So why are we holding that against him?
I'm not holding that against him. I'm just saying that is the reality.
Then why is it in the conversation in the first place? You just said it with your mouth now. Why is it in the conversation?
What do you mean? Why is he in the conversation?
Because you said it with your mouth. He's never had the opportunity to be.
He's never had the opportunity to be in that situation.
That's the
he
point.
would.
So why
Okay,
is he in
hold
the
on.
conversation of
That means he doesn't have the experience.
Oluwa, chill now.
Be mentioned.
Oluwa, chill now. Let the conversation flow now.
Okay.
I beg now.
Prior to Potter going to Chelsea, can someone tell me the job he was being lined up for?
I don't know.
The English management job.
Yeah.
Right?
It's based on speculation. Was it ever interviewed for the job?
Eddie, you didn't address what I said.
When was the job ever available?
Because
Eddie, you didn't address what I said. I don't like that.
I'm about to address.
I want to address
He has not had that opportunity, but he was hired for a different reason. That's why I'm telling you. Again, he was not hired to come and because he's dealt with world-class players. No.
But why
coach.
Couldn't he
He's
deal
a training
with
ground
Aubameyang?
coach, first of all. Wait, he's a training ground coach, first of all. He was hired to come here, improve players, and improve the style of play.
So has he done that?
Based on
relax.
In hindsight, you can say he has done that or he's doing that.
Sorry,
but you never said that. You would never have said that.
Sorry, what do you do for work right now, Lua?
What do I do for work? I work in the IT industry.
You work in IT. How many months probation do you get?
Making traffic.
Ideally, you say 3 to 6 months.
You say 3 to 6 months. So if after 2 months somebody tells you, "Oh, you're not producing, man, we're gonna fire you right now," what do you say?
I'm not producing. They gotta fire me. That's why I'm on probation.
You're not producing results.
Yeah, they can let me because I'm on probation.
But you don't think you deserve more time? At least let me get my 6 months in first, and then make
enough
that
for me to
decision.
tell them that they're going to assess my performance. If I'm
Of
not good
course,
enough,
there are expectations. If the guy is not meeting the expectations, he has to go.
Okay, and what was the expectations on Potter? What was the expectations on Potter?
Of course, to be higher up the table.
Now, that's not.
That's it.
So now Chelsea.
Did you see where Chelsea started? In the Champions League, you were 1 point after 2 games.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter.
Remind them with Thomas Tuchel.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. King Black, you can't hang Thomas Tuchel. He's a Champions League manager. He's a Champions League winner.
I'm sorry.
You
can't pick and choose when you want to.
So are you guys now comparing Graham Potter to Thomas Tuchel?
You can't do that. You cannot separate.
He couldn't win the Champions League with Neymar.
No one.
You can't take away the good things that he did.
But King Black, he won the Champions League with Mason Mount.
Oh.
And
he flopped towards the end.
Is that not a miracle?
King Black,
okay, you expect miracles to happen every game.
He did not flop in PSG because he took PSG to their only Champions League final to date.
No, Emmy.
No,
and King Black.
Wait, guys, hold on. Is that a fact? No, hold on. Is that a fact or not? Is that a fact? Is that a fact?
That's fine.
Correct.
That's fine. But you're missing the point. You're picking and choosing when to bring in certain narratives, which is something I don't like right now. Yeah. If we're going to focus on the whole picture, be focused on the whole picture.
Yeah, Emmy, it's true. You can't remove. Potter did well to get you to the group stage. You can't remove that.
Y'all forget this man went on a 10-game unbeaten streak.
How many games did he win in that 10 games?
Emmy, you can't remove good things.
No, he didn't win. No, he has never. No. Wait. He has never won 5 games in his life. So he's never won 5 games in his life.
Emmy,
what position was Tuchel when he got fired?
Emmy,
we're fifth. We're fifth.
And where are we today?
All right.
Okay, that's a very good question. We're fifth with 3 points. We're just 3 points behind Tottenham.
How many games have been lost than when we sacked Tuchel?
Emmy, you're being
and you're telling me about improving the squad.
Our points per game is lower now than when Tuchel was there.
The only thing I know he did well is the home. Like when we play at home, he's won more games.
Can you guys be realistic for 1 second? Stop. Yeah, are you gonna disregard this guy the whole time?
No, I'm not. I'll actually give him credit for the Champions League, but the Premier League is been abysmal in the Premier League.
I said, listen, I didn't say 5 games or 6 games in a row. I said within that 10 games unbeaten streak, this man won about 5 or 6 games in that span. Whether I want to give it to him or not, that's fine. You don't have to. Emery did 22 games.
Sorry, who did he? Wait, sorry, Eddie. Before you go on, in that 10 game, the 10 game, you said 10 game window, who did he play?
I don't care. You know why I don't care?
Was Champions League. There were 5 Champions League games in that mix. Yes or no?
There are 4
Emmy, it doesn't matter. You have
it does not matter.
Ariel, you can't tell me. You cannot. We're talking of the Premier League. We are talking of the Premier League, bro. This guy has won 1 in the last 7. It's going to be 1 in 8 on Thursday.
What was Tuchel's Premier League record before he was sacked?
I'm sorry.
Tuchel after 6 games, we had 10 points after 6 games.
Can someone tell me?
Out of 18 points, out of 18 points, he had 10 points.
Now,
and he was just 2 points.
How many games did he lose? Did he lose? He lost 4 games.
No. That's Champions. I'm talking about the Premier. Remember, my context is the Premier League. I'm not talking of Champions. Wait, we can't be all over the place every time now. We're talking of the Premier League. Bikonu.
I'm not.
Wait. No.
Premier League everybody else.
No, you have to. You have to. That's the call. That's the reason why. That's the reason why a league tournament.
Emmy just walked into it. King Black, stop. Emmy, when have Chelsea been good in the Premier League over the last 5 seasons?
I don't know. We only beat.
I don't. Wait. Let me ask. Can I answer?
You guys are shooting yourself on the foot again.
Can I answer?
About winning the Champions. We're not talking about winning the league. Lampard was there, became 4th. Tuchel was there, became 3rd. Or what's it called? We've been bare minimum 4th. And what we're saying now is What we're saying now. Listen, brother, chill.
We're
Yeah,
not
go
talking
on.
about winning the league. There might be two.
Is
There
the
might be two
season
of the
over?
threat
Is
right
the
now.
season over?
Are you satisfied with the way we play now? So in your own mind, you think you will win the league? You will win the league. You tell me.
See, the fact that
You
we're
do
not
you
where
think
we
you will win the league this season?
that's why the
With the way
league,
you
that's
play
why
like
the
this,
season, that's why the season
and that's why
is
we're
not over.
complaining. We're not
That
satisfied.
In 9 games, this guy has
Oluwa,
17 points.
So now you
In
want us to
9
keep clapping
games,
for Potter and say
Oluwa,
Potter, you've done a
he
good
has
job. Is that
only
what you want?
17 points to show.
See,
That is the problem.
this is where you guys lose me a lot, man.
As a fan, we have a right to say we're not happy, and there's nothing wrong in that. I don't know why you're defending what it is.
Fans are already screaming for him to be let go.
No. You can say you're not happy. That's
Yeah.
fine. But calling for the man's job, come on.
Yes.
Man.
What to drop?
No, because you can't continue like this. You're falling behind every game.
Stop, guys. Wait. This man had no preseason to work on a style with this.
It doesn't matter. He's got 2 windows now.
Then he
That's
shouldn't
not
have
an
taken
excuse
the
anymore,
job, like I
Eddie.
said
That's no
initially.
longer an excuse.
So don't take the job if you know you can't do it.
If he's waiting to get a preseason, then he's not ready for the job. He should quit.
That's why I said don't take the job.
This is not a baby
They
thing.
knew the condition.
Yeah. The Tuchel get a preseason before he won the Champions League.
Emmy, I'm not gonna.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna disrespect your knowledge of football, but you do know that and I've explained this so much, that what Tuchel's trying to do, sorry, not Tuchel, Potter, requires time on the training ground that he does not have. This guy walked into a job
but there is no
we're not seeing any
progression.
blueprints.
We're not seeing any progress. It didn't take me more than 2 games to see Sarri pass the ball from the keeper to the defender to the
Sarri
midfield.
had a preseason.
He didn't have a preseason. Sarri had only 2 weeks. Before the season started. Remember, he was hired in August. The season started in August.
Okay.
He had only 2 weeks.
And when did you start seeing the real Sarri ball?
Oh, from the first game in preseason, I was already like, okay, there's a difference.
That's a lie. Because your Chelsea fans let this man out.
Wait, no, Eddie, there was a difference in the way we played out of the back. Wait. Let me just say my fact. Let me just say it now.
Yeah, let me just say this.
Wait, let me just. You asked me a question. Let me just answer.
Remember what Sarri did. Sarri brought Jorginho with him from Napoli and put him in Chelsea. But I'll leave the floor to you. Continue.
In the first preseason which we played in Thailand under Sarri, everybody could see the pattern of passing from the goalkeeper, who was Kepa at the time, all the way to the midfield. Right?
Who did we
remember, wait. Now can I continue now? Let me just land now.
I'm just gonna correct you. It wasn't Kepa. Kepa was signed just before the season started, but continue.
You tell me what you've seen.
And who did we even play against? Who did we play against anyway?
We played against a team from Thailand, right? But I could see the progress that there was already a structure from what Sarri did.
We played against Salzburg.
King Black. Wait,
bro, this is 3 months into Potter's regime. 3 months.
Bro,
we don't know what he wants to do.
We are 3 months. We're 3.5 months into. I don't see. I only see. You guys, let me land. Can I land? Sarri, in the first month of Sarri, when we got into the league, we already knew how everybody could see the passing patterns from the defense to the midfield, even though he had what's his name, Barkley and Kovacic, who was on loan at the time. You could tell that there was a progression of the ball. The progression of the ball was in a particular structure. Wait, Arion, wait.
You want
now on that? Wait now, Arion. Under Potter. We've seen this guy for how many months now, apart from the World Cup window, right? I still don't see us pass the ball in a rhythmical way from the goalkeeper to the midfield at least. They hoof the ball. Like today against Nottingham Forest, which is not even a pressing team. Against the North. I watched the game against Bournemouth. What was so good about Bournemouth?
You not see the passing sequence from the
Bournemouth is. Do you know where Bournemouth is in the table?
Oh, so we are going to talk about the opposition now.
No, that's not the issue here. We were defending.
So what did Sarri do against Man City?
We gave the ball to Bournemouth.
Wait. What was Sarri's passing movement? How effective was it against Man City in a 6-0 loss?
Because we've not. You wait. It's Man City were champions then.
And then,
King Black,
and so,
you know one thing. Sorry, I want to understand King Black's
Are you
point of view.
comparing
King Black,
Bournemouth to Man City, King Black? Are you drinking?
I want to understand you, King Black.
No, you don't understand. I don't understand what you're asking. What, you played a Bournemouth, you played a Bournemouth team and a Nottingham Forest team.
That's why.
And you're comparing those teams to Manchester City? How about?
Oh, since you are considering the level of opposition.
Yes,
That's what
I am telling you that I'm clearly telling you that against a Nottingham Forest, wait. I'm explaining.
I am trying to tell you now that it is easier to see the style of play, especially when your team is not there yet. If your team is not that good, it's easier to see the style of play.
It's not your team, bro. Is it same? Is
when
it
you watch
same
Chelsea, what do you
team?
see? I want to know what you see in Chelsea right now. What do you
Exactly.
see?
When you watch Chelsea, what do you see?
What do you see? I want to know.
When you watch Chelsea against Salzburg, what did you see?
No, I'm talking of right now. When you're watching, we've lost.
Emmy, don't do that. Emmy, don't do that. Answer the goddamn question.
No, see, we are 1-7 in the league.
For how many years, bro?
We've won 1-7 in those 7 matches. What do you see in
King
Chelsea
Black,
Football Club?
Are you telling me not to complain of the way we play and just keep quiet and clap for Potter? Is that what you're trying to say now?
I am telling you that these players here.
It doesn't matter whether the players or not. The point is the reality. We're not playing good. Whether you can think about the players or not.
We cannot play good with the same set of players.
See,
I am telling you now. And
King Black, you need to start understanding something. Yes, the player might not be good enough
brother.
to you. But there's a reason why you're the head coach. There's a reason why you're the manager. If anything goes wrong, he gets sacked.
But Tuchel got sacked too.
Which is fine. And that's why people were not happy with the way he played. I'm not complaining about Tuchel. I'm not saying Tuchel should come back. No, he deserves to be gone. I get it. The same thing I'm applying to this current coach as well.
But Potter deserves to go too.
You are telling me now that no coach can improve this squad better than Potter. That's what you said. And I'm telling you that.
That doesn't even make sense.
Guys,
that's not right. That's a wrong statement.
That's not right. King Black, if he said that, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. Totally wrong.
Oluwa and Emmy, what I don't like is how you guys constantly move the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts. We've complained that Chelsea's not playing well football.
You've complained that
Chelsea has only won 1 match. No, Eddie. Okay, let me ask you this question, Eddie.
Emmy, let me finish. Let me land first.
He's constantly moving. Let him
hold on
now.
Let me land, because why I say moving the goalpost is we have all come to a consensus that even if you brought in a new coach after Isaac Tuchel, that coach will need investment to coach the squad. I'm telling you right now, as currently constructed, there is no manager in the world that will do much with this squad.
That's not true.
They thought it was.
Oh yeah, what was much?
What do you consider what much to you?
This is not a top
what's much?
What's much? This is not a top 4 squad.
No manager in the world is big.
Okay, but at least
this is not a top 4 squad. I'm telling you, Eddie,
Eddie, last season Chelsea finished 3rd. Explain to me why this is not a top 4 club.
Oh, I don't understand.
Hold on. Let me.
Can you explain the difference? Yes. Help me with the aberration. Why did we finish 3rd last year and now we're lingering in mid-table and you're telling me that this is not a top 4 squad? Tell me, explain to me.
Hold on, let me.
I'm not moving the goalpost. You just said this is not a top 4 squad, right?
If we give you a point, you will still move the goalpost again.
No, tell me why this is not a top 4 squad. We're currently 8. We're 8 in the league table, and we're 3rd. We finished 3rd last season with the most points we've ever gotten since we won the league. Tell me why this is not a top 4 squad.
First of all,
and I'm not interrupting you. Go.
Chelsea had a good start last season. The start is what helped Chelsea. Because prior to December, Chelsea were coming first. That's number 1.
That's excuse.
Secondly,
tell me why this is not a top 4 squad.
You will still move the goalpost. I knew it before. That's why.
Why are you moving the goalpost? I'm trying to.
No, you are the one moving the goalpost here.
You are the one moving the goalpost. You are the one moving the goalpost.
This is the same squad. This is the same Mason Mount.
This is the same squad. This is the same squad that finished 3rd last year. So tell me, it's not. It's not.
Guys,
So
So
you're
what's the
telling me now
difference?
because of there's no Rudiger there, that's
Are
the
you
difference.
gonna let me answer the
Yeah,
second
there's
question?
no Rudiger and Kante has
I
a good
beg you,
feet.
King Black.
Are you,
How many
What are
games
you
did Kante
saying?
play last season?
Are
Let
you
me
guys
know.
gonna ask
Oh,
me
did
a
Kante
question?
not
Let
play
me
in the
answer.
Champions Leagues? Did he not?
No, he did not. Kante had less
Even
than
the
20 games last season.
even the 3-2 we lost, he played, right? And it was
No,
what are you saying?
well, last season, how
3-2
many
we
league
won
games
it.
did Kante play?
Emmy,
Reece
I'm
James
gonna
was
ask you.
there.
I'm
Reece
gonna
James
ask you
was
this question.
available.
How
Emmy
many
and
games
Olua,
has Reece James played this
Emmy and
season?
James
Olua,
was
hold on,
injured,
hold on,
please. He
hold on,
was
hold on,
injured.
Reece
hold
James
on,
was
hold
injured
on.
last year. He even had
Guys,
COVID at some point.
Emmy and Olua, I'm gonna ask you this one
You
question.
just
I
keep
know you
moving
guys,
the
you guys are gonna
goalposts.
annoy me with
No,
this.
what is I'm
You
asking
said,
you guys a simple
hold
question.
on,
Nobody has
Emmy.
answered.
I
Why did we
was trying
finish
to
10
answer.
last year? And why are we 8 now? Just simple.
I
Say it
was trying to
simply.
answer. Emmy, I was trying to
Yeah.
answer, but you didn't let me answer. But let me ask you
Okay,
this.
answer.
And I'll still answer. Let me ask you this. You said Chelsea finished third. Do you, in
Yes.
your heart of hearts, both of you believe Chelsea were the third best team in the league last season?
Yes, they were.
Oh my god.
Yes. Yes. We were the third best team. Yes.
Nah, I'm done. Olua,
The league table cannot lie. We played 38 games. We got 74 points.
get
That
out
was
of here. The
third.
league table cannot lie.
No, the
Get
league
out of
table
here, the
never
league table.
lies. It's a
Then
league.
ask
That's
him
why
a
it's not a
question.
cup
Who was meant to be
competition.
third? Who's meant to be third then?
Arsenal flopped. Everyone
Arsenal
knows
meant to be
That's
third
on
Arsenal
season.
them.
flopped last season.
Baba, hey God, you have 38 matches. After 38 matches, the number of points you accrue on the table it arranges
It's a
how
clear
where you
indication of
finish.
what your
I
performance
think
will
I
be.
think
Exactly over 38 games. You can't tell me the league table lies. It's not possible.
Okay. Oh,
This
cool,
is not a
cool,
knockout.
cool.
It's not a knockout
Wait.
competition.
Okay, so Emmy, you just said the league table reflects the squad. Right?
It reflects your performance over 38 games.
So
yes.
what happens to this season then?
Oh, that's why I asked you the question.
How are the same players performing?
Oh, that's why I'm asking you the same question. Because you said this team is not a top 4 team. We proved last year we came third. So now we're 8th. You're not telling me that this same team that finished third last season is now going to be good enough to be 8th because no manager can improve them. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, it's not the exact same team, first of all.
Oh, what's the difference? Rudiger.
So how did I want to ask a question?
Yes,
How
Rudiger and Christensen were a big part of last year's team.
Oh my God. Hey God.
You guys have moved the goalposts now. You see that?
You guys have now moved the goalposts.
What do you mean?
You have now moved the goalposts.
Is the defense.
You have moved the goalposts. Yes.
Emmy, let me just make this
You have
point.
now moved the goalposts.
Thomas Tuchel's last 50 games for Chelsea, he won 28. And so how many games has this guy played now that you are trying to you have already seen his future as not
you
good
quickly chose what suits your narrative with the last 50
No, he won
50 games.
yes, his last 50 games.
You see what you did?
50 games is almost a season.
Which is good. It's enough. Yeah.
That's almost 50%. That's almost 50%.
That's why.
That's enough sample
Yeah,
size.
See, King Black, you just actually hung yourself with your rope. That's almost 60%. In this, wait. That's a 60% win percentage in last 50.
28
right?
games out of 50 is poor for Chelsea.
Yes, it's almost 60%, right?
Go check other coaches stats and see.
Go to Graham Potter. How many games has he won out of the how many games he has coached?
This is not the point.
Emmy, I get a question. Because I did some analysis analogy with the point and everything. Well, now we're already 25 points now. Can we get to like up to 75 points when the season?
No, you can't.
And that's what
because I'm looking at it now. With the analogy I'm saying, this is not going to be possible. Because let
me just say this now. Chelsea is not making 60 points this season. It's almost impossible.
And who will be responsible for that? The coach.
No, the players.
If you don't get to 60, if you don't get to 65 points, Graham Potter need to be beheaded straight away.
We're not getting 60 points. We're not getting 60 points.
Been a Chelsea
We are
manager
playing
in
Man
the
City
first place.
back to back next game.
Come on.
See, Eddie and King Black, you guys don't understand the magnitude of problem that this current club is in.
No.
You have 20. How many points do you have now? 25 or 27?
Emmy, no
we
one.
have about 20. 25. We have 23 games to go. That's about 25. That's about
what I'm
70 something points. Out of those 70-something points, we cannot get 30 of those 70-something points.
So
left on the
wait,
table.
wait. Okay, let's say 20 matches.
We cannot get 30.
Maybe let's say if we win 15 matches now, which is not
It's not
possible.
possible. Have you won 15?
It's gonna happen, Abdullahi. Not with
Blues,
this
Abdullahi, have you won 15 matches this season? You're in a season where Erling Haaland has scored more goals than you in the Premier League table.
Okay,
that guy is
what are you saying,
guys? I don't know why I constantly have to repeat myself. Again, Graham Potter, I'm not saying is the answer. But let's not make it look like he's
no. You guys said nobody can do the work apart
Yeah,
from
that's what King Black said. King Black said no other coach can do a better job.
That's not what I said.
And that's why I have a problem with.
Okay.
That's actually why we're actually making this. That's why we're bringing up all these analogies.
The point I am making is I want to give Potter.
Players,
Look, I want to give Potter at least one. Can he get one window? Can he at least get one window to see what he does?
Yeah, January window. That's it.
Yes,
January window.
That's what I'm saying. Give him January. If by February, March, with better players, we're not seeing improvements. Again, I'm not saying Chelsea has been
making the same point from the first game.
Cool.
I'm sorry. I think
my point is not valid, right, King Black? Is it not valid? I told you that this guy is going to be a flop. I predicted this. I told you in 18 games, this guy is not going to get up to 35 points. You said, how many games are we now? 15. He's not going to get 35 points he's not going to get 35 points
I also told you that this guy cannot perform magic with the same players. Oluwaseun, did I not say that?
Fair enough. I know King Black has said the players have not been good from the onset.
I've always said it
I
from
agree.
The onset.
But here's my problem. My problem here is,
coachable.
look, the players might not be pulling their weight, but that's why you are the manager.
Exactly. That's your number
You don't think
job.
a better coach
He's
could
not
do
good
better
enough.
with this squad? I think he can.
Yes.
That's the job. Okay, Eddie and King Black. Eddie and King Black. Does Graham Potter does Graham Potter actually inspire you as a person? Can you, when you see him talk, does he inspire you?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Do you
he
think
doesn't.
if he goes
For
to
me
coach
personally,
Arsenal, do you think he will be
his
better than what
persona-
Arsenal
his
is?
persona doesn't, but it's still learning.
No,
guys,
answer the question.
guys.
Do you think if he was that coach of Arsenal, he will be
Let
better
me-
than
if you
Arteta?
ask me a question, let
Guys.
me respond.
Oh, that's
to
a
that.
very good
Give me one
question. If Graham Potter was Arsenal coach, do you think he would be better than Arteta right now?
Wait, are you saying if he
If
was given the
Arteta
3 years?
is a Chelsea coach, he would
Are you
have
saying
been
if he
worse.
He will
was
get more
given the
points than
3
what
years?
Potter is, yes.
Are you
No,
saying
he
if he was
won't. He
given the
won't.
3 years?
He won't.
I want to
Arteta's
understand
first
that
20
question.
games was horrible.
Hold
Are
on.
we
Are you saying if he was given 3 years, or are you saying if he was going there right now?
With what Arsenal is doing right now, are you telling me Potter can match the record with Arteta? Because you were telling me now, sorry, King Black specifically was saying no coach can do a better job with this squad.
What was
No.
Arteta's first 20
I want to
games?
understand. No. I want to understand. I want to understand the question, Ulua. Are you
So
saying if Arteta went in, if Potter went instead of Arteta, would Arsenal be in the same place? So if Potter was coach right now?
Yes. Can he match what Arteta is doing right now in Arsenal?
No,
So as a
because
coach.
Arteta's built that squad in his image. That's what I'm saying. Let Potter build a squad in his image and judge him based on that.
Bro, let's don't.
How hard is it?
In as much as I don't want Potter to be sacked.
Excuse
I want
me.
him to get his
Where
time.
have Arsenal
But
finished
I
last
know
2
for
seasons?
sure this guy is not going to take us to that elite level.
Where have Arsenal finished the last 2 seasons?
Arsenal finished 5th the last season, I'm correct.
And the season before?
I think 8th, or what's it called?
And
but
the
what are
season
we right
before
now?
that?
And
And
before
the
then,
season before that?
Yes. And before then,
8th.
What are we
Season
right
before
I'll
now?
help you. 8th. So 8th,
twice,
8th,
then
5th.
fifth.
Look,
8 twice.
okay, let me not go too
No,
far.
but
I'm not
Eddie,
saying-
Eddie,
I'm not
Eddie,
saying
Eddie,
that.
Eddie,
One second.
Eddie.
Guys,
When
let
last
me
did
finish.
Chelsea finish?
Let me
When last
finish.
when last did Chelsea finish 8th? When last they finish 8th?
Was it under
Mourinho, I think.
Conte. Under Conte.
season?
Yeah, 10th. They finished 10th. That's 2017-18.
Mhm.
Yes, that was the last time we finished anything. That was 4 seasons ago. Even under Lampard, we did not finish 10th.
And what's your point?
Well, my point is you cannot use Arsenal as a barometer because Arsenal was already a weak team. They were already finishing 8th,
but you are the one that thought, but you already. No,
I did not. I always think. Wait, hold on, King Black. I always maintain this. You cannot compare Chelsea to Arsenal.
Somebody said,
That's
I don't know
me.
which of you said it. One
That's
of you
me.
said if he was coaching Arsenal, and
That's
that's
me.
what
Yes,
Arsenal
that's
would
me.
do.
I was
Okay.
talking based on
And
this season. What he's doing
I'm
now.
telling you right now, Arsenal gave Arteta time. So
Time,
let's
and
not
that's why I
let's
kept
not
quiet. I kept quiet because yes, he gave him time. But I was referring
But
to this season.
Chelsea was not built that way. Chelsea did not become successful by giving people time. If not, we'll not win 22 trophies under Roman.
But what,
We don't
and
give
that's why
time.
you haven't won a league title in 5 years.
That doesn't
That's
matter.
why,
But
no,
but
Emmy, I
that
don't think
doesn't matter.
Emmy,
We
I don't
won
think you understand.
titles.
Emmy, I do not think you understand. As a footballing project right now, Chelsea are far behind a lot of clubs, and they are being overtaken by more clubs.
Do you know
Arsenal
why?
and Manchester
Do you know?
United.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because they made the wrong decisions. It's nothing more than the decision making from the guys at the top. If you look at every issue Chelsea is facing right now, oh, they didn't make the wrong decision by appointing by. Wait,
Potter is the current
how?
drum.
No, it's
How did
He
he
only
make
had
the wrong
5 years.
decision?
The wrong
Look at the recruitment. Wait, hold on. Look at the recruitment. You are complaining of the players. You're complaining of the players. But are you looking at the recruitment? No, the recruitment has been all spot on.
Recruitment is not from Potter.
Oh, so
You
recruitment
see
is what
now.
you're saying. Okay, I
So
keep
it's
on.
recruitment now.
Keep
Well,
going.
Recruitment. You said
So
I
you
said
accept-
I'm very
you accept
clear
recruitment
that
has been
most
poor.
of the issues that Chelsea are facing is based on wrong decision making.
Okay.
And Chelsea is not Chelsea have not built Chelsea have not built Chelsea have never been a club that's built over, we'll give a manager 10 years time to build a team to win us one league title. Chelsea has never been like that.
Emmy, let me quote you. Emmy, let me quote you, because now you're saying recruitment is what's hurting Chelsea. But you said Potter was Chelsea's biggest problem before. I didn't hear recruitment before.
Thank
But,
you.
but keep
Thank
going.
you.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Okay, in as much as you're talking about Potter giving time, the transfer window, at least you need to see something. We're not seeing any spark.
You are not. We did not.
That's when people like me
Arsenal fans didn't see anything. Arsenal
No,
fans
that's
didn't
not
see
true.
shit
That's not true.
in the
You
first
could see
30
progress
games.
in the likes of them Saka and Smith Rowe. No, don't say that you said
What?
anything.
Where was
That's not
progress
true.
on Ozil? Where was progress?
Who's
What progress
speaking
are you
about
talking
Ozil? Ozil was being kicked out. I'm not talking about Ozil here, please. I'm talking about. They were not competing.
And then you guys are comparing Arsenal to Chelsea. Arsenal have not won the league for 18. They've not won the league or even competed for the league for 18 seasons. And who said Chelsea is going to wait 18 seasons to compete for the league title?
You're already at 5, so 18.
Yes, we're already at 5 exactly.
Okay, so let's not act like
no,
Chelsea
but it's just 5. It's not 18. There's a difference between 5 and 18.
That's how we started for Arsenal as well.
No, that's not true.
That's how it started for United. United are
in
14 right now.
Finals. Chelsea was
yeah. At least Chelsea's getting to finals.
United are at 14 right now. How did they start? Oh yeah, it's just
no, they're not 14. No. United is 9. United is 9. Yeah,
okay.
9 years for United. Yeah.
Ferguson,
very soon. It's
2013. They won the league in 2013.
You know how many coaches they have sacked as well.
It doesn't see if you need to sack coaches to win your league title, you need to do that. You cannot tell me because you want Graham Potter to be here, then Chelsea should not just win the league. You should just keep hoping. That doesn't make sense. That's mediocrity. See, once you start to celebrate mediocrity, it seeps into your football club.
Celebrating, Emmy.
That's what you guys are doing. You guys are saying Chelsea is playing well.
No, I'm not.
Chelsea's not playing well.
Don't misquote me. Do not misquote me, Emmy. I don't want to get pissed off right now. Don't misquote me. No one said Chelsea are playing well. What I have said is the fact that you can't keep repeating the same thing all the time and keep getting the same result. That is the definition of stupidity.
No, but
if your aim is to win, Emmy, hold on. If your aim is to win league titles, which is what most Chelsea fans should be aiming for, sacking and hiring has not worked in doing that. Yes, you've won the All Champions League here and there. Yes, you've performed well in cup competitions because that's all it will get you. You need stability for you to be able to achieve.
You're a Liverpool
winning
fan. How many
leagues.
league titles have you won?
I'm a Chelsea fan.
Oh,
What
okay,
do
sorry. I
you
thought you were a
mean?
Liverpool fan.
I'm a
Sorry.
Chelsea fan.
He's a Chelsea fan now.
I'm
Do you
sorry. I
think
thought,
we're
oh,
speaking like this
Ariam.
because
Sorry.
we're
It
not
was
Chelsea fans?
Aaron was the thing. But
He's
what I'm
Ariam.
telling you,
He's Ariam.
what I'm telling you right now is, even if you bring Liverpool into the conversation, they've been challenging for the last how many years?
Yeah,
Yes,
but they've
they
won just
haven't
one, but there's been
They've
only
consistent.
won
That's the
one.
They've
point.
won
One in
just one.
30 years.
But
In 30 years.
But look who they've been competing against, though.
But it's not about
Manchester City.
competing, bro. You need to win. You need to
Hold on.
win, Eddie. Chelsea built their DNA. This Chelsea, everybody's supporting now.
Why are they just
This
2
current,
points above
this
us now?
this Chelsea, everybody is screaming for. Most people say supporting this club or say even being with this club after Chelsea won the title in 2004, 2005.
Yeah, but
and did it back to back in 2 seasons. This
is where I cannot let you be a revisionist.
And you know,
that was
something.
2004-05. Let me tell you what
Correct.
Man City did. Chelsea started this process before Man City. Man City took the Chelsea model and improved it, and that's what Chelsea are playing.
And do you think? Wait. Do you think Man City is a better club than Chelsea in terms of trophies? No, Chelsea has won more trophies than Manchester City.
I'm telling you right now, if Man City win one Champions League, it's quiet for Chelsea.
It's over.
No, it's not going to be quiet. They need to win two, and they need to win two.
No, Emmy, let me tell you this right
They
now.
need to win two.
One Champions League, and it's quiet for Chelsea.
It's not true. That's not true.
You know what?
Chelsea has Chelsea. See,
when have Chelsea won 4 and 5? Can someone let me know? 4 and 5.
4 leagues in 5. Never.
4 leagues in 5 years. Let me know when
Chelsea has not done that. But what we're saying is this, right? The number of trophies, even when Manchester City has been winning
Man
trophies,
United never did that as well. So what's your
they've
point?
never, nobody. So what I'm saying is this, right?
We never did
No team currently.
Liverpool just won 1 in 30. So what's the difference?
No team currently.
You guys can calm down too. You can calm down.
No team currently in England has won more trophies than Chelsea in this millennium, and that's a fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
even with Man City's so-called domination.
Wait, how many titles? How many titles away are we? Are they?
Emmy.
They're probably 3 titles away, right?
Emmy,
so if they win the quadruple this
No, I
season,
think they have more titles than Chelsea.
No, they have 5. They won 5. They won 5. Chelsea has 5.
Emmy. I'm
how
going to explain to you
many cups away? How many titles away?
I'll explain to you why I'm doing this, Emmy. But make the cutoff at 2010. Who has more trophies?
At 2010.
2010.
Oh,
2010 till now.
2010 till now. 2010 till now. I don't know the number, but I think we're still number 1.
Man City has more, bro. Yes, Chelsea have those two. Chelsea have those 2 Champions Leagues. But you only have 1 league title.
We have Europa.
No, we have 2. We have 2 league titles. 2 league titles, 2 Europa League.
When was the second one?
2014, 15, 2016, 17.
Under Benitez and Sarri.
Yeah.
Benitez won the league.
No. Benitez won Europa League. You're asking when won the league title in 2010, right?
The title was Mourinho and Conte.
Mourinho and Conte, yeah, they both won the league.
Yeah, give me the fact.
Wait, I'm not counting 2009-10. Did we win in 10?
Mourinho and
No,
Conte.
2014, 15. Yeah, 14, 15, 16, 17, right?
I remember, my bad.
Fabregas Costa.
But even and from that period till now, though, Man City probably have more. And when you're talking of,
I'm not doubting Man City's Premier League domination, right?
This is what I'm getting to, and this is why I said the cutoff for 2010. Chelsea started this game. When Chelsea got into the game, there were no competitors like today. What do I mean by there were no competitors? Roman just came and threw his money around.
No, that's not true. Roman put a structure that helped him to win.
Yes.
Man United was always there. Don't say that there's no.
Yeah. Remember, Man United were the only team at the time that had won 3 Premier League titles back to back, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when Roman came, Roman took the best of the best and brought them to Chelsea by starting with Peter Kane, right?
No, it didn't. But that's beside.
Yeah. Look, under Roman, Man United won it 3 straight times. So what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Yes. They won it, I think, 07 to like maybe 09 or thereabout. Yes.
No, they won it 07, 08, 09. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then Chelsea
Yeah.
won it under Ancelotti.
Ancelotti in 2010. Correct.
Yes.
But Chelsea
And they won it again in 2011.
Chelsea were competing. That's the difference.
Is Chelsea not competing? We competed last season. We've been into how many finals?
Excuse me. Wait.
You've been competing.
Let me hold on. Oh no. Wait, hold on. So 93
20 points behind the leaders.
No, by this time, wait, Eddie,
as a club.
Eddie, by this time last season, we had only lost one game, and that was against Man City.
You dare call 74 points competing?
Yes, because that's the most you've ever gotten since you won the league.
I'm talking about as a club. We were in the FA Cup final, Capital One final, what's it called? Capital Cup final, whatever.
That's what. No, look, okay.
You're still there.
No, but Eddie, after 15 games last season, we had only lost one. We were top of the league.
Let me talk to Steve. Steve, what do Chelsea fans want to win right now?
Premier League title.
Thank you very much. And you ain't competed for that shit in how many years? Let's not act like it's until
we competed last season until we got the sanctions, bro.
Let me submit
the sanctions hit Chelsea last season.
Guys,
but we wouldn't have won it in that season.
Let me submit it. 2017, y'all got lucky too. Yes,
no, we didn't get. No. You can't take that.
We got lucky too. Yeah.
There's no such thing as luck in the league, bro. It's 38 games, man. It's the most consistent. No, it's the most consistent team over 38 games that wins the league. You can't be lucky in 38 games. It's not possible. Nobody does that. You can't be lucky in 38 games. It's not possible, bro. No. Don't go that way.
That's fact you're giving there. That's facts. Not the
you have to be the most consistent team over school. So there are 20 teams. There are 20 teams.
Yo. When we lost to Arsenal in 2017 and Conte switched the system to back three, did you think we would win the Premier League?
No. No. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying the landscape of the league that season was different.
No. That's shifting the goalposts. That's shifting goalposts. You're moving the goalposts again, Eddie. No, you have to give credit to that 16-17 team. They earned it. At that time, they broke the most winning streak in the Premier League until the Centurion season when Pep did it with his team.
Do you credit the team or do you credit the team or the manager?
I credit both. Yeah, both. Yeah, I don't. There's no way you credit just the manager and no credit the team. Yeah, because
but you can see the influence of the manager, right? After losing 3 goals, you saw what
it did. It was very clear. It was very clear that the team took.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I want to say the team took the identity of the manager in that season. Very fact, yeah. So, and they went on that 13 game winning streak, and that was what won them the league.
Because you said it the last thing we did that when the club is saying we are backing you, that's a trouble looming. And
no, that's not good. That's
when I'm hearing we're backing you, I'm behind you, we'll give you the support. I am, as a fan, I'm worried already. I'm like, I won't
be surprised. Inside the Chelsea hierarchy right now, there's a divide between whether they keep Potter or they sack him.
Yes,
facts,
I know.
Facts. You're right, Emmy. You're right.
And Emmy, Christopher Vival is for me might have the biggest C in this conundrum going on in Chelsea, because he was the one that said, let's go for Enzo, not Declan Rice yet. And so there's a reason for him saying that. And him coming today towards the match and shaking his head, that tells me Potter's rating is on the wall.
Potter has, let me just say it right now. Potter
they might give him to Man City. And if he loses
Potter's got Man City in the Premier League at the Bridge. We're going to lose 5-0. We've got Man City away in the FA Cup. He's fucked.
I think it's Fulham. I think it's the Fulham game. Those 3 games, the 2 Man City games and the Fulham game. If
it's
Chelsea lose
very toxic at Stamford Bridge on Saturday.
So, for you defending him, saying the players are not good enough, do you think the management will say, because the players are not good enough?
No, those players are assets of the club.
Put a good coach there, he can get something out of them. This manager can't.
I don't think you know another thing, Olua, is this, right? I know it's like a cliche, but I believe these players are no longer listening to him.
Yes, I agree.
So who did they ever
see, after
Emi,
Chelsea
watch the game back
considered
and look at the bench at full
after
time.
Chelsea
I beg
considered
you.
the equalizer today, I could see. I looked at the players, all their body language. There was nothing.
This is why I say you guys let coach killers get away with murder.
But-
How
but
many
Eddie-
coaches? Hold on.
You always say
How
but,
many
and
coaches?
you're
How
not even
many
admitting that
coaches
these
have we
players are
said
the
this
ones letting
about?
these coaches down.
How many coaches
but-
have we
but the
said
thing-
this about?
No, but Eddie, you cannot sell all those players. They are assets of the club. They are on your balance sheet. You
But they are
can't let them go.
depreciating assets.
Hold on,
They are
Emmy.
depreciating
They're
assets.
running the image of your club to the ground.
But okay, what do you want to
Emmy,
do? You
I
want
submit this to you.
sell them?
Very soon, world-class managers would not touch Chelsea with a 10.
That's not true. That is not true. That never happened under Roman. If it starts happening under Boehly, then Boehly needs to ask himself questions. Because under Roman, we had world-class manager after world-class manager after world-class manager.
And how many world-class managers are out there today? How many
Oh,
of
there-
them will pick Chelsea?
I don't know. I don't see. I can't answer that question. Eddie, I cannot answer that question. But what I know was under Roman, even though we're hiring and firing squad, we are a team which our model is pretty much built on. A success of our model is pretty much built on. We still have world-class manager.
You know
coming.
something,
We had
brother?
a World Cup winner.
There might not be
We had
many
a World Cup
world-class
winner
coaches
as a
today,
coach.
but there are
We
many
had
coaches better than Potter right now.
Yeah,
Do a better job than Potter.
Potter is not a landmark.
Okay.
Steve,
Now,
let me ask you a question
what
now.
image-
I know
guys,
the writing
guys,
is on
guys.
the
Let's
it's
be
on the
real.
wall.
Potter doesn't have a clue, and you think these players
Wait.
respect him?
Steve, let me ask
I
you a
don't
question
think they
now, because-
respect him, Eddie.
What,
No
you win-
joke, right?
You win
I'm
Champions
telling
League,
you,
win
I look
trophies, and you look at this manager, think, who the fuck are you? What the fuck have you won?
exact Eddie. Today, after we considered the equalizer, I've watched this game twice. I looked at the body languages of all the players, and
Just
he
look
just
at the
told me
bench,
that.
Emmy. Just look at the bench.
Emmy,
at full
Raheem
time. I beg
Sterling
you, I beg
and
you.
Chaloba were shaking.
And
Sterling was about to
Sterling,
cry.
and
He was about to cry.
Sterling
He was
whispered
shaking his
something.
head.
With all his intelligence
Sterling
and masters
whispered
and
to
what do you call
Chalobah.
it, he can't motivate the players.
Oh,
Yeah, these players are not motivated.
I would tell you privately, Abdullahi, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
I
The
know
dress-
because
the
Steve,
dressing room is fucked. That's all I'm
Steve, when
saying.
you told guys, you know why I was scared when Steven told me breaking news, emergency talk tomorrow morning. Then I said about, excuse me, what? Because I knew he because I was hearing Matt Long, David Easton was like, they're gonna back him, they're gonna get this. Even Potter was like, he spoke to Todd Boehly, he spoke to the other guys that he's gonna get it back, that he's happy, they're gonna support him. I'm like, man, the wall is on the pudding. You're gonna get fired
There's a
because
meeting
we've seen
in
this
the
before.
morning,
He's
and
not
the
getting
players have
fired
been told
tomorrow,
not to
man.
report to training.
He's not
until
getting
Todd
But
fired.
Eddie, why do you think they will have a meeting with him and the players are told not to come to
What's
play?
going to happen? He's going to get
that's not-
sacked, or he's going to
that's-
get more time. It's one or the other.
That's not my problem. Whatever happens in that meeting, I know he's not getting sacked. What I'm telling you is,
I wouldn't gamble on that, brother.
look, okay, guys, look at what Boehly and Egbali have tried to sell Chelsea on. A project, a vision, and all that.
No.
Wait,
hold
on. Let me finish. Let me land.
Go on.
What message are you sending? Sacking 2 managers in 4 months. That's number one. And let's say, for example,
Maybe
Potter
Todd thinks he got it wrong.
Hold on. Let's say, for example, Potter gets sacked tomorrow. Which manager do you think is going to be dumb enough? Let's say he's under contract.
No, they're lost. They're lost.
Wait. Which manager do you think is dumb enough to leave the contract he is right now to come accept the Chelsea job?
Oh, Chelsea's a big
There's
club.
so many managers who would come to Chelsea.
Not the point.
Oh yeah, Chelsea's a big club, Eddie.
Yeah.
There are a lot of managers who still line up to get into Chelsea.
Bro, you're leaving
Emmy, wait,
No,
I remember something.
Chelsea is a very big club, and you need to always recognize that there will always be world-class managers that will happily take the Chelsea job.
Eddie, wait. I remember something now because when Todd took over, when Todd sacked Tuchel and Potter came in, until then,
we were trying to get a technical director and the technical advisor into the club there in terms of sporting director and his scout and everything. I think Todd and Boehly is they are trying to realize now that I think we made a mistake at first. We should have just weighed it up a little bit, get an interim or get someone in when we don't like what's called Thomas Tuchel, bringing someone in that is above or at the level of Tuchel to coach this team, because I think Todd realized something in terms of the players' motivation, that these players lack motivation. He knows that, and
Do you know when Tuchel was sacked, and then we heard we got permission to talk to Graham Potter. I was pissed, bro.
These same players lack motivation. How many managers have we said this for? Get rid of the goddamn players who lack motivation. They are the cancer in this team.
A better manager can get a better tune out of these players. Let's be real. Come on.
Yes, but Stephen, how long can they get a better tune out of the players for? You're only going to be getting new manager bounces, and it's going to go back to the same old shit. We've seen this under both world class and managers who are not world class. What more evidence do you want?
Yeah, I agree, but Potter's not the man for Chelsea.
But Eddie, this is my issue with Potter now.
And the stadium is going to, fans are going to stop coming to the ground. It's going to be protests. You watch.
I agree with you. That's why I said for me, it's end of the season for me. The
season's over. The season's over. It's done.
If Potter is not the guy, give him to the end of the season. Why do I say that?
You can't give him to the end of the season.
If we finish 18th, no, this can't happen.
We're not finishing 18th.
Because we will finish 18th.
Eddie, they are not playing for him at all. They are not.
Don't respect this guy.
They are not. I don't play for
Eddie,
this man at all.
Eddie. Okay, let me ask Eddie. Eddie, realistically, how many points do you think Chelsea finished this season with Potter?
I don't care.
No, you need to care. Look at it. No.
Care, man.
You need to care.
This is a big club. This is no Brighton, man.
Let me tell you why I don't care.
You need to care.
No, guy, hold on. I'm not living in the same world you're living in. I want to see an actual project and a process at Chelsea. Now, if you can tell me that Chelsea finished 8th this season, but next season we're competing with better players and a better structure, I'm signing up for that. That's why I said this season's a wash. What is coming forth with these same players gonna do to you next season? How does that help you? That's what I'm trying to get you all to realize. No matter what happens this season's done. It's over. There's nothing that can happen.
We know how these players work, man. Come on. They will fuck up the dressing room. They will go to the owner. They will moan. Oh, it will be a mess.
Eddie.
I think that's almost. I won't lie to you guys. I have a feeling that Potter is almost losing this dressing room. Or
yeah. Emmy, you're spot on, brother. You're spot on, man.
Eddie, did you see the body language of these players? Are you looking at
it? I beg you, go back and watch the match and look at the bench at full time and just watch it.
I actually did. So today I actually took time. I watched the game real time. Then I went to visit a friend and he was watching it because he missed the game. We watched the match again. I was like, okay, I didn't even see all of this. Look at the body language of all the players, even the guys on the bench.
They think get off
every game, bro.
About 3-4 minutes. They were looking at each other like, what? Come on,
Eddie. You know the most annoying part? I was watching the match and Sterling and Chalobah were shaking their head. I was like, what the heck is going on?
Do you know the thing? What pisses me off? Yeah, Chalobah has been he's been our best defender. You make him sign a new contract and you don't play him. What is this? Why? Was that the plan? You playing to sign a new contract? I did not get that.
No, another thing, Eddie, that has also started seeping into this team, which I started seeing under Tuchel, is not playing the best players that are in the right in their best positions, and the best players that are actually on form. You have a player, he plays well today. You drop him in the next match. You bring someone else. You're chopping and changing. That automatically starts affecting the psychology of the players because they're like, you know what, I'm not going to play today. They won't put any strength in training because they know, guess what, the coach already knows who is going to start. All those things have actually seeped into. That's why you're seeing all these players. They're playing better in their national teams than in Chelsea because at Chelsea it feels like.
Why am I getting the team news a day before? That shouldn't be happening.
So exactly, people are talking. Yeah.
Why?
You shouldn't get the team news until an hour before the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's
A lot of things are happening, Eddie. And you guys. I know how to read people's body languages. I that is something that I'm gifted. I could tell today. I was like, okay, if this team is actually putting their souls on the line for this guy, we'll see a different reaction. You won't tell me if Chelsea was playing Real Madrid today in the Champions League final that they draw this match. No, they're going to fight. You will see a different reaction. Are you telling me that they will have no shot on goal in the second half? It's not possible now. This team is not motivated. Yeah, this team is not motivated. I don't know if it's the manager, if it's the players. I put the blame on both sides. It's the coach and the players. But you cannot say, "Oh, this."
For me, you know what? With regard to this argument, you know what didn't go well with me today was just saying no other coach can do a better job than Potter.
Yes,
For me, that was bad.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that. What I'm saying is, it's about, for me, it's not. See, we're isolating periods about this. All I'm saying is, let's look at the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture? These same players have been doing the same thing across 4 or 5 different managers, the same core of players.
Yep.
And there is a reason why they do it, because they know it's the easiest thing and the easiest way to get rid of a manager.
But you know something? I think the coach, the management themselves have seen this. A lot of these players needs to go, which they will eventually. But you can't get them all in January. No, that's why the coach get the sack first. So what we're saying here is, yes, we're all on the same page. The players are not pulling their weight. We understand. But the reality is, Potter himself is not helping matters. He's not helping things. You can say, yeah, the player are garbage, but Potter is not helping himself.
Because Eddie, even Steven said it today. Steven said it today, and I said it today. Player like, see, if Mason, Kai, Sterling, and Co are not showing up, they don't want to play for the club. Fine. Because of I get that. Can you just play the youth? Let that are willing to fight for the shirt. If they are losing matches, I will not get pissed off. See, if they are playing, I will not get mad because I will know, okay, these are the youth that are fighting for their shit to get into the team. I will understand. I will give Potter at time to build whatever he wants to build.
I'm telling you, it starts every week.
So both playing players, he's playing players that for one out of form. Is being sentimental, and I don't like that as a manager. It's not political enough where I want him to be ruthless. He's not ruthless enough, and it's annoying me because I'm looking at this column. Some players wants to play, and they are getting pissed off because this one are playing, that one are playing. It doesn't make them happy.
I'm not letting you.
Did you listen to his conference?
Okay,
I listened to
it. Shambolic, saying the opponent deserves points.
He says the same shit every time. He's
Rubbish,
man.
Get
this clown out, man.
1 sec.
Seriously,
yeah.
I don't know.
Let's not act like he plays the young players. The results change. No, yeah. I'm not saying they change or
yes,
change
but at least they will give it. We are not doing the basic, Eddie. No basic.
Hold on.
The younger one will listen to him more.
The younger
they will
ones
give
listen to him,
everything
yes.
because they want to play for the shirt.
Okay, yes, they want to play for the shirt. You guys cannot even live with bad results right now. Can you imagine him playing young players? And they play bad, and what you guys do to them?
You play Hutchinson, he's our best winger. I'm telling you.
No, that's not the question. If Hutchinson plays and we still can't create chances, can you imagine what you guys are gonna do to that kid?
Nothing, because I know he plays for the
shirt.
shirt.
Here, man. Get out of here, man.
No,
Eddie,
it's not like that.
Eddie, this is what I tell you.
Young players are gonna make mistakes because that's what they do.
Yes, I know.
He played a bunch of them a couple of weeks ago against Aston Villa. Come on.
Eddie,
let's not act like you're perfect.
That's why I told you. That's why I told you I will not get angry because I will know it's youth and I will ride with it. It is youth.
That's you. That's one person. But let's not act like we have a history of teams who are just fielding youth. No, you've got to bleed them in slowly. Hey, I'm not saying he's got it perfectly right in the sense that he hasn't played them. No, I disagree with that. Omari Hutchinson deserves some minutes so far. But let's not act like Omari Hutchinson is the answer.
No.
Come on.
Well, stop
It's not
putting
the
him
answer.
on the bench and stop using him. Don't fucking
You're not
use
getting the
him.
point, Eddie.
That's
The
what
point
he's
is
not the
doing right
answer.
now.
Eddie,
It's
this is
not
the
the
point
answer.
here. Let me explain
You
to you.
put him on the bench every time.
Playing
You
the
don't bring him
youngsters,
on.
they're listening to him
If
more than
that's
the
what you're
players that
gonna
want to play.
do, leave him in the fucking academy.
That's the
Let him
point.
play
The youngsters, there's no
PO2.
pressure. The youngsters, they're going to
Why are you
fight
bringing
more
him
than
to the
the
bench
established
then?
players.
Don't get the man's hopes up, then not to play him. You think he's going to respect you for that every time? No, he's not. Come on.
And
wait. What happened to all that is not even getting a chance? What happened
Oh,
to
he
him?
promoted him to the first team, but
And you promoted him to the first team. Cucurella has been playing bad, and you are playing Cucurella ahead of home. Please, what is going on? What is the rhetoric in this article? Because all is playing when you play
That's
all.
the kind of decision we're talking about. He makes mistake over and over again.
Let's
Because
be real.
this all play against
Manager
Newcastle.
is not.
Lewis
This
all
job
play
is
against
too
Newcastle
big
and Manchester
for
City. I was like,
Graham Potter.
okay.
This job is too big for him. He's not ready for this job.
Hold on, no. Hold on. Did
He's
Hall
not.
not? The last game Hall started, didn't he play bad?
No, he did not. No.
Oh, against Newcastle, no.
Newcastle and Manchester City.
He played well.
He did very well.
He played well.
For me, he played very well. He was our best player in that match. He was.
Y'all gonna see what y'all Y'all gonna see what y'all gonna see.
Eddie.
The whole team
Look
was
at
bad
the
that day.
passes. Look at the switches of the play of the
whole
ball he
team
was giving.
bad
Come on.
that day, bro.
Come on.
The young kid was good that day. He was
The
good. He had
Carabao
couple
Cup and the Newcastle match.
The
Yeah, the team was bad.
The Carabao Cup, he was good. Oh, quality. Yeah.
And against Newcastle, against City and Newcastle, he was good.
I don't know about Newcastle, bro. Go
He
watch
was,
that game.
He was good. Give him his credit.
Defensively,
Good all round.
Go watch that. Go
played
watch
very
that
good.
game. No. Go watch that
Move up
game
the
again, man. I'm telling you.
It was good.
I'm not saying.
Go
I'm
check
not
his
saying.
rating for that game. Go
I'm
check
not
his
saying.
rating.
Yeah, I watched him
Bro,
live.
Go check his rating.
I don't do rating. Sorry. I'm not saying it was bad, but let's not act like he was a world beater. You get me?
It can't be.
Again,
Come on, he's young.
No, not a world beater, but he was good. He was good.
Exactly. That's why there is no way you can give young players all the minutes straight away.
No one's all the minutes. What we're saying is play them because they can listen to you more than established players.
Yes.
If Man doesn't want to play, you put him on the bench.
That will come with time.
What time? He's gonna lose his job soon. Don't you get the point?
Look, at this point, I'm hoping he gets sacked
Could
because
lose his job this morning, bro.
If he loses his job, he loses his job. As long as he's doing what he thinks is right. You guys might not see what he's trying to do. I'm not saying I see what he's trying to do.
So what is he
100%.
doing? Look at the reflection of the league. What
does he do? What does he do on the touchline? Please tell me. What does he do?
I've explained. I don't need passion merchants to
Because Eddie, the problem is
Come on.
He's not
the
good.
problem
Players,
Eddie,
players, they don't know what to do with the ball.
Because Eddie, what is annoying me in this team, especially because I watch it on that week and I'm like, okay, I want to see a little bit difference. Thiago Silva is getting more touches in the pitch than Jorginho, Kovacic, and our midfield. That's a disgrace.
Because you don't have any midfielders that can progress the fucking
Look at the
ball.
way Jorginho lost the ball. You're lucky Thiago was there. That was a goal.
That was a goal.
But wait, is this the first time you're seeing that? Jorginho's always been that.
I know.
Mason
I
Mount
know.
So I
cannot
don't
create
rate
an
him. I
attack.
don't rate him. I don't like him, man.
Mason Mount cannot create nothing.
Exactly.
I don't rate Mount either.
Kovacic runs with the ball like a headless chicken.
Yes.
Name them. Which players are quality in this team?
Put them on the bench.
Goddamn players all the time. Who are the options? Most of the options
We have no option. We have no option.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, again, Potter has not helped himself. Fantastic. But the reason I'm not calling for his job is because I know, look, one, you have injuries. Two, you have other factors. You don't have the full squad. That's why I said, give him a window. I want to see what he does with 4 or 5 players in this squad because you can't tell me those 4 or 5 players you didn't co-sign them. Any player coming in right now, you've co-signed. No excuses. Those players have to embed it in And then
What
after
player would
Ruben-
want to sign for Chelsea under Graham Potter? Please
Oh,
tell
come
me.
on, man. They're already signing players. They're already signing players, man. You
But
can't say
I also noticed something. This is what I noticed. I don't know if you guys noticed this. Is I'm not in terms of signing players. Yeah, I understand. But as a manager,
You're
Potter is
signing
not
for
doing what
Chelsea
I want.
Football Club, not
Wait,
the
wait.
manager.
Yeah, what
Come
I
on.
want Potter to do is not doing it. And I'm like, okay, you are the manager. You must stamp your authority in the team. I don't care if you are 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Let the players know and the fans know I am the manager or the coach of Chelsea Football Club. See, fans will respect you. If the players are winning, and if they have this ego, I don't want to play for the club. If you are telling them, I'm going to stop my authority in this, they will not do bullshit. I don't know if you remember, I said it. Under Zidane, Vinicius Junior was playing as a wing back. Vini was angry, and Zidane told him, I know your best position is a left, but I'm playing you right now because I want you to bite into what the team wants right now. You're going to play back thing with the wing back, which is not, Vini is not used to. But he said, because of this match, I want to play with you. But when Ancelotti came in, Vini said, Ancelotti coached me one-on-one to tell me how to beat opposition, how to be a killer, and how to make, how to play together with the team to win matches, to make me a match winner, which Zinedine didn't do. There is no force in that because Zidane is not used to managing young players. But Ancelotti knows how to do that. So that's what I'm expecting from Potter, that if the host players are not playing, play a young player who wants to fight for the shirt. Let the world know I am the manager, stamp your authority. Let's be ruthless. It's not ruthless enough. Kai, Messi, Pulisic, Jorginho,
it's not
Koulibaly
as
does not deserve to start for Chelsea Football Club. Put them on the bench.
It's
Very
not as
simple.
simple. It's not as simple as saying just play the young players. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys.
I guess
yes,
what I said.
in a vacuum, yeah, the young players are probably the better players in this team. Fantastic.